Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
No.
Am I wrong?
You're not wrong, Walter. You're just an asshole.
Okay. Shame. No, you're not.
The dude abides.
Okay, if the dude abides, then you are. Good morning. Welcome to TopstepTV. Synthetic Friday. Yes, it is Synthetic Friday. Hey, how'd you do with those numbers today? We had a shitload of numbers. I hope we did good. I hope those that were playing the economic numbers this morning are looking green, nice and green today, because we had still a lot going on here today. It is, like I mentioned, Synthetic Friday. We could be busy. We could be slow. It really depends on if you're sticking around, if some traders have clocked out for the holiday. But the opportunity is still going to be here. And you know what? Top Step Trader is still going to be here. Top Step TV, we're here. And you know what? This is opening call. And he's Dr. Johnny Fever. And I'm Les Nessman. And this is WTST Chicago. So welcome aboard here. Remember that episode, that Thanksgiving episode, Johnny, where
the turkey dropping
turkeys out of a helicopter, and they realize that turkeys don't fly.
They don't fly.
Right.
Oh, the humanity.
Anyway, yes, for you youngsters out there, this is something that before you were born. But anyway, yes, we've saved you a seat right next to us each and every day. And, well, you know what? Let's get busy because we got a lot going on here. I've got something a little special for our Top Step tip of the week, a little different. So let's say hello to our good friend John. John, the Hoag, to Johnny Fever, Hoagland. He was the cool dude, wasn't he? Johnny Fever.
Yes, he was. Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everybody. Well, Wednesday, November the 27th, the day before Thanksgiving. As always, we're seeking accurate context, good risk management, and patience. Top of the chat this morning, Dan Trader again, one time, Slippers, Man Cave, Yamber Smack, Anastasios, Rick Quaz, Chris Flores, Clamaco Franco from Colombia. Welcome.
Colombia.
Scott Martin, Pistol Pete, good morning. John Jones, Yamber Smack again. I like these next two names, Eddie. Hold a Runner and Trend is Your Friend. Welcome, everybody. We're glad you're with us.
Yeah, that's cool. We got a lot of people here today. I logged into YouTube, and I saw there was almost 300 people waiting. It's like down the block. What do you want to show? We want to show. We want to show. So hopefully everybody got a seat. KH87 from Sweden. Oh, okay, cool. We got people from Morocco, Canary Islands. This is cool. Welcome to Top Step TV. Let's get into the news real quick. I don't have much news here. So I'll quit the belly aching and I'll just get down to it. Dow contracts down about 25 earlier today, 0.1%. We did see the S&P also 0.1% and the NASDAQ down 0.2%. Now the benchmark closed positively Tuesday. Yes, it did close positively. It did close Tuesday because we saw it close, but it closed positive with both the S&P and the Dow Jones Industrial Average posting fresh intraday and closing highs. Coming off that was the tempered relief rally. We saw that with Bitcoin. It had buoyed treasuries, global markets earlier this week as Trump added additional tariffs, or said he was going to, I should just say, he threatened additional tariffs and heightened fears about America First agenda. Treasuries and U.S. stock futures traded little change after recovering from previous losses, and the buck, which is regarded as a beneficiary, soared. It's good evening, good morning. Trump promised to levy additional 10% tax on Chinese imports, 25% tariff on all items from Mexico and Canada. Okay, that's a pretty big jump. He stated that the restrictions are required to stop migrants and illegal substances from crossing the border. So those Friday nights are not going to be as big as a party as you had prior the last 4 years. The Canadian dollar plunged to a 4-year low following the news, while the Mexican peso traded near its lowest level since 2022. So the Canadian dollar plunged to a 4-year low. Our friends up north, I'm very sorry. We love you very much. Topstep TV had nothing to do with that. And Johnny, that's what I've got so far. What do you got?
Well, we do have oodles of economic releases today, and yes, oodles is an industry term. At 7:30 this morning, the jobless claims came out. They were expected to come out 2,000 higher, up to 215,000. They remain at 213,000 for the previous week. Continuing jobless claims, however, were higher than expected. They were expected to be at 1.891 million. They came out 1.907 million. The Q3 GDP estimate was estimated at 2.8%. That is where it came out. We did not see any major movement after any of these early numbers, but there's plenty more as the day goes on. The durable goods numbers, they were expected 0.5%. That came out lower than expected at 0.2%. The U.S. core PCE preliminary was expected to remain at 2.2%. That came out at 2.1%. We also had retail and wholesale inventories. We also had the trade balance, which was lower than expected, only a $99 billion outflow as far as trade balance is for the last month. So 9 o'clock, well, 8:45, we got the Chicago PMI. 9 o'clock, the main PCE numbers are due. We also have pending home sales at the same time, 9 o'clock Central Chicago time, as always. 9:30, the crude inventories, the EIA crude status report. 10:30, a 7-year note auction. 11 o'clock, nat gas release is due out, and somewhere in there, a lot of these schedules are conflicting as far as when these 4 and 8 week bill auctions are. They're in there somewhere, but it's an ACH kind of day. A lot of numbers due out right before a holiday. The domes, the ladder is already a little bit thin. If something comes out wacky, you may see some illiquid volatility possible. We've got the VIX this morning down to 4.08. I'm sorry, 14.08. Was 14.5 yesterday. Dollar index also lower this morning. 106.23 was 106.8 yesterday, and the yield on the 10-year down to 4.25%, down from 4.28% yesterday. Lots going on, lots happening. Thin markets, day before a holiday. The turkey is thawing, and the beer is getting cold. Looking forward to an excellent trading day today, and having a couple of days off, and we're going to have some fun today.
Your turkey is really thawed. It's running around your living room.
It's alive now.
What the Jesus Christ?
Eddie, back to you. Where's your crude, dude?
Dude, it's below me. Miles below me. I just say that? I didn't mean it that way. Under me. Crude prices. It's a little higher today. We're looking at crude right now here. Take a look at crude here. With traders assessing the potential impact of the ceasefire deal, which, thank goodness. Let's see if this could get played through. I know that John, and got to give you a lot of credit every day you're saying prayers, this ends. There's still a lot of war and violence and hate out there, and keep praying. But so far is what we've seen, what we've heard. I haven't seen anything, but substantial ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. But anyway, crude futures, WTI, that's our buddy. Declined 0.5%. We saw Brent fall 0.3%. Now, both benchmarks settled lower once again after the Israel agreed to a ceasefire with Lebanon's Hezbollah. Deal will take effect, potentially ending the conflict across the Israeli-Lebanese border, quelling some concerns that the persistent fighting in the Middle East will disrupt oil supplies from crude-rich region. I tell you, though, lives are more important than that, than any disrupting anything oil. So American Petroleum Institute released the hounds. No, they released the indication that the U.S. oil inventories shrank by nearly 6 million barrels in the week of November 22nd compared with the small build expected. They were looking for something a little smaller. If confirmed by official data later today, this would increase the hopes that the U.S. fuel demand remains strong. As Johnny said, we got that coming out here today. A lot of economic numbers still coming out here today. So we're going to be turning our attention to next week's meeting of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries and Allies, known as OPEC. And that's what we have. And yes, and we got Gabe behind the curtain today, wearing the spandex and the Converse high tops. What do you got? Oh, there it is. Tip of the week. Well, this is what I wanted to do. Tip of the week, reinvent yourself. Okay. We talked a lot about how to reinvent ourselves with the markets, but reinventing yourself just as a person, I thought I might take a little twist on this, and I'm going to try to go as quick as I can, Johnny. Things that we need to do: reflect, honesty on who you are. All right. Take stock of your actions, habits. Ask yourself, what do I value? Am I living up to those values? Another thing, start small, be consistent. When I'm talking about, smile more, hold the door, be polite, say thank you, say sorry. Those little things do add up. Listen more than you speak. Now, I'm pretty good at that because I got a wife who loves to speak, and I just sit there and listen. So I'm pretty good at that. But um, focus on positivity. We talk about this every day, even in trading. I mean, you've got to have that PMA, positive mental attitude. Apologize, forgive, apologize. Don't hold anything. I tell you, life is too short to hold anything. Apologize, forgive, give more than you take. All right. There's a lot of people on this planet that, with all we have, half of what we have, they would be so delighted to have. All right. Be thankful. Practice gratitude. Stay humble. Right. Stay humble. Good people lead by example. Be a good person. And remember, keep learning. Right. This is something every day. Keep learning. The beauty of reinvention is the journey. Keep that in mind, not the destination. So every step you take, as the police once said, towards being a good person inspires others to do the same. And I tell you, I just want to share that with everybody. And I hope that sort of hit a good note for you today. And I'm going to pass it over to Johnny. We love you guys. We honestly do. We talk about this. We love our community, and we want to give them the best that they possibly can have. Johnny, I love you.
I don't think I can top that, Eddie. One thing I do want to say is reinventing yourself sometimes requires a little bit of brain rewiring. I think Tom Hoag said it best. It seems like most traders, when they're down money, they become hopeful. When they're up money, they become fearful. Try and flip that over. When you're losing money, be fearful. When you're making money, be hopeful. One reinvention to work on today.
There you go. I like that. All right. Without further ado, I know that we've got I think Jared and Jay going to be with us here for, I was going to say fast money. Yeah. Fast markets with the fast money. But Johnny, what do you got here for our charts on the synthetic Thanksgiving Friday?
All right. Well, starting with the daily on the S&Ps. I mean, we're butting right up against all-time highs, which does remain in the extended trading hour session. I usually don't expect those to be lasting highs. It's lasted probably a little bit longer than I expected. Yesterday, we were talking to have one of those don't short a quiet day kind of days, and we did certainly in the S&Ps. There's an indication, well, initially the open interest is announced at adding 32,000 contracts. They were way off yesterday. They were off by about 20,000 contracts. I doubt that this is going to ring true. Well, as soon as we get the final numbers, I'll let you know about it. But it does indicate new buying coming into the marketplace up against these new highs. Ladies and gentlemen, at 9 o'clock today, just about everything can change in a heartbeat. ACH, remember that. Anything can happen. Any of these numbers, these PCE numbers come out hot, come out cold. You can drastically change the day in a heartbeat. So with these oodles of numbers, and yes, oodles is, again, an industry term, anything can happen. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart because there are a couple of interesting things that we saw at the end of the day yesterday. All right. So, yesterday we had a normal day going. Once we broke the initial balance high right there, the market really started to just kind of maintain price above that. Then we got the end of the day drive to the upside, which created the late spike to the upside. We had a late spike to the downside in gold 2 days ago. That's still in play. Today we've got the late spike to the upside in the S&Ps. The basic rule is when the regular trading hours open above the base of the late spike or outright above the late spike, it's probable acceptance of higher pricing. If the regular trading hours open below the base of the late spike, it's probable rejection of higher pricing and possible acceptance of lower pricing. Looks right like right now it's going to further complicate things because it's likely to it looks like it's ready to open right at the base of the late spike. Overnight, we've been seeing lower highs, we've been seeing lower lows, we've been seeing VWAP moving lower over time. So initially the very short time frame auction is to the downside, which could help exacerbate a move to the downside if we do open below that late spike. Anything again can happen. The profile yesterday was a normal variation trading day with a late spike to the upside. One last time, that late spike, the base 6,035 half, 6,035.50 could be an impactful number for us today in the context of the day. If we open below that level, it doesn't mean we can just press the sell button. We've got to be smart about it. Remember, be smart about it. Look for areas where you can limit your risk before trying anything. All right. Yesterday in the NASDAQ, a little bit of a different story. The tech sector really dragged this to the kind of, it's like a wet blanket on the NASDAQ yesterday. Although we did close higher, we did close 113 points higher. We added about 1,800 in open interest. So again, it's indicating that buyers were still willing to pay higher pricing as of yesterday. Got a long way to go before we're going to get to that all-time high in the NASDAQ here. And we've got our weekly kickoff high at 21,100. We got relatively close to that on Monday. We've not seen that level since. And again, remember, ACH, man, anything can happen today. It is the day before a holiday with a lot of important economic numbers. Pretty much a storm in a teacup at 7:30. But at 9 o'clock, we've got those PCE numbers are likely, if they come out off, anything can happen. It could end up being another storm in a teacup. Who knows? Maybe everybody's already in the Hamptons or in Lake Geneva and they don't care. We don't know. What's kind of strange about yesterday was the S&P never looked below the initial balance low. The NASDAQ did, left it failed downside auction. The NASDAQ never looked above the initial balance, which is where the S&P spent most of the session yesterday. So again, that tech sector, a wet blanket on the NASDAQ yesterday. Overnight inventory short, basically opening in range and in value from yesterday, suggesting we try and stay patient. And I'm going to try and suggest that anyways. We'll see what these 9 o'clock numbers do and look for opportunities after that. If you're a short time frame trader and you want to play before that, for sure, I know I would be flat. The house will be flat at 9 o'clock when those PCE numbers come out, of course. So basically, we're opening right in the middle of the range from yesterday. Very range bound, very rotational yesterday. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up. Well, now we've started to see lower highs, lower lows. VWAP also pointing to the downside. So there is a very short time frame trend to the downside. We'll see if that continues. Take a look now at crude oil. So yesterday we opened the day centrally located between the highs and the lows of the long time frame area of balance that this market has been in. We're still in the middle of that long time frame area of balance. Flip a coin, anything can happen. We did lose about 5,600 in open interest yesterday. And again, that's the preliminary number. The final number will probably be out around 9:30 today. We'll take a look at those and see what the difference looks like. I think the CME's been having a little bit of trouble calculating open interest as of late. They've been way off on a few of these Not sure why, but we're going to have to use these numbers until the final numbers come out. So we lost about 5,600 in open interest. Overall, it was more of a down day, suggesting, some long liquidation in the middle of this range. It's very difficult when the market is right in the middle here, at least in my time frame and the way I look at things, to make any really good cognitive decisions when we're right in the middle of a longer time frame range like this. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. We're really not getting a lot out of this daily chart, are we? All right. So yesterday we opened in range in value. We put in a high, just a really spiky high up there, just looked up there and dropped. We held the IB low, and once that IB low broke, we started to really kind of unravel here. Now the big volume was on that 8 o'clock bar, 8:30 bar that had put up that big spike and put in the IB high. Again, we just kind of hung around inside this day until we broke the IB low, and then we continued lower. Did we move all that much? The difference between the settlement days here is 17 cents. So it really didn't move that much, didn't move value that much. So we're just kind of, again, looking at the IB low from yesterday, where the market broke to the downside of possible rejection. Above, we're seeing that rejection at that IB low now, right back down to settlement. It's going to be, I think, a tough day until maybe after the EIA numbers come out, and that's not until 9:30 today. Be careful. The profile yesterday was a double distribution trend day. Where did the market open? It opened below the upper distribution of time and volume up here, and above the lower distribution of time and volume down here. If I was going to say that there was a probability of repair in gold in crude oil today, I would say that probability is very good. Just going to put these out. The upper point of control, an assumed point of control in the upper distribution of time and volume, 69.50. An assumed point of control in the lower distribution of time and volume, 68.50. 68.50. So about $1 range there, where the market could just kind of rotate back and forth and fill in the area that was left very low volume, very low time yesterday. Just filling in these single TPOs, and we've already, in a way, done that. So you look for, some maybe some basing around 68.50, maybe some basing around 69.5, if either of those prices are approached. If we can't hold either side, watch for continuation. Again, the profile yesterday, double distribution trend day. Gold. All right. We had a late spike to the downside, late spike 2 days ago. This is now the February contract, folks. February has now usurped the volume of the December contract. I've got to change all my levels. I've changed the weekly kickoff levels already for the February contract. Weekly kickoff low, 26.39. Weekly kickoff high, 27.75. Got a little work to do to kind of go back and look for where all the gaps in the points of control were in the February contract. I'll take care of that later. More importantly, we are going to take a look at the 30-minute chart. More importantly, so here was the day that we really broke to the downside. Monday, leaving the late spike to the downside. The base of that late spike is 26.49.60 in the February contract. We looked yesterday. We looked below it a couple of times, near weekly kickoff low for the February contract, but value was largely above that late spike. So did we reject pricing below that level yesterday? I'm going with yes. Has it been impressive as a rejection? Not really. Well, maybe now. Overnight inventory is long. We've created a gap above the range from yesterday, the range high from yesterday. I'm going with 26.59.5. We can't close the gap relatively early. We look for opportunities in a correction away from the range from yesterday. Very small range, normal variation, just a digestive day. We lost 7,700 in open interest, possibly on this push to the downside. We see a little bit more volume we see a little bit more volume. There it is on this push to the downside. So maybe it's some long liquidation, some longs getting a little bit nervous down here near weekly kickoff low. I doubt that they're probably looking at the late spike, but if they started getting nervous below that, I could certainly see some longs bailing out. We never took out the overnight low. We never took out the previous day's low. Closing below the base of the late spike, but now continuing to try and push higher. We've got overnight longs. Remember, those overnight longs can push price back towards the gap, back towards the late spike, even back towards settlement price to give us possibly better trade locations if that is the case. We have VWAP holding as support before the open here. Might be an interesting spot for us. Again, a kind of a trend day to the downside Monday, consolidation. Above that consolidation, we'll see if we bring in some more buyers on this in this market. Folks, take your deep breaths. Make sure you remain humble, grateful, creative, centered, and thankful this week. Make sure you pray for peace every day. Let's have a great session.
All right. I'm with you on that one. Hey, coming up next, we've got Fast Markets. Jared J, Coach J are going to be back on Fast Markets, joining Jack, JD, and Hoag for a pre-Turkey Day market extravaganza. Jared's coming off a couple days of losses, but hey, you know what? Today's a new day on his live funded account. The question is, will he be able to end Fast Markets in green? Host of the Buzz at the Buzzer and head coach of the VIP team, the Lunatics, Coach J earned his brand new Express funded account and looking to bounce back after a day in red yesterday. Don't go away. We've got a lot going on here today. We got a little surprise going on maybe a little later. But hey, we're going to be back with Fast Markets. Go get yourself something to drink. Get yourself something to eat. We'll be right back. Don't go away. All right, get your giblets in the gates. We're going to pass this off to Jack. Jack, we are open. Good morning.
Giblets are in the gate. Look at me. I'm the Andre now. We're selling off the start through the lows in the NQ. It is Synthetic Friday, aka the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Welcome to Fast Markets. I am joined today with a J crew. Jack, John, J, Jared. Jared J, what's up, my man?
We're winning.
Let's get this one out.
Oh,
Good.
fantastic day.
Wow.
Fantastic day indeed. The NQ not winning at the moment. Touched some session lows there. Jay, coach of the Lunatics. with a badass song in the background. What's going on, Jay?
Not much. I was looking for a potential long in the Russell off of VWAP, overnight VWAP. We kind of bounced right before we opened up the session, and it's working out now. So I'm just trying to determine whether or not there's another spot to get in on this trade, and looking for 24.65 as a target. Looks like it's kind of going without me, but there's a lot of day left, so I'm not going to rush into anything.
A lot of day left. I'll kick it to Hoag to get his thoughts on it first. We bounced 3 times so far off of last week's high, just crushed through it there. Hoag, you just gave the sorry, I'm having a blank right here. You just did your whole chart spiel, but anything in this opening range that you see that is tasty?
Well, we opened below the late spike from yesterday in the S&Ps. That's a negative. We've left the opening range for the time being in the NASDAQ and the S&P at the dead ass high. Also a negative. I still in the back of my head am wondering, where do we buy it? I'm trying to stay very patient today. We've got a whole bunch of important numbers coming out at 9 a.m., but we're here to take trades. I'm going to be looking for opportunities from our professional traders here for opportunities in the house account. Right now, I'm just holding pat. We've got afternoon pullback low. Ooh,
So I
IB
see
high from
we have
yesterday.
Friday's high. We're sitting on Friday's high. We kind
Money.
of dipped down into it. So I'm watching that, which on the NQ is 880.
I see. Traded down to the 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart and got a little bounce off of that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Right about that same level.
So
875.
I have an entry in at 880.75. So I'm taking a little bit of heat right now. My stop
Is it short?
No, a long.
880.75. Jared's long and NQ.
Hey Jared, I got just a picture of a forest up for your screen share.
Sorry.
Can you refresh
Serene,
that to
I
your
love it.
charts? Thanks. Oh, it's beautiful. Thank you.
Trading like the Unabomber.
You can
There
see-
you go.
I'm down on the day $54. Woohoo!
We just S&Ps just hit that afternoon pullback low. I forget what day it's from, but I like to keep those on the chart. The IB high from yesterday and the afternoon pullback low or afternoon pullback high that we're looking at in the S&Ps just put in that low. We just took out the high of the opening range in the S&Ps. So instead of talking about where do we buy it, I should have bought it. We were right on the lows there.
Yeah, tends to be how it works. As far as numbers go, we're all talking 9 o'clock. We got the big old PCE coming out. We had initial jobless claims this morning. Clams, as Hoag calls them, came in right on the screws as far as the estimates go. 213K.
Amanda, thank you very much. I was going to go back and look for where that came from. Amanda just came in and said that afternoon pullback low was from November 11th, way back.
Nice.
Amanda.
Or afternoon pullback high, I should say.
Jay, I
Testing the
understand
late spike.
you're taking a look at the Russell, Jay.
That's right, Jack. That's right. It's kind of running without me. I'm looking for a pullback to potentially 24.54 and taking along. I'm trading micros in a 50K XFA, but I'm thinking I'm getting my pullback here, and I'll take the first one. 24.54 is my first buy.
Well,
I've never
a
traded
check.
Russell.
Yeah, a lot of companies. Jay, I'd say a check in the positive for that trade is that we are seeing a good compression in yields here off the bat with the 10-year down to 4.25, which is through that 4.3 level that's been holding for quite some time. The Russell is more sensitive to rates, especially in that time frame. Could be a rotation between the indices.
Awesome. So I just got tagged into one. Probably should have taken two. But I'm long one in the Russell, micro Russell 24.54. My target is going to be 24.65 conservatively. And if it wants to really push, 24.70. 24.75.
Getting along the small companies. Love it. They need loving too.
Oh, hey, Coach Jay, you got an Express funded account, don't you? Brand new one, huh? Oh, it's going to cost you $5. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just got a worse entry in the Russell.
Check. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Roger.
And now we
All
got
right.
you.
Yeah, I have an XFA in Topstep X and an XFA in
Nice.
Quantower. I'm trading this micro Russell in the 50K XFA on Topstep X.
Sweet.
This NQ long that I'm in, I definitely don't like it, but also it's in a location that I would take. I just was early on it, but there's liquidity down at 850 that really is bothering me.
Man, that Mag 7 has really just been a wet blanket on the
Oh.
NASDAQ. Yesterday, just wouldn't go.
It's been the worst. It's weird when the ES is moving more or up more, has higher, more extremes than the NQ. And you're like, what is going on?
You just tested that base of the late spike. Late spike to the upside opening below it is an implication of acceptance of lower pricing. 60.35 is that late spike in the S&Ps. Opening range remains the dead ass high in the NASDAQ. 1 minute
is
opening
the
range.
trader. Go ahead, Jay.
No, I was saying I'm seeing some room down in the NASDAQ down to 20,790 potentially.
Woo.
If we continue to sell like we do right now. I know
That's
we do have a
another
number coming
pullback
out in
low
a
from the
few.
22nd.
In about 5 minutes.
Right.
Ugh, this is the worst.
You're up,
Oh,
Charlie
you're
Brown.
the leader of the house account here for today.
Yes.
If it was your personal account, are you taking any trades before this number at 9?
Probably not. Probably not.
I guess we'd have to see something good.
Yes. When we look at the action overnight in the NASDAQ and the S&P, I mean, they just put in lower highs and lower lows all night long. So the short-term trend is to the downside. With the kind of other trend that's been going on where the NASDAQ or the S&P, they get a good break in the morning, then we get the V-shaped bottom and we close higher on the day.
5 minutes
We're getting
remaining.
started here. 5 minutes until what we got in 5 minutes, Eddie?
We got the Chicago PMI looking at 44.9 prior, 41.6.
Guys, it's the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Be sure to hit like, hit subscribe, join our Discord. It's got 100,000 members now, so you know it's cool. But seriously, we're all here. There's things we could be doing the day before Thanksgiving. Things going around us. Family that desperately wants to know where I am, but I am here because of my dedication to y'all. So hit that like, hit that subscribe. Muhammad, if you're there, help me out. We have done that plug.
Nice.
I jumped out. Too much, not enough wiggle room before the news and everything.
Yeah, it's this PCE number coming out at 9:00 really has me on my heels. Usually that's a 7:30 number, right?
Yeah.
But because of the holiday and everything, they're jamming everything in today. Coming out at 9. Could be fun.
I have a long entry at 763.75.
763.
Working in order there. 763.75. Stop is 754.50.
375.
But if we go that far down, does that just mean it's a trend day down and I should just write it down instead of fighting it?
Always
Good
a
question.
very important question.
Because right now,
See what it looks
we're
like when
down.
it gets there. See what it looks like when it gets there.
All right. Because, now that I'm thinking about it, we're already down 0.5% on the NASDAQ for the day. And we did not have any bid off the overnight low. It just went through it.
I think one thing I've been trying to incorporate into what we're doing here is that the range will get wider today. It's very unlikely that it will,
100%.
right? And I feel like sometimes we
Right.
come out of the gate like the range in the NASDAQ won't be 250, 300 points today because it will be.
Agreed. If you look at yesterday, it just took 6 hours to do it, but eventually we broke the range.
Do you know how much patience that requires for an ADD person?
I am vaguely aware. Sorry, I wasn't listening. Yeah, I think patience is good. We got, 3 minutes Chicago PMI, 15 more minutes to the main event. Plenty of time to trade.
We just don't want to get all biffed up before the holiday, right? We're of course
No.
hoping for profitable days for everybody.
Of course.
Today is
Man.
certainly not a day to get biffed.
We don't want to be a turkey so close to Thanksgiving.
No.
So this is a classic newbie position that I'm in right now. So I took that early long, which I was just impatient on. So then I took heat, and now I'm hesitant to jump back in because I don't want to feel more pain. Like I did the classic noob deal, and that'll and then the rest of the day I'll probably be on my heel.
Why do you
Unless I
feel that
like-
was why do you feel that was a classic noob trade?
Okay, so there was a nice rundown on the NASDAQ, and then it left a bit of a tail on the candle. And so the thought was, oh, that was the bottom, and it's going to shoot back up to the top, and I'm going to miss it. So instead of waiting for it, and for me, I like to jump in, if you can see on my chart, in either one of these little candle wick tail setups. So either right here where I'm drawing this green box, and there's another one right here. Those
there.
on the 15-minute, that's what I'd love to get in on. Well, I didn't wait for either one of those. I jumped in way up here before there was one of those there. And so then my stop had to be down here. Yeah.
Where you really wanted to get in.
Exactly.
I hate that when that happens.
Yep.
All right, bouncing a little bit. Off the initial push off the open. Trading 2880 in the NQ. The NQZ. When are we rolling, John?
I think it's the
A couple
second
seconds.
Thursday in December. Second Tuesday in December. I think they changed it now.
Juice
We
doesn't
did
have this
roll.
number, but investing does.
Huh.
Well,
That's what I was talking about. I was talking about in the opening call, Eddie. You look at different schedules, and nobody knows when anything's coming out today. But we're pretty sure that PCE number's coming out at 9.
I got it at 40.2, Eddie.
40.2 coming in Chicago PMI. Okay, what do you got that off of?
Off of Juice there.
Oh, Juice put it up there. Thank you, Juice. All right, here we go. 42.9. Hey, 42.9. There you go. I'll take the assist. I'll give you the points.
Well, you had me concerned. I was like, wait a minute, Juice fell down on the job?
They did.
Jared, if it gives you that opportunity down there at those levels where you really wanted to get in again, would you take it? And you were saying that you're kind of feeling on your heels because you just took a small loss there.
Yes, I would. So now I had to jump down to the 5-minute. Let's see here. Sorry, let me look at my book map, see what the tape looks like. Yeah, tape doesn't look too bad. So if I could reset my little drawing here, and if I could, I would try to get in this little setup. So my entry would be 858.75.
Very precise.
Love the precision.
Let's see if it gives you that chance. But remember, we do have that number at 9. You don't want to position on during that, do you?
Wait, what number at 9? Now you got me concerned.
PCE.
PCE.
Yeah, PCE, the big number.
This is the worst.
What to
With a
do?
heavy sigh. Heavy
What to
sigh.
do?
You could do what I'm doing and trading small size right now.
Now, Russell
There you go.
moving north. I'm
The
liking
man.
this Russell.
Wisdom speaks.
New high in the Russell.
Jay.
24.6290. And hey, that
He's
Chicago
long.
PMI number that came out, they were expecting 45, higher than the previous. 40 came out, so that is negative for the U.S. dollar. They were looking positive, but did a 180 on them, 40.2.
Got Anne-Marie long the NASDAQ at 879. She likes your
Nice.
idea.
That original entry, Hoag, I would have been sitting in money. Would have taken just a few ticks of heat. I've been sitting pretty for the day. That impatient.
So, Jared, do you ever think about that sometimes? Like, okay, I'm looking for longs here. I've got this level down here where I really want to get in, but I don't really want to get in. I want to get in before that, but that makes me put my stop down there, right? Really where I want to try and get in. Do you ever think that through before if you're thinking you're going to miss the trade or something? I mean, we all have that FOMO once in a while, right?
Right.
If you were really patient waiting for your level, you would have gotten it. Very little heat. Nice wick down there.
Yeah. No, I think it's great. I think when you step back and you ask the question, do I have a strategy? If you're thinking I missed it, then the automatic thing is, oh, I just have to get in because that's the only play for the day. But I know there's not, if I stop and say, wait a minute, I'm a little off. Maybe I'm a little distracted. Why did I miss it? Is it because I'm a little tired today or distracted? Something like that. And that's, yeah, exactly. And
That'll do
so,
it.
yes. So then it's like, okay, I know there will be other setups. So it's way better off waiting for another setup, another type of, it might be on the 5 minute, it might be on a point of control, something else.
Mm-hmm.
So having people like you, step in and say, especially sometimes when you're pair trading, I think sometimes that does help because then someone says, wait a minute, what's going on? You seemed a little off this morning. You seemed a little frustrated this morning. And, I took my son to the Navy yesterday, dropped him off. So that's sitting in my head.
Oh, my goodness.
So you pick them up in 4 years?
Yeah, exact 6.
Pick them up.
Wow.
There you go, son.
That's
Enjoy
a
the
big
boat.
deal. That's a big deal, man. That's got to be in your head.
Yeah, well, and I got the call last night. I got 3 things to say. I made it safe. I'll call you in 3 weeks. I forget the other thing. Goodbye. Yeah, that's what you want to hear from your son.
Oh,
man.
Well,
that's awesome.
Thank
I'm
you
very
for his
happy for him.
service, but that's got to be in your head. Just take it easy today.
What ship is he on?
Basic. He's right next to you guys. He's up there at the naval base.
Great Lakes.
North Chicago?
Yeah.
North Chicago, Great Lakes. Yeah, that's around here.
Yep. So he starts basic last night.
Really?
This is my dad when he was in the Navy.
Awesome.
He was at Great Lakes.
That's awesome.
Hey.
Yeah,
Richard.
I have a whole different understanding for parents that, I have a really good relationship with my son. So it was something he wanted to do, and I support him in it. And I'm a little jealous that I didn't get to do it. But yeah, I have a much more appreciation for parents that support their sons and daughters.
God bless him. God bless him. You're not old enough to have a son that old.
I did start early, but I am 43.
See, I think that's the right strategy now. I have a 3-year-old, Jared. I'm about to have 2 more, and I'm 37. So while you got your whole life kind of opening up.
Yeah. But man, are you really even straight in your own head at 25 and trying to raise another human being? I don't know.
They don't come with
I was not.
directions.
No.
No, I certainly was not.
A little more selling pressure here.
When I was 33. Oh, here we go. Here's
Yeah.
your level.
Deep breath. There's 60 some contracts still sitting at the 850 level, which means my stop is right before that. That's not ideal.
Jared, we're just a few minutes from a major economic number.
Okay. Pull it.
I'm just telling you, I mean, it's up to you.
It's pretty heavy down below. I think I will.
It's, I got to hand it to you. I mean, I don't think I would be trading today if my son went to the Navy yesterday.
Thank you.
Yeah. Everybody, just check, make sure if you want that position on, keep it on. If not, check, double check, triple check that you are flat coming into this number we've got coming up here very soon.
While we have this gap here before, I just wanted to shout out real quick. Later today, we're going to have hashtag Power Hour, not to be confused with this, which is hashtag Fast Markets. We're trying to hype our Twitter at Topstep. If you got anything fun, inspirational, Thanksgiving related, send it to us.
Humorous.
Tag us. Yes, humorous or otherwise, and we will show it this afternoon. We're here all day. Go ahead, Eddie.
Fun.
All day.
Having fun.
I was just going to say, Johnny's been talking about this PCE number these past 3 days. And then, I mean, even Rips indicated that this is the big kahuna of the week.
Yes.
Why do you think that?
Well,
maybe you already.
It's what the Fed looks at.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. If it comes in hot, look out.
All right. We just cleared out that 850 level.
We did see some movement last night too, or actually this morning after the jobless claims in the Fed funds. Futures implied probability of a cut, 2/3 right now. Probability of a 1/4 point cut at the December 18th meeting, although that could all change in about 5 minutes.
And it looks like
well, coming up here,
I'm
going to give you the 5 minutes here soon. This over the wire, Chinese bulk carrier is suspected of deliberately severing Baltic data cables. Thanks, guys. I don't have my Netflix. Right, there's your 5-minute warning.
Is that what happened on the Tyson fight?
You broke the internet.
That's funny. I said it. I got one. Got one of them.
5 minutes remaining.
Jay, how's your trade going there?
Kind of just hanging out a little bit under where my entry is right now. Pretty much scratch on the trade. It was up about $50. Thought about cutting it before this number, but I'm only risking about 50. So I'm okay leaving it on. I like where my stop is based on market structure. So if the market gets there, I'm okay being wrong. It's not going to cost a whole lot. Looking for potential trades in the NASDAQ. Jared, I saw that the selling that you just saw, you were talking about at 850, kind of cleared out that order. But it looks like a lot of it got absorbed at that low at 850. Not much of a continuation. So, we'll see what happens on this number, but this may be a decent area. If 850 doesn't hold, then again, I see room down to 780 in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that because the orders just kind of added up. It stayed heavy on the book down here at 835. It just it looked like it kept stacking down below. Now it looks like maybe it's trying to fight kind of this level, but maybe that's just something going on. To me, it looks like it's not clear.
Agreed. I'm just scanning around, seeing if there's any other opportunities out there, but day before a holiday, not eager to do too much today.
We got the NASDAQ starting to spread the bid and offer 2 to 3 ticks. We've got single digits within 10 ticks, mostly single bids, single offers, starting to spread out a little bit. 2 or 3 ticks between the bid and offer. It's thinning out already.
Yeah, remember everyone out there to cancel your orders, or if you're one of those people looking for a shoulder tap who's got 15 NQ on one way or the other right now, I sincerely wish you the best.
Let it ride.
Let's ride, boys.
Okay, you ride.
You're out there. At least one of you in chat, I'm speaking about your position right now, I'm sure.
So,
Jay.
Jay, on the 283925 on the 1 hour, like it ticked that. I wonder, would anybody call this a setup, or is this just random? Where you got the 1 hour bar here, another green hour bar, and an impulse move out of this area. You can see where at the top of the wick, it came down and ticked that. Would anybody call that a pattern, or would that just be random?
I wouldn't say that's random. I think that price, it looks like someone's defending that price. If I'm looking at, trying to see where that hour was from, that was 2 nights ago, the first hour of the Asian session open.
Yeah, Monday.
No, I don't think it's random. Yep.
Okay.
Jay always says that meant something to somebody.
There's an algorithm that controls the whole market, Hoag. All right.
Right.
2 minutes.
Hoag,
Jay, I'm
what were
still
you going to
trying
say?
about your bear costume. It still cracks me up.
Oh man, that thing was awesome. I'm trying to decide whether or not, there's some other costumes I can wear on Topstep TV, maybe for Christmas. I couldn't find a turkey early enough to put on today, but we'll see what else we can do.
Well, we got 2 Santas here, me and Eddie.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Maybe a reindeer. Could be Rudolph. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
No.
45 seconds. We got PCE.
Looking thin. Actually, the NASDAQ dome doesn't look as thin as usual for PCE.
No. What's up with that? There's a weird, some kind of wrap around on the ES here in the order book. That
There you
just
go,
showed
15
up
seconds.
at 850. You can see
Red
it up
Bros.
here at 60.3750 and 60.2750.
Yeah, those kind of follow price on either side.
All right, PCE price index coming in here. Personal income, month over month, 0.6%. Waiting for the PCE coming in here. Price index year over year, 2.3. Price index month over month, 0.2%. The big one here, we got the price index year over year, 2.796178%. They were looking at 2.8. Core PCE index month over month, 0.3%. And the spending month over month, U.S. consumer, 0.4. Wait a minute, I'm not done. Don't go away. U.S. personal income month over month, 0.6. Pending home sales change here at 2%. And pending homes index, 77.4. And there you have
What's
it.
that?
What was that?
Home sales.
My God, man.
So nothing hot or cold in those PCE numbers.
No.
Where do we buy it?
Huh.
No time better than the present. Maybe wait a little bit. I'm kind of triggered. There was a guy with like a 35 lot in the NQ just sitting 4 points off the bid ask and never filled. That's taunting PCE. All right. New session
Yeah.
lows.
They just loaded up the order book down below.
So,
Yes, you are right. Bullshit.
Jared, you were talking about at a level in the NASDAQ down around 790.
Yeah.
We will let this thing see if it can get there and see if we can find some sort of basing. The S&P's really just still inside that first 30-minute
Yeah.
range.
I'm with you. See it sell off a little more and look for some sort of structure.
Yeah, we don't want to jump in front of it, but we could certainly seek some structure. There's an
Because of the
afternoon
order
pullback
book.
low from the 22nd down at 795 half. Amanda.
I just added a second contract on that micro Russell trade. Risk is still about $60, but I like how it's holding VWAP and seeing if we can make new highs here.
Bust out of that.
Long
Huh?
two from 24.53.
I'm short 10 ZN and a combine, Hoag. Those are sitting pretty.
Nice.
Sim
ZN.
money, baby.
Wow, look at that. We got a bust out of that little channel we're in there. You're going to be sitting real pretty.
Well, that's like we're through some pretty important levels. As I said, I think that's where like the Russell pop everything. It's kind of surprising to me that 1 second I just messed things up. You can go away from my screen. I got to reshare it.
Nvidia is just dragging along the bottom. We've got Meta a little bit lower here. We've got Tesla pretty much flatlined. Apple holding steady. Nvidia's just the dog.
Well, thanks for tuning in today, folks.
Mo was talking about Archer Aviation the other day. That's on highs now. That's
And in the
rallying.
Wall Street bets, Hoag.
Actually, my daughter's boyfriend is quite the little trader. He turned me onto it. I bought a bunch of it down around $4. It's 832 now. It's more than doubled.
Does he watch the show, Hoag?
No, he's working. He just trades on his phone. I'm like, really? You just trade on your phone? He says, yeah.
All right.
Wait, you're not
Now you
working,
can-
Hoag? When you're at your desk?
I'm lucky enough to have the spot that I have and enjoying every minute of it. I don't even consider this work.
Now you can share my screen real quick. I can. Yeah. So this is the channel here that I'm looking at. I think what I'm more surprised by going back here, this is the election, and there was the big sell off in bonds, increasing yields with the Trump victory that's retraced. I just found it very odd that with all, whether you think he's going to do it or not, with all the talks about tariffs and stuff this weekend, that we actually legged higher in the ZN, lower yields. Doesn't make a ton of sense to me. I guess it might be some more certainty in the rate cuts and things like that, but not sure I believe it.
Hey,
Yeah.
here in the chat, we got Wheels. Wheels talking about with a couple small wins last night. I'm 265 away from passing my first combine. I'm so hesitant to lose progress in the market that looks like this. Be smart about it. If you're not sure about this market, or if you want, go to the micros. Trade your micros this way. If it does go against you, you're not losing too much. So you got two options there.
Way to go.
But, keep it going. Jab, jab, jab.
Still in this
I-
trade. Getting
Yeah.
pretty close to my stop here is at 24.43. But I'm gonna hold on to it. Go ahead, Jared.
I feel like InQ's testing and holding the 839.50 level. What do you think?
That's that hourly high you were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks good. If you want to take a long here, where would you set your risk? Below new lows on the day?
823. Yeah, on the low.
Hey, Johnny, Dan's talking about not we guys talking about some unfinished business in the Trump dump tariff news. He says we're only down here during the Globex, never revisited during the RTH. Something we can watch for.
S&Ps have a 9.5 handle range. They're just
S&Ps are
stuck.
way stronger.
Yes, they are. They're old. NVIDIA is the wet blanket for the NASDAQ. Down to
Has been for a
133.35 right now. NVIDIA is the party pooper.
NVIDIA down to a measly $3.27 trillion in market cap. Oh, it's back below Apple, though. That's no
Yeah.
good.
Ouch.
NVIDIA chips. I like the barbecued NVIDIA chips.
The best. Yeah, I'm still looking for opportunities once this shakes out to buy perhaps Hoag.
Yeah.
Looking way back now, I got the chart up, the day chart in the NQ going all the way back to July with the highs. Pretty clear trend there.
It's always
Hoag, when you were on the floor on days before big holidays like this, were there many people trading, or was it pretty quiet?
well, a lot of it would of course depend if there was any important economic numbers due out. A lot of people
Right.
would trade the morning and then take off. Some people would probably take off before that, which
Makes
which
sense.
was always nice because if you weren't like a top step trader, you're further away from the brokers, and when some of the bigger guys would take time off near the holidays, it gave you better location in the pit, right? You're up near the brokers, so they're more likely to trade with you. You hit you on the bid, lift the offer. That's one of my best trades was everybody was at lunch. It was like noon, and S&Ps were just trading right up near the high of the day. And I was learning about profile at the time. I'm like, well, it says, in range days, fade extremes. So I'm standing up by the broker.
Right.
He says, half on one. I go 1 at 70. He says, buy it. I ended up like getting 5 or 6 contracts on. And the market really just never went against me. It started going my way.
Nice.
And I said, you know what? I'm going to see if I can get a full rotation back to the lows on this. I gave the broker that just bought those contracts from me, I gave him a stop above the high. I said, if this thing puts in new highs, just buy me 6. And it never put in new highs. The market started breaking, continued to break. People started coming back from lunch, and I mean the market fell apart. Something happened, so it was partially a little bit of serendipity the way this played out, but just being there up near the broker, I got those trades. I
Nice.
feel you,
Location matters.
Josiah.
I just got stopped out on that, down $92. We just made a new low for the New York session, so I'm out on that trade, and I'll look for another one.
Yep.
Not a
See
whole
what
lot of risk
happens
there.
next.
Yep.
Are you going to go
Nice
looking
action.
for a trade, Jay, or are you gonna?
No, I'm gonna let it find me. And this one found me. And at one point the trade was about halfway to my profit target. Could have made a decision to trail it, but I didn't. But no, it looked like a decent trade to start. Turned out to be a loser, but that's okay. That's why we manage risk, and we'll let the next one present itself.
Jay down $92. Flesh wound. Hoag, yeah, I don't think I really ever traded this day, but in retrospect, I think that might have been out of like laziness or fear because we weren't trading outrights, and there probably were some really good opportunities I missed out on.
Mhm.
But a lot of people were off those days, and that includes like your developers. You're just kind of sitting there by yourself in a big office, uh, kind of left to
Yes.
your best or worst devices. So I always
Trading
liked
is a
other
Solid
people
lonely
to
there.
be
business.
there, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Solitaire on the computer.
All right.
Yes. Trading is a lonely business.
Slow grind down. My worst days.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
Plus, Hogue, it was considered uncouth to like leave positions on over holidays or something where you had to have your night guys come in and cover them.
Oh, yeah. I could see how that would be a little bit uncouth.
It didn't ingratiate you with them.
No. It'll leave a bottle of scotch or something.
Somebody says I have an excuse for everything. Some of them weren't even 21. We had one night guy who like was like 19.
Yeah, I think most of the night guys were, relatively entry level young guys.
Johnny, that never stopped us from hitting fast markets downstairs.
Oh, no, never.
They'd serve everybody. Everybody.
Yep.
What was that level that Jay called on the NQ?
790.
Wasn't
Yeah, 790.
Well, that was Jay. Okay. I thought it was you, Jared, but
it?
Jay called that one.
One of the Jays.
One of the Jays, right?
Well, call out a trade if you
Gold
got it. In
selling
the
off here as
meantime,
well.
I do see that JD, well, he disappeared for a second. We'll see if he comes back.
Ooh.
Seeing some
Gold.
people getting long in the chat.
Mm.
Gold just got whacked.
Hey, I'm back, guys. Sorry, my camera went out of focus for a second. I had to reset it.
No problem, JD. JD, I understand you might have some stats for us.
You understand correctly. I have yesterday's best live funded P&Ls for you. You ready for this?
Let's do it.
Here we go. Kai Chun got a nice shout out from the wrist team yesterday on the shoulder tap, Jack. You were there. Ended up
I
with
was.
$20,581 trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Big day for Kai Chun. Nice job, bud.
The 50K
Rafa,
account.
50K account, yes.
Wow.
We got Rafa, number one on the leaderboard. $9,000 trading the ES. Pavel, we've also been hearing Pavel's name quite a bit lately. 5,600 trading the NASDAQ. Then we've got Vedant trading the NASDAQ, the Euro, and the ES. $3,700 from the NQ, $1,300 from the Euro, and about $100 from the ES. Total profit of $5,129 for Vedant. And then Benjamin C rounds out the list, $5,063 trading the NASDAQ. Big numbers coming from those live funded accounts yesterday. I didn't get the final P&L for the house account, but we were up there, weren't we?
We were up 2,300 or thereabouts yesterday.
Okay, that would have put us somewhere around 12th place then.
Yeah. 2,300.
Very good.
Right on the nose, Jack.
Perfect.
Excellent. All right, guys. We'll be back in a few minutes with some payouts. See you in a bit.
Thank you, JD.
Okay.
All right.
Apple is
Afternoon
1
pullback.
cent up. Everything else in the Mag 7 is down. Go ahead, Hoag.
Just saying we're approaching that 20,790 level that Jay, I guess, called out. Sorry about that. I think I called Jared on that one, but Jay called that one out. It's right
Too
near the
many
afternoon
J's.
pullback low from the 22nd, 795 half. Just
So
not
back to
seeing
my
any reversals
original
here yet.
My original something that I said earlier was 20,763, I think. And of course, at the time, I was like, it won't get there.
I still think we got to wait for some structure, though. Look at the 15-minute chart here. Just lower
agree.
highs, lower lows. Just red candles.
All night.
And
So
as we mentioned, today's funky. What do you want to do, Jared?
Can you just get in? Do you have a plan to just get in the middle like this?
I mean, in an ideal world, but the market's cruel. I would love to see some structure build down here in a place where we could take a shot at a buy, but we're not near there yet. We're not catching knives.
Yeah, but no, I meant as a sell, just to get in alignment with the direction.
Well, Hoag and I aren't allowed to have opinions. I think selling pops could be valid. If Dakota was here, he might be in on that.
Well, let me take a look here.
I'd say you could get in, but 790 was my target to the downside. It wasn't necessarily a target, an entry level. So if I'm looking at this, I don't know how much more room is left to the downside, at least for what I'm seeing. Right? I do see the 760s as a potential area, but I think if we're looking for the short, we're running out of room for potential profit on the trade. But the NASDAQ could also just continue to flush, and we see a lot lower.
Anne Marie's talking about, about the 850s. Seems like the line in the sand between the longs and the shorts for now. Thanks, Anne Marie.
Savage, in the chat, Savage talking about the ES just touched the overnight low and found a little bounce off of that.
That thing should be just trading that for today. The tapes changed a little.
The S&P has been the stronger of the two. If we are looking for longs, might be a good idea to look to the S&Ps for it.
One thing that haven't seen yet if this was a bottom is we didn't get a flush at that 790 level. It went down and traded it and just kind of meandered out of it, but it wasn't a nice big pop shake.
So good looking level right now.
Yeah, but that bothers me that we didn't have a shake.
7 went through it by 3 ticks. Love it when a plan comes together.
S&P's the better looking chart.
Yeah.
We could just also take an ES level and just buy NQ there if that's what we're looking to do. They're both going to go up. I don't recommend this. I'm just saying.
Just no reversal patterns here yet. Nice long shadows on these 5-minute bars though. On the bottom, the S&P and the NASDAQ.
That S&P just feels it since it ticked the overnight low and didn't go through it. That's tasty.
Forza in chat saying a 3-bar reversal in the NASDAQ on the 1-minute chart, but zero complexity to the structure.
Looking at a 3-minute, if we close this 3-minute candle the next 10 seconds above 820, then we'll have a 3-bar reversal there as well.
3.
Yep. And it's kind of there. It's not the most convincing pattern. Like Jared said, you can look at the candle patterns, but depending on the time frame that you're looking at, right? On a 15-minute chart, we may just be seeing continued downside.
Yeah.
So I do like, Jared, that you're looking for that volume confirmation, right? That flush of volume to say, regardless of the time frame that you're trading, the market is saying that we're exhausted at these prices, and we're not seeing that on any time frame really.
Yeah, and orders showed back up at the 800 level and 797 level on the NQ. Here, I'll throw this up. Back up here. So, to me, that's a problem. Yeah, my resolution, it's kind of hard to show. I have it blown up for this TV, but you can see here it traded through it down below here, went and the orders were taken out, and then they showed back up, and now we're back down to this 800 level. And you can see here all the way down to 790 again. It's 50 contracts right there, so that's bothersome. And the other thing, our delta is not really stepping in. We're still negative almost 1,000 on the ES or NQ. And ES, negative 8,500. That's a problem.
Jeez. Just noticed that.
That's a problem.
On this platform, I've got minus 9,700. Minus 1,000 in the NASDAQ, but a little deeper in the S&P.
So I do have I just got filled at on the ES at 6,025.
Okay.
6025 ES.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop at
New lows
24,
NASDAQ.
and it's gonna take me out. Maybe not.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for the initial balance to be established, and then see if we get any good information on that extreme down here. If we get it,
yeah.
Love to see a failed downside auction.
Well,
just down 1% so far in the NQ.
Just a mere 1%.
1%.
You're still in it, Jared, right?
I'm not in the NASDAQ, but the ES. I'm in the ES,
S&P.
3
Okay.
contracts, and I'm up 8 ticks. So that NQ retested 781.25, it looks like. I'm not going to chase it. I'm kind of annoyed with the NQ today, so I'm just not going to even try. But you can see here how it ran down, hit a whole bunch of stops, hit a whole bunch of sweeps. And then the order came in up above here at the 809, maybe it looks like, sitting up here. So it's looking more hopeful, but I'm not doing it.
With the NASDAQ leaving the opening range at the high of the day, it's going to take a serious reversal pattern for me to look at anything long in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I think you're right on that.
I mean, we just came up to a low volume node up around 818. And sometimes these low volume nodes can be used as I've used them relatively successfully in getting into a move that's already underway when the market's trending the way it is. When it pulls back to a low volume node, I've found that can be a good way to manage risk if it goes above that low volume node to a high volume node, then you're probably wrong.
5 minutes remaining. Yo, crude traders, got your number coming up here in about 5 minutes.
Ooh.
Thank you,
The
Eddie.
initial balances will be established.
Great stuff. If you received that email about an announcement or like an invitation, it has not happened yet. Stay tuned, because I have a feeling that sometime in the not too distant future, we will explain all that.
Also, too, like, it's so easy to think about, well, up or down, but there's also just stuck in this current price level too for the rest of the day.
Well,
gangs.
if everybody leaves for the Hamptons and Lake Geneva, that might actually ring true.
People go to Lake Geneva for Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
He's pretty
we always
cold.
used to. We used to.
Okay.
Holiday, yeah. It's the Midwest Hamptons.
My parents lived up there, so of course, that was the requirement. Everybody cruise up
Yeah, I got
there
taken out of that.
for at least
Yes.
part of the day.
Yeah.
You got to split between your parents and the in-laws.
New
They're
lows.
selling.
Someone thought you were talking about Switzerland, Hoag.
Not gonna lie, I thought you were too. I thought you were too,
No,
Hoag.
Lake Geneva, Wisconsin.
There you go.
Way better skiing, more beautiful women in Wisconsin. 100%. You haven't been there. Don't knock it.
Oh man, yes.
Relentless.
So what was so bad about those numbers?
I mean, they weren't better than expected and were pretty high.
Well, we know Eddie is.
Dude, come on, man.
Gonna eat all that Jello salad. New lows.
Taking out yesterday's low here in the Nasdaq. We're testing it at least. 763 was that price you were looking at, right, Jared?
Yeah. Yeah. Which I forgot I had an order there, so I left. I just now saw it. I left it there.
Oh,
Yeah. So we'll see.
That
I
was
think this
your-
will be my last
was your-
trade of the day.
that was your wishing order.
Yeah, no joke.
Wishes do come true sometimes.
Mm.
16.5 handle range in the S&P is now 174 handle range in the NASDAQ. Yee.
Well, Dan's talking about that Trump dump tariff level. Been talking about that all morning here.
Well, it was
What is
interesting that there wasn't over the weekend. It's 2017 all over again, Hoag. We got tweets back or truths or whatever the hell they are.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of those, do you believe them? Or do you believe what some people are saying that it's like, oh, nah, he's just saying it.
Yeah.
There wasn't really any reaction to it.
Mm-mm.
I guess that's what the markets are for, digesting information.
Nvidia just continues to drag along the bottom, 132.45 right now.
All right, got a minute here on crude oil inventories, folks. Uno momento. Looking at negative 1 million barrels, and here we go. All right, coming in at what do you got? Negative 1.844 crude oil inventories. And they were looking at just a negative million, coming in at negative 1.844. Gasoline inventories coming in at 3,314,000, and they were looking at a negative million there, negative 100,000 there. So there you go. There is your crude oil inventories for the day. And what did it do? Nada. Nothing. You see nothing? A little drop. Stumbling over a curb, the crude. I see nothing. I know nothing. There it is. Goodness.
Dan's right that there was a dump on Monday night. I guess what I was saying more is the markets are kind of having the process what the probability of these things are because there would presumably be a much bigger dump in equities if it was like it's kind of like the Fed watch rate where we give percentages or stuff like that. Maybe in chat, throw it out. What are the odds of like the 25% tariffs? If you had to guess between 0% and 100%.
Well, that was what? Canada and Mexico, 25%, right?
Mhm.
And then China, 10%.
Well, he sure got their attention.
Everybody getting tariffs.
Well,
Perfect.
the
Well,
Canadian
this
dollar.
is good. What's being thrown out in the chat roughly is I think what the market is kind of discounting. Most people are saying between like 5 and 30% low. And I agree. It could be the beginning of like, a negotiating point. So I think that's what's happening here. We got IB, Hoag.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, with that, the Canadian dollar plunged to a 4-year low. And peso traded near its lowest level since 2022. A little more than a slap on the wrist.
Oh, righty.
Mm.
All right. Let's take a look. 1 second. I'm getting notes from the background here. Eddie, are you going to be giving this announcement in a little bit?
Oh, sweet baby. Yes, indeed.
Well, what do you say? You want to do it?
Let's do this. All
Mm.
right.
Let's do it.
I got my camera on. All right, folks, we've got something new and exciting that we want to
Very exciting.
share with you here.
Very, very
I am
exciting.
on, correct? I am on, correct?
You will be shortly. We'll get you in there.
Sure. Okay. All right, I'm waiting.
Here he is.
All right. Okay. We got some neat stuff coming up here. We got something really exciting for everyone today. Starting right now, we're going to be dropping a link to a wait list. All right. You're going to want to be on this one. All right. And what it is the new Topstep Dashboard Early Access. We're selecting a limited group of Topstep X traders for early access to the next generation of the Topstep dashboard. Now, what we did is we've upgraded the technology, overhauled the infrastructure, so we can better support our community and launch more features that you've been asking for. So we've got the wait list. We pinned it up in the chat. There it is, wait list for early access. Get on that list. As part of this select group, your feedback will directly help shape the future of Topstep. And this is the first iteration that we're excited to continue evolving with your insights as we take the next step together. So, on this new features to the dashboard, we're going to be having a thing called the Reset Bank. Now, every month, when your trading combine account rebuilds, pay attention, you're going to get one free reset. All right, you can use it immediately. You could bank it for later. You can apply it to any account of your choice, but you can't sell it on eBay. All right, I just added that one in there. Real-time trade processing. Trade performance is now updated instantly. Hit your target and immediately activate your express funded account. Bada bing, bada boom. No waiting. Okay. Also, what we're doing is we've got an instant payout deduction. Request a payout, and the funds are instantly deducted from your balance. Instantly. Keep trading without worrying about affecting your payout. You got a lot of that too. Hey, if I get a payout, can I keep trading? What's going on? That's going to help. Okay. Also, resets extend rebuild dates. Now, resetting your account automatically extends your rebuild date by 30 days. Okay, we know that, giving a full month of trading with every reset. So We do see that they're 25% off trading combines. Now, up to 10 accounts. You can't go nuts, but enjoy 25% off up to 10 trading combines with your exclusive early access. Great time to experience the future of Top Step at a special price. So that is what I've had so far here today. And I want to make sure that everybody has, if you've got questions, of course, we all are going to have questions about this. If you want to just post them in the chat as we go, we can maybe get to those. I'll be watching chat here all day and do the best I can to answer your questions. But this is something I'm really digging that you get the rebill and you could use it immediately. You could bank it for later, save it for later, and apply it to any account of your choice. So, when will we be selected? Well, you know what? We're going to be getting names. We'll let you know. Just, fill it out. We'll come back here next week. I think everything's going to be in line, and we'll get a list of names of those who have been the chosen ones. So, cool beans. And I think I'm going to pass this back to Jack. Jack, back to you.
Thank you, Hoag. Let's freaking go. We're
You're
getting
welcome
hammered
there,
here.
Ellie.
Thank you. We're getting
Call
hammered
me
now
Hoag.
in the NQ.
Yeah, leaving
Hoag,
the leaving the IB low behind that could be a good short if we get back up to that level.
yeah, we'll go short. Guys, unfortunately, I did lose $400 on a Thanksgiving heat check, but that's okay. I'm done with that. We'll go short.
What was
All
the heat
right.
check? Just buy it.
No, not just buy it. I thought it was at the, I thought we were getting it. It was one of those ones with the Dakota style 6-to-1 risk to reward, but
Got you.
whatever. I learned my lesson. No gravy for me.
No soup for you.
No
I'll give you a
soup
little
for me.
gravy.
No turkey. I'd sit in the basement.
Oh, come on, Jack. You've earned it all.
All right.
Hogue, what price was that IB low?
In the Nasdaq, 765.
765.
The S&Ps, the IB low is 6,020 half.
What is
Putting
happening in
on
the
the charts
background?
now.
Sorry, my niece and nephew are here for the holiday, so
All
if you hear
right,
some
put
kids
them
playing
on.
in the
Oh,
background, that's
Put them on.
that's what's
Cool.
going on.
Teach them how to trade.
5-minute RSI down to
Let's see what they
13.
think what Thanksgiving is. I still love that. What is Thanksgiving?
Down 1.25% the Nasdaq. Are we going to V this, or are we going to have Black Wednesday? Y'all remember Black Wednesday? Jay knows what I'm talking about. Day before Thanksgiving, or is that not something that happens in New York?
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yes, yeah, Black Wednesday, where everyone
Everybody
comes
goes
home for the
out.
holiday. Yep, out at your local bar. I think my
Yep.
high school reunion was on a Black Wednesday actually, which was a very interesting time to have it. But
I'll bet.
yeah, good stuff.
All right.
765, right, Hogue?
Yes.
All right.
765 half to be precise. We're down 1.8 1.2% in the NASDAQ.
ES kind of fell away too, finally.
Yeah, it did. Now it's coming back to that IB low in the S&Ps. What I'd really like to see is a failed downside auction so we can go long and take that all the way to the IB high in the S&Ps, which would take us all the way up to 6037. IB high in the NASDAQ is the high of the session, 939. We do end up with a failed downside auction here. Back inside the initial balance in the S&Ps, that makes sense. It's the stronger of the two. So now we've got a potential failed downside auction in the S&Ps. Now that we're back above the IB high, IB low.
Yeah,
Anyone?
I saw some big selling
You order?
coming in at 60,23 in the S&Ps. If we can get above that, we might see some really nice covering coming here.
All right, Hoag.
I think I'm going to get back in long on the Russell. It's actually looking like it's playing out for what I was looking for before.
Delta on the ES negative 17,000, still growing.
18.2 here.
Yeah.
Do you like a long here, Jay?
I'm looking at the Russell. Yeah, I do like the long. We bounced off a settlement. We tested settlement, bounced off of it. Had a volume event down there where it looked like a little bit of an exhaustion of sellers getting absorbed there. So if I get in long here, I can risk a new low on the day and feel pretty comfortable with that.
Okay, we're long two S&Ps, 22.75.
All right. What was that price again,
I've
Hoag?
got pretty 22.75. I've got pretty tight risk on it. I want to see it hold the IB low at 20.5. Now we're back inside the initial balance in the NASDAQ as well. So we do have potential failed downside auctions. I'd like to see it drive higher now that we're back inside the IB. Come on, let's get a little bit higher up. We can finally put in a 3-bar reversal here in the S&Ps.
Your entry's at 22.5.
Yes.
Okay.
22.75. The orders.
Yeah.
Right,
Above
Hoag.
25 here,
volume
we should
note.
see some more covering coming in.
Gotta get above this low volume node we're stuck in here.
Avenge me, Hoag.
I'm trying.
Andre's not here to say Bitcoin, cash market at least.
We're
4%
trying.
today.
It's the house account. We're trying.
We're trying.
Come on, let's get a push here. Let's close those single ticks up to 28. Gonna get through this low volume node here. 24 half. Jeez, that delta is pretty negative there, isn't it? Minus 18,000. A lot of shorts.
For the board, house count long 2 ES from 60, 22, 3
The orders.
The orders.
Hoag, did you know anybody on the floor that would like use tarot cards or something like that to take their trades?
Use tarot cards?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Interesting
Coal,
idea.
burn incense, sacrifice chickens, and do a tarot card. Bye.
Roll chicken
I got
bones.
a poll. I think production should have it. I'm curious about this.
Yeah, we can get a poll out there soon. Have you ever used the occult in your trading? And we'll see
Just voodoo.
6,000 people who draw lines on charts say no.
Oh, Robert. Ribeye Robert on top of things, man. He got that poll out really quick. Good job, Robert. Nice
Chicken
to have you
bones and
back,
tea
Robert.
leaves. There you go.
Yeah. Wait, exactly.
Yeah.
Hoag uses it every day.
I got my chicken bones here somewhere.
I think the most that I heard, I think when we were doing Squawk Radio, somebody came in saying they were doing astrology.
Yeah. Moons.
Moons and stuff like that. And
What is Hoag doing now?
Chicken bones.
Nice. He wasn't joking.
You really got him.
Poor rooster.
We are not really getting the reaction that I was hoping for above the IB low here, but we are still long. Time slows when you have a position on.
Sure does.
I
Time
think we actually
slows when
did
you're
get
on a
that 3
date.
bar reversal in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps here. Jay, do you see it?
Yes. Yeah, I do, Hoag. I just
5
got
minute.
long in the Russell. This is a mini now, just one mini, risking new lows on the day. But yeah, I do see that 3 bar reversal. So just
Jay, do you think we
needed to
need
hold
to?
up.
Do you think we need to hold the low of the day in this trade in the S&Ps?
Are you saying is that where our risk should go? If we're long 2 right now, it's risking up
Right.
less than $1,000. I think that's okay. I think that's fine.
Okay.
I think give it the room.
Okay.
The market
So
already showed that it
CYA
can trade to
is
those
13
levels.
quarter.
Yeah, that's where I would put
Having
it.
trouble holding the IB low now, though.
Yeah, looks like we are not done.
Yeah.
We got the potential failed downside auction. We got a 3 bar reversal. No guarantees of anything, ladies and gentlemen. Anything can happen. ACH.
NASDAQ
right
well
up.
below.
Yep. We're going to see a failed downside auction. I like to see it happen quickly.
Happen quick. Yeah.
VIX is climbing just a bit, and the put call ratio is climbing just a bit. So this happens to me when I join TopstepTV or other things. But I have a rule that if price trades below the overnight low and doesn't reject, then it's shorts only.
It's short.
Don't try to
Right.
catch a reversal. And, about 5 minutes ago, I'm looking at the chart. I'm like, oh my goodness, I did it again. Like just totally right over the head. So I'm like, yeah, why was I trying to go long at any point after that failed downside? I just blew through the overnight low, tested it right here, tried to come back up, and that rejected. For me, that was an automatic short only. Plus, I had these EMAs on to try to help me. But, it's one of those things in the fog of the trade, you kind of forget it and off you go. But yeah, for me, I'm not going to try to catch up the bottom today because we don't, especially on the NASDAQ, we don't know if there'll be a bottom. And right now, sellers are in control. And that
Yes,
was
they
maybe a
are.
mental thing that I had to get okay with was because I've caught a reversal before. So, and sometimes
Now they're all good.
reverses. Yeah, exactly. Or it reversed on me when I should have, and I was like, oh, I'll never have that happen again. Right. No, I realized, no, from now on, be okay with a reversal, be okay being taken out. But the rule is if that setup happens, it trades below the overnight low and retests it, be okay, go short. And if it takes me out and reverses, that's okay. Be okay with it.
I know a couple other people who have that rule too. That if it takes out the overnight low, you're short.
Mhm.
If it maintains below that, if it rejects, you go
Yep.
long.
Yep. Yeah, if it rejects, go long full bore. Full port.
With that being said, do we cut this trade here?
Do we
And
cut
we have our
one?
stop.
Yeah, we have our stopping.
Yep.
Let's say we paid our admission.
To me, like now when I look at the chart again, like maybe the next possible stopping point is like 20,708, then 20,639, which is an EMA, and then 20,487. So it's just kind of, to me, we got past and now it's just covering and delta hedging and everything else, and there's just momentum to the downside. Could be wrong. Anything can happen, as Hoag says.
Just want to put this out there, folks. We are not suggesting anybody take our trades. Don't take our trades. Take your trades.
Yes. 100%.
There's that disclaimer.
And here's a classic reason why, Hoag, you're right on this. So just because I have a level on the chart, but I also have Bookmap running. I also have spent probably 1,000 hours in front of Bookmap reading the tape.
Mhm.
So like that influences things that I do. And if you don't have Bookmap, then a lot of the setups that I take won't work for you. Or if you don't read, haven't practiced reading the tape. And I'm okay,
I think
jumping too. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say that, Jared. I think the goal for any viewer, if you like the way somebody trades, is just try to understand how they get to their decision making, and then try to enforce that in your own trading. Right. I like the way Dakota looks at chart patterns in order to take a trade, but I can't follow everything he does, especially because we're doing this in such a short time frame. My opinion can change after I see something happen on the chart in 30 seconds, right? We're not long-term investing here. So to try to follow that is pretty hard to do, especially with a delay in the markets. So just try to understand how someone gets to their decisions and learn from that instead of trying to, make the same exact trade that someone makes.
100%. Yeah.
Jared, we got the results of the poll. Have you used
my.
psychics, tarot cards, or other types of fortune telling? I guess it wasn't even in trading. Possible answers: no, 78%. Yes, 11%. Yes, I use them for trading, 10%.
Wow. So here's where we ready for a little story or rant, or is there something we're watching here? We good?
I'm
Go
flat
for
on
it.
that trade.
Okay.
Back up $4 on the day. But go ahead, Jared.
That was a
All right,
nice trade.
interrupt me
It
if-
worked out really nicely in the Russell, didn't it?
Yeah, I did. Thanks, Hoag.
Sweet. Nice. Good job.
Well,
All right.
we're going to cut this if we open the next 30-minute bar below the low of the IB low.
Nice call.
All right, Jared, floor is
All right.
yours.
All right. Well, I think
Go for it, Jared.
I'm not intentionally, but I think I'm going to piss off a couple ICT traders today, especially if they follow a certain person, the father of ICT. And the reason being is because I think most traders, without realizing it, they are looking for someone to tell them the future. They're looking for, and they do it either in what's your trade, what's your bias, what trade are you going to take? Because we all want to know, will this work out for me? Is it the future? What is the price going to do? And even the way he talks when he presents, he talks as in, I know what's going to happen. I wrote it. And we all love some kind of fortune teller that will help us. And that sounds really good because then there's no risk in it. And we have it all across the board. We had it in the election. Here's what the poll's going to have. We had voting for it so we could maybe know who was going to be president. And that's how it's human nature. We want to know, is this dangerous and all that. And what I realized finally, the journey of a trader is at the very beginning, I want to make money. I hate losing. I need to know the future. I can learn this on my own. And so then we start throwing on indicators. We subscribe to Seeking Alpha, Bazinga, CNBC. All of those things are fortune telling things. And at some point, we're kind of doing okay. We're making a little money. We lose money, all that kind of stuff. It's not until we realize that doesn't work. And then we have to get to the capable part. And then where we start learning a model, start learning a strategy, we take our own trades. And then after that, we can either stay there. And it's kind of like that connection there is a come to Jesus moment where I'm either going to have to settle down and learn this, or maybe get a coach, or so I can actually make a living, or I'm done. Right? I'll never make money. And then after that, you become a professional. But I would say half the traders, the way they're trading that, whether they know it or not, and half the trades will kind of work and kind of say, yes, this strategy works. But in the end, they're following a fortune teller. That's my spiel.
Wow. We got
Nice.
hot turkey coming out of the oven there. Anyone else aside from that, I think or at least how I feel, is a lot easier to take a trade if someone else is in it or gives you the permission structure to do it, because then when you lose, it's not your fault.
Place the blame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
But when you win,
You're
it's
the
all
genius.
you, baby. You're the genius.
Absolutely.
That's a good feeling.
100%.
All right. How about this NASDAQ? 2750. Where we're hanging out right now, still below the initial balance. I think we're done with numbers for the day, correct, Hoag?
There's natural gas number at 11. There's a 7-year note auction at 10:30.
Nothing huge.
Nothing huge. Yep.
Hoag, what's the
It's going to
total
close
risk on
out
that trade?
950.
Okay.
See where this opens.
Our volume for the day too is terribly low, like 50% of what it normally is.
Oh, I'll bet it
That's
is.
something to keep an eye on as we get to the afternoon too. We'll still have everybody out here looking for trades, but yeah, volume's going to dry up. A lot of participants are not in the markets.
All right. No failed downside auction here, guys. We preempted
Delta's
it.
Yeah.
We gave it a college try. Open this next 30-minute bar below the initial balance low. That's a short, folks.
Delta is 19,500 on ES.
Uh-huh.
Me.
I'm seeing 20,700.
Yeah.
Unless we get a real good push, we're out of this when this there it is. All right, we're out. Down 606.
Let's see. London, Europe. Are they closed now? Are they
10:30
Half an hour.
Central. Well, watch this thing turn around and rip to the upside. Anything can happen, folks. ACH. As long as we
Hoag,
hold IB low, it's a short.
With the NASDAQ already taking out yesterday's low and the ES kind of right around 50% of yesterday's range, do you think that there's, if the NASDAQ continues to lead, there's a lot more room lower in the S&P? Yesterday's low is down at 59.76.
Yeah. 976. I'm trying to just kind of look here. Okay, we're below the IB low. So really, I mean, the next target would be yesterday's low. Below that, 6,000.
On the NQ,
Gotcha.
we got a value area low from last Thursday coming up at the 20,700 level here. I don't know, Hoag, and then a point of control below that.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I got us some movement.
Yep. Should have been looking
So
for that
glad
short
I'm
once
short.
we opened below that IB low.
Yeah.
Yeah, not fighting that just got me 280 points. Ticks.
Yeah.
Yeah, now the question is, do I close it or hold on?
You had a position?
Yeah. All right, I'm closing it and just see if I can reset. Because it came down to that 709 level.
Uh-huh. 709 quarter afternoon pullback
Yeah.
low from the 19th. Well,
And
nice trade.
unfortunately,
What's your P&L now?
that was only one contract, so I can't keep a runner on, even though I want to, because I tried so many longs there. So I'm in the whole 1,500 on the day.
In the whole 1,500, but a winner, getting on right track. You guys want to hit a few news
Yeah,
stories real
nice job.
quick? We got my favorite kind of news story. We've been dropping some hot. This is the time of year where the banks make their predictions on where the S&P 500 will be. We have a new contestant. After, I believe it was BOA yesterday, went with 6, 6, 6, 6. A lot of occult stuff today. JP Morgan strategist raised the target to 6,500 for 2025. My friends, this is capitulation because they had 4,200 maintained for the last 2 years. Guys, if this ain't a top, I don't know what to tell you. Just to put the jobless claims in perspective, I've noticed this. This is actually a chart here that I find interesting. It's the average number of applications per job opening has soared in recent years. This is the downside of the internet. And I can attest, Hoag, when we've had to fill roles here at Topstep, they say 200 plus applications per role.
Wow.
Yes. Yes.
I did
think
get
a
long
few
at
years back.
711, 711.25.
711.25. And the NQ Jared is
Stop at
long.
693.20. No, 692.50. I don't know if I'll wait for the stop. I'm just watching price action. Did you back on the top? Did you see that Hoag girl is starting a crypto coin?
Hoag?
Oh my God. Really?
Yeah.
Took her this long? It's like that would have been the first thing. The second that video came out, it would have had a crypto coin.
My goodness.
The top is in, boys. The top is in. No pun intended.
Oh my goodness.
Oh boy. Okay. 2 last quick news stories. Jared, let know how your position's going. They're looking to put bins. Jay, I heard about this. I was just in New York a few weeks ago. Forgot to give you a call. I will next time. I guess they're
Yeah, let me
putting
know.
bins out for the garbage finally.
Yeah, no more
Yeah.
garbage on the sidewalks, which is a great thing,
Really?
right? Rats
That is
are
great.
always a problem. I don't think it's going to stop the rats, but
Well, the AP had his story. It was just like rats feast on New York's bagged garbage. Could putting bins end the smorgasbord? And yeah, I mean, it's worth a try, I suppose. And then lastly, I think we have a picture for this, Gabe. And I don't even care if this is misinformation. Dolby sent this in. I'm not sure I trust the site, but it says police find police find 2-kilogram garden gnome made entirely out of MDMA. How about that?
Well, Let's have a party.
You could feed a
Never-ending
bisa for
party.
weeks with a 2K garden gnome made of MDMA. We'll
How did they know?
we'll
Did
look
they
this
lick
up. Yeah. Yeah, they like
it?
that.
Just go around licking garden gnomes and maybe I'll get lucky.
let us know, James. We're gonna send James
Topstep
out
TV
to
content guy.
yeah.
Garden gnomes. Okay, I'm going back on mute.
Why
Hey, your
garden
trade's
gnome?
looking nice.
It feels nice right now.
Feels really good. 20 some points in your favor right now.
Yeah. So that's on two. This is hilarious. So you don't have. I'm only 2 contracts in, and I'm up $900 on that trade right now. Now, well, hold. I don't know, but I'm not trying 5 contracts right now or anything like that to like dig myself out of the hole. I just don't want to lose more. That's all that matters to me right now.
No losing more.
Jared, what's your max position size on your live account
I don't.
that you will trade? Not that's allowed,
Oh.
but that your max allocation.
It all depends on the day and my P&L. So I have a rule on that. So when I start out with 2 contracts, and then if I'm up 3,000, then I go to 5 contracts. If I'm up 5,000, then I'll go up to 10 contracts, and then 10,000, I'll go up to 15 contracts.
Nice. So it's scaled, and that's every day, or is that the balance in your account, right? So if you're up 3,000 on the day, then you'll increase it.
Yeah.
Am I hearing that correctly? Okay, got you.
Yes.
Nice.
Yep. And then every day I reset back to 2 contracts.
I think that's great. Look at every trading day
Now-
as its own thing.
Exactly. Now, I don't use Topstep X, unfortunately, so I don't have the awesome feature where you can put in a stop loss to not lose more than 50% of your day. So I did that the other day. I was quick and I put in a silver trade, and I did not pay attention to where my stop was and how much that actually was, and it messed me up. And I ended up hitting my daily loss on that day. Yeah, one of those things. I was up doing great, up 20K on the day, feeling top of the world, and just didn't pay attention to one of my entries.
Yikes.
I'll be back in just a couple of minutes, guys.
Hoag's subbing out for a few minutes. Real quick, I just want to say NVIDIA at an interesting level right now. This is back where it bottomed out on Halloween. Since then, it's gone as high as 152, back down to 132. We got a man in the wings right now who uses a lot of GPUs. He has part of a master's in coding of some kind. It's John Doherty. He's got our stats. What's up, John?
What's up, guys? Filling in for Hoag just for a couple of minutes. But yeah, I got some payout numbers if you want to see them.
Let's do it.
Who wants to call the over-under today? What's the number, guys?
Wasn't it like 2 million yesterday?
Yeah, we hit a milestone yesterday. 2 million plus.
1.6.
1.9.
1.2.
1.2, huh? 1.6. And what was the other one?
1.5. You didn't hear me?
1.5 for Eddie. Okay, well, here we go.
Thanks.
Here's the number. 1.881.
Ooh.
That's a lot of money, folks.
2 big days. Back to back.
Pardon me. This could be our biggest week ever. Well, if it wasn't a holiday week, it would probably be our biggest week ever. But just
7
Let's get ready for
over
Black
700
Friday here.
Yeah, that
JD,
Black
do
Friday
we know what
bill,
that record
that's
is?
for sure.
Do we
What's
know what the record is for the most payouts in a day? Like for how many people? Right, we have 714 here.
Oh yeah, I
Do
can
you know what
find
that
that
number
out.
is?
We're up there. I think yesterday we had 893. Yesterday was
Oh wow,
yesterday was in the 800s. So that might have been the record yesterday.
awesome.
That's the record, I bet.
Yeah. I don't know if they're just trying to hammer all these out before everybody takes the rest of the week off or what's going on. But yeah, last couple days just been huge. Here's your top payouts from yesterday also. Praveen, Keith. These are all XFA payouts, by the way. Praveen from 5 XFAs, Keith from 4 XFAs, Siam from 5 XFAs, Hasnan from 3 XFAs, and Jakub from a single XFA. 23,500 from a single XFA.
Nice.
And James, I think we have that we got that breakdown, stats breakdown. Yes, Gabe is back there. He has it. Wonderful. Let's throw that up. 20% taking their payout for the first time. This also means that more than 50% of the traders that took this 1.8 million has taken more than three payouts in their lifetime at Topstep. So again, impressive numbers. 20% first time payouts, just about $380,000. Big time money flying around here, guys. Big time money.
Thank you, JD. Back with
You
some
are
more stats
welcome.
a little bit later.
Hey,
And
It is
I
enough.
guess
showing off.
I guess I'm gonna hang out till Hoag gets back, I guess.
Welcome.
Hey,
What's up, Eddie?
if I can squeeze in here regarding payouts, just a heads up, traders that have made $5,000 in payouts can come to Topstep TV to join the payout club. Every day on our TV chat, we're going to be dropping the payout club check-in form. We're going to just drop that out here in the chat, where you can sign up for the exclusive 5K club hat and the pin. And we got a picture of that. Well, there it is, the pin. Look at that pin. That is beautiful. One thing though, we only ship to the United States. If you are outside of the States and you do have family in the States, friends in the States, we can ship it to them and then they can ship it to you. So you can get it. But we apologize for that. But anyway, here is the link. We'll get that out. There's the payout club link. Good job.
Nice.
Hey, while I'm here, real quick, with the upcoming Thanksgiving holiday in the United States, just a heads up here, traders, we're going to be off air this Thursday and Friday. But Topstep TV will be back live on Sunday, December 1st for the market kickoff with Nick for a Tick. Yes, the new dad. At 4:45 p.m. Central Time. This Sunday, December 1st, we'll be back, but tomorrow and Friday, we will not be here. So tell your friends, tell your family, tell everybody they will not be here. So that's what I've got, and back to you, Jack.
Thank you, Eddie. All right. Yeah, we're off Thursday and Friday. You should be too.
Absolutely. You need that energy for next week. You got to reset mentally. Now, maybe it is like read a book or something, somehow like, build back up that energy. But yeah, I agree with Hetty too. Taking a payout, as MP always says, that first payout, it feels amazing. The second one, almost maybe more so because it feels like confirmation that it wasn't a fluke.
Yeah. How many payouts have you had?
Is it 3 now? Yeah, 3.
Nice.
Yep.
Keep them going.
Jared, are you still in that long by any chance?
I closed it and then reloaded.
Yeah, I like it a lot better now on that reaction at 700.
Yeah, definitely. Yep. Closed it. I closed it before I hit a stop loss on it. So I took profit on that one. And then I reloaded again at 704. No. At 698.75.
Oh, wow. What an entry.
Yeah. And then I have a stop at 704 that I'm kind of I think I'm going to try to leave it there right now. We'll see.
Mike in the chat saying every holiday every day is a holiday when you're a trader. Okay. I think someone's found the MDMA gnome.
I don't know. When I woke up at 3:00 this morning, it didn't feel like a holiday.
Every day is Halloween.
What do you mean by that, Eddie?
It's a song by Ministry.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
It's out.
I thought my
Well,
birthday's
JD,
on
welcome to
Halloween,
the
so
show.
I'm here. I love the gnome talk too. When James jumped down and said, asked if people are just going around like licking random gnomes, it reminded me of these two goofy guys that I grew up with. They used to go around like breaking into people's air conditioners and sucking the freon out. Real weird stuff. But yeah,
Hell yeah,
what do you
that's a fun
find?
time.
Yeah. What part of Mount Greenwood were you at, JD? That's something.
They were
That's something
they
right
were
there.
twins too. They'd ride around on their bikes, crashing people's air conditioners.
JD, you know that we're expecting twins in January. I don't need to hear
Oh, I'm
about
sorry, Jack. I am sorry,
goofy
Jack.
twin. I don't want to think of my future kids out in Mount Greenwood sucking the freon on the air conditioners.
Dude, it gets worse. Me and my two brothers, my youngest brother was 10 years younger than me. I was 15, and we decided to play keep away with a knife.
Oh. Any winners?
Don't they do that?
Yeah,
They do that
the
in prison?
youngest one.
That's a prison game.
My parents, I have no clue how they made it.
All right, momentary slowdown here. Yeah, a lot of red candles. You eyeing anything, JD?
Not really. I'm not actually even sharing my charts. I pulled the combine up a few minutes ago, but let me transfer over to my live account. Hang on.
Man, ES is still pretty weak, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Delta is negative 22,000. That is not good.
Gotta fire it up and sell some NVIDIA puts. Channel my Dakota.
Now the 609 on the ES 6,925, that area. So there's some orders kind of sitting there and it dries up after that. And on the 2 hour, there's a top red candle there. Here. Over to that. Actually. Yeah, so this candle right here, I wonder about that. If it were to come down across there and touch that, that's like about 606, 609.
Yeah, I can see that. Hoag, was that a late spike from the 25th, which would have been Monday? That 609 area? Is Hoag back?
Yes, Hoag is just getting settled in.
Hoag's in the background. Yep.
Yeah,
Take a
I
look.
see that also, though, Jared.
What day, Jay?
The 25th, which was Monday.
Oh, I have it 26 at 1 a.m. I guess it depends on which red candle you're. Yeah, 25th at 11 p.m.
It's there as well.
Okay.
It's not I don't see it as a daytime frame late spike.
Okay.
Well, we're right around. Let me. Through yesterday's value area low in the ES. I'm going to switch back to the NQ real quick.
Getting a little bit of price movement now on the NQ.
Yeah.
Are you still long,
35
Jared?
looks really good.
I am. So for me, I have a 21 EMA on the 1 minute chart. So we just crossed over that. The next one is the 50 EMA, same 1 minute chart. Now 21's below the 50, so right now we could ping pong in between. There's not a strong confirmation yet that we could maybe
You're putting in a 3-bar
direct-
reversal here now as well.
Okay.
Looking for the long
That's something to
NQ.
keep- Yeah.
Yeah. The last one didn't work. Maybe this one will.
Yeah.
Well, you can take it, Hoag, if you want.
Well, it would be here and now. Watching to see if the S&P does the same thing.
S&P still has this order sitting down here at 610, 611. That makes me, in the fact that it's a negative 22,000 delta.
Grab the 150 lot in the NQ.
Where?
I'd have to open up the time and sales. I was just looking at the ladder. It looked like it did.
I mean, my basic
27.
rules say, if we leave single ticks below the IB low, we're looking for shorts. I'm not looking for longs here just yet.
Yeah, there were at 732. Looks like 1,300 contracts traded. 732.50 on the NQ. That's quite a few.
Hoag, the IB low in the S&P is at 20, right around 20, 20 half, right? So if you do take a short below that, where do you set your risk on something like that? I have VWAP at 27 half.
So once we broke the IB low and we came back inside it, we were looking for longs. The high from where we got to was 24 half. So the risk would be above 24 half to short the IB low. So 5-6 points of risk on that.
Okay.
I can show you something that happened in gold here. So the IB low in gold was 26.70.10. Once it opened below that, we're looking for shorts. Price went right to the IB low, and sellers came in almost back to the IB low. Sellers came in again. This is a 30-minute chart. And we're not seeing a whole bunch of continuation on this. We were talking in the opening call. We had a lot of longs in this market in the overnight session. This is a pullback low, or an overnight inventory adjustment. Basically, almost didn't close the gap from yesterday, but got close to it. This area becomes support because that's yesterday's high. Overnight inventory adjustment, shorter time frame, weaker hands, longs getting out, taking us to not be able to close the gap. We're still looking for longs here, but we don't have good trade location for longs, and we've got market generated information from today that says as long as we're below the IB low, we're looking for shorts. So we could see this market continue to try and get back into or close the range or get back into it. We have the base of the late spike that occurred yesterday as well. So that was a late spike base to the downside. The base of that was 26.49.60. We opened above it, indicating acceptance of higher pricing, but it never takes the straight line, does it? So we see the afternoon pull, we see the overnight inventory adjustment, unable to close the gap. As long as we can't close this gap, we're still looking for longs. So we've got a little bit of conflicting information here. In shorter time frame, that IB low offered two nice opportunities for shorts, but we're up against a bigger picture of the late spike base, and opening above it indicates probable acceptance of higher pricing. That's all it implicates. It's never going to take the straight line. Rarely do they make it easy, and when you get the right answer, the market's going to change the questions. But that's what we're looking at in gold. But that IB low Nice opportunity. Once it closed below it for a short, once it got back to it for a short, got back to it again for another short. How many times are we going to go to the well on that? I don't know.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, Eddie is
Alrighty,
back
thank you.
there.
That
I
was
think we
the
got an announcement.
exclamation point. Yeah. Yes, we do. Of course. Hey, every day on this big blue marble, people start trading on Topstep X for the first time. Yeah, for the first time. Congratulations. Welcome, Topstep X. If you're one of them, okay, I bet you're having some serious questions about getting started. You hear all this talk about all the cool things that we've got on Topstep X that we're adding, we're looking to, and so forth. Well, we got good news. Good news for you is that here at Topstep, we've got a whole collection of videos on how to use Topstep X. And got some really cool features. And the best part is that these videos are only about 5 minutes long. Right? So it's not, you're not sitting there for a half an hour going, come on, answer my question. Coach Robert. Yes, Coach Robert. You got to give Coach Robert the bell. There it is. Dun, dun, dun. He's knocked these out of the park. We had some videos prior. Now we've got some new ones. We're going to be adding more as we do add more to Topstep X. So whether this is your first time trading on Topstep X or you've been here since day one, take a look at the playlist and see if you are learning something, or if you need to learn something, or if you think something that we can add to make something better. So have at it. We're going to drop that link in the chat if we can. So check it out. It's a brand new screen. I saw it today and I'm like, hey, there's Robert. Robert did that. Way to go, Robert. You know, I tell you, but you do such a good job on those. If anybody can explain anything, Robert can. And my question, Robert, what is the meaning of life? You can explain that to us in a video, 5-minute video or less. That would be cool. Otherwise, I'm going to pass it back to Jack. Jack, back to you, my friend.
Thank you very much, Eddie. Back to the salt mines.
Back to the salt. Meanwhile, back at the ranch.
We watch
According to
paint
Pablo
dry.
Picasso, the meaning of life is to find your gift. The purpose of your life is to give it away.
Confucius say, man who stand on toilet seat, high on pot. So 42 is the answer. Where have I been? I guess I didn't get the answer. The meaning of life, 42.
Oh, yeah.
Jackie
Little Hitchhiker's
Robinson.
Guide.
That's right. That's right. Great movie. Great movie. Good book.
Minus 25,000 delta in the S&Ps now.
My Lord. And that's on a pretty low volume day, too.
Still only 1,000 negative in the NASDAQ, however.
So I wish someone in chat could explain this, but watching the NQ, the GEX level, main level, just moved up to 779. It was below. So what does that mean? And here's
The
what
what level?
So the gamma level.
Oh.
So this level right here that was at 779. It is at 779. It was down below at 5 something. And it all of a sudden moved and the profile changed. So somebody's positioning changed.
Anne Marie, if she's still in the chat, might be able to expound on that a little bit, as much as you can in the chat.
Yeah.
So what's it showing there? Just like the highest, like node or the
Yes. Yep.
the max
So
pain or
right. So at this point, The gamma level is negative. Before it was positive. So they weren't taking heat. They were okay until it got down to a certain level. And then now it's switched. So now it's negative. So they're going to need price to come back up, is what I believe is correct. And that's on InQ. ES, it looks
Look.
very different. You can see how it looks very different.
Uh-huh.
So we're
We're starting
major
to get a nice
long.
little pop here in the NASDAQ. You're still long, right?
Yeah.
S&Ps are just dragging along the bottom now. The thing seems to have switched there as well.
Yeah. And the profile is different too. Yesterday, the profile was different on both on the NQ and ES also. And I was asking around why.
Mhm.
I need to ask the right person.
Mhm.
Well, there could be
Well,
too. What
yesterday,
could
go ahead, Jack.
Sorry, what?
exacerbate these moves, if you think about it from like a market maker position in options, we got a pretty big sell off here, and you got to hedge those. Those options aren't due; they don't expire today or something. You still got to hedge them, but it's an illiquid market.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So at this point, 779.50 ish would be a level that we'll have to see what happens.
We do see NVIDIA potentially putting a 3-bar reversal in here.
And for NVIDIA, 131.92 was the level that needed to be defended.
And it was defended.
Okay.
I believe the low is 32.
Well, I am only down $52 on the day at this point. Woohoo!
Look
Very
at
nice.
you.
Good job. Good job.
We'll see if we can keep it. That is
Jay,
unrealized.
you seeing anything interesting here?
Well, oh,
$5.
we'll see
Maybe
if we
not.
get
Can you guys hear
Jay's
me?
mic working. There's
There we
Jay.
go.
Now we
I'm
got
there.
you.
I was looking at a downside target in the S&Ps if we continue to sell off this white line on the chart here, which is the 200 moving average on the 30-minute. It's kind of right around that 6,000 even level. Volume just really slowed down here. So I see potential for where the market can go, but being more of a momentum trader, I like the markets to go where I want them to go fairly quickly. And that's why I pay so much
Mhm.
attention to volume. With the volume being this low, it's not a trade that I'm willing to take because I don't think I'm okay sitting in it for 3 hours to get down to that target. So I have an idea of where I think the market can go. If I see, I'll keep my charts up. If I see momentum coming in, then I'll try to get in the flow with that momentum. But for right now, feels a lot like a 50-50 and kind of basing out at these lows, seeing the NASDAQ pop a little bit. Not seeing a whole lot I love. Was just looking at micro Bitcoin as well, since we quote Bitcoin prices now. And it is at the 200 moving average on the 30-minute. Had a nice little rally up to there. Could be a potential area to take a cheap short. But I don't think I want to short Bitcoin either. So scanning around, not seeing a great opportunity in the equities. So not going to force a trade.
With the lack
Remember-
of volume, Jade, do you find that it's a little blurry when you're looking for opportunities? I mean, I would think about. I don't know how you guys feel about it. I mean, we're seeing the NASDAQ in a nice little rip to the upside. We've got a 3-bar reversal now in the S&Ps.
Mm.
But I mean, last thing we want to do is get biffed up. This could be a pretty decent opportunity. We did leave somewhat of a weak low in the S&Ps. Just fishing, I guess.
I like the long. I don't want to get biffed, but I like the long. Jared, are you still in a
Yeah?
position?
I am, but what I'm thinking of is this. I would not be surprised if it rechecks. I mean, we're down what 1% in some. Like generally, especially this late in the day, 10:30 in the morning, a V reversal just isn't likely. So I'm thinking take profits. I can always get back in. And I got more cushion to work with too.
So are you flat now?
No, I'm not. What do you guys
Still
think?
in.
Yeah.
I like what you're saying there as far as like
I like
account
the trade.
management.
Mm-hmm. I like the trade too. Good
Okay.
job.
So I'm going to here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move my stop up to 737.5. And the reason being, 737, roughly there. The reason being is because price is currently over the 50 EMA on the 1 minute. And we kind of got a little bar here. I have 1 minute chart up here. If I jump to 2, yeah, I think I'll go to 734.75. And if it takes me out, I'm okay with that. And then I'll try to get back in. And if it doesn't take me out, I'm in a good trade.
You're in a great
Love
trade.
it. Love it. Love
Yep.
it.
Great
And
job.
speaking of that, JD is in the wings. JD's going to have a little chat with Jay about VIP and the Lunatics. JD, hello.
What is up, guys? It's your Wednesday, Synthetic Friday, for us at least. It's time for your VIP drop-in. Coach Jay, head coach of the Lunatics, he's here. He's been here all morning. What is up, Jay? What are you telling your guys going into this long weekend? Are you telling them to stay out of the markets on Friday? Are you telling them to do anything?
Yeah, I think we had a meeting yesterday. We talked a little bit about, the next 2 days being half days, and maybe not trying to force your opinion in a market that, you might be one of the only participants in. But it's been a good conversation. I think, this week we've all said it. It's a good time. You hear the kids playing in the background, but it's a good time to, take some time off the charts, get a reset, kind of refresh your mindset going into the rest of the year. Because we do have 1 month left, in the trading year. So, yeah, just not try to force too much this week. If you're up on the week, if you're up today and you're, you can step away, good time to do so. But had a really good conversation. Again, JD, with the group that I have, I try to focus on what they're looking for as traders and not try to push my strategy on them because everyone sees the market differently. And my job is to just close the gap between what they say they're trying to do and what they're actually doing. So as much as they can share, what they're looking for in the markets, I can try to guide them in the right direction.
Excellent. Yeah. That's very sound advice. When markets are thin, volatility is going to be, I don't know, sketchy. Very low participation rate. That's just how it works on holidays. This is not the time to go out and blow an account up. So yeah, take that time off. All right, with that, we've got the top 5 from the Lunatics here. We pull those up real quick. Coach Jay's leaderboard, real high level overview. Coach Jay started with 51 traders, 27 of which have moved on to bigger and better trading. No longer in the VIP experience. 3 traders currently in XFAs, 9 active in trading combines as of yesterday, and team total 2 payouts for $8,000. There are your top traders right now. Dana still on the top. Been kind of bouncing around that P&Ls. Just sort of jacking around that $2,000 level, but Dana is still hanging in there. Timothy up there right now. We're going to talk about Timothy in just a minute. Fresh in the XFA. Eric could use a few words of encouragement probably. Then we got Johnny and Derek fighting their hearts out to get into that XFA account. Eric down $2,300. Doesn't have much room to play with. Anything we could say to Eric to boost his spirits? Get him on the right side of this. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Don't think about being down $2,300. Think about you have a $700 account right now, and if you were trading a $700 account, you're going to have to trade small if you want that account to survive. Now, some of the percentages that we look at, like Coach Paul says it all the time: don't risk more than 12% of your account any given day. 12% of $700 is not a whole lot of room. So maybe you want to increase that number a little bit. Maybe you're going 25% on any given day. But I would say, don't try to just swing for the fences on one day to try to make it back. trade micros. You're obviously trading micros, and it's sometimes, JD, it's hard with these numbers because the trader might be doing everything correct and just taking losing trades. So I would say, as long as if that $2,300 to the downside happened over the course of 2 weeks and you just hit a bad streak, then that's trading, right? It's not the easiest thing to do. But if if that's 2 days, then you're not managing the account well. So if you haven't managed the account well, to this point, scale down. The account is still active, which is a great thing, and you don't have to worry about getting that money back in a day or a week. Just continue to trade, take good setups, and let the market present them to you.
There you have it, Eric. Byproduct of making good trades is making money, right? So with that, we got a bit of a shout out too. Let's pull up that trading card for Timothy real quick. So Timothy, fresh in this XFA, started on Monday. This guy is really getting his reps in too. It took him a while. He had to reset a couple of times, but he made it. Outside of this VIP 100K XFA, he's in about a dozen active trading combines too. So definitely slinging away, but making the right moves in the VIP experience, at least. Again, he's been in this account for just 2 days. Started on Monday. He's off to a good start. He's only taken one trade a day so far in this XFA, but he's up a little bit of money. Not crushing it. He's up about $150 trading the NASDAQ. Just jabbing away at it. I think the amount of time that it took this trader to get into the XFA is really taking it slow, easing into this new account. But great to see him. I mean, we're deep into this program right now. It's been a while, and
5 months.
5 months. Finally made it. Timothy, great job, bud. Anything we want to say to Tim? A couple words of encouragement.
Yeah, great job getting to the XFA. Remember that's the starting point of where we want to be. Ideally, the goal is to pull some money out of the markets. So remember the amount of time that it took you to get to this point, and don't try to rush to make profits. Treat this account well. It sounds like you're trading in multiple other accounts. I would say maybe put your focus on the account where you can potentially take money from. Sometimes that split focus gives us a sense of like false accomplishment, where it's like, oh yeah, I had a great day in my combine, but I lost my XFA, but that's okay. I had a great day over here. Ultimately, we need to see some traction in one account. So I would say, focus on that main account, make your XFA the main account, and not try to force money out of the account, but just take your good trades as they present themselves to you.
Very well said. Thank you, Coach Jay. Well, that's all I got for this week's or for today's VIP drop. And Coach Jay, wishing you and the Lunatics a very happy Thanksgiving, and don't go forcing any issues the next couple of days, guys. Take a break.
For sure.
Come back Monday, ready to go. Any final words, Coach Jay? You got it, bud.
That's it. Happy Thanksgiving to the Lunatics. Happy Thanksgiving to you too, JD. Talk to you soon.
Oh, thank you, Jay. All right, guys. I'll be back shortly with some hot streaks. Catch you in a few minutes.
All right.
Did you lighten up there up against that IB low?
No, I mean, I saw that after I stepped away for a second, and when I came back, I was like, oh, that was nice. Whoops.
Well,
I should have. I'm flat right now, looking to get back in at some point. So let's see. Yeah, dug myself out. I'm negative $287 on my live account, so not too bad.
All right, very nice.
Well, I still kind of like the long, especially in the NASDAQ, because the volume point of control has moved near the low here. So here's that volume point of control right around 279.5. When that happens, when volume point of control gets really close to the edge like this, there's some sort of absorption going on here. This is the highest volume area of the entire range today. So I think, you might still have a pretty decent upside opportunity as long as we can hold these lows with that volume point of control right near the low like that. There is some sort of absorption going on here. The gamma level might have something to do with that.
My only problem with that, Hoag, give me 1 second here. Put something together. Okay.
And
My
as long
only
as
problem with that.
my
Yeah,
rule
go
is
ahead.
if we stay below the initial balance low, then we're short.
Okay. Yeah. So, what I saw, this 20,700 order down here has not gone away. And it looks like we continue to add down below, and we're back. And the EMA did not get over the 21 did not get over the 50. Price is back down below it. So I'm kind of with you that I need to still try to swing short.
Yeah, I while we were doing that VIP update, I was looking at a short in the S&P. Didn't take it, but it kind of played out perfectly. If we're looking at the chart I have up right now, this 3-minute candle that was 9:48 Central Time was the heaviest negative delta that we've seen all day in a 3-minute candle. We can see we kind of tested 50% of that. Was kind of setting up the short. This would be one I would take and kind of just risk the high of that candle. Starting to look a little bit like a bear flag. Right? Is that right? I'm also the worst with chart patterns. So someone in the chat is probably going to be like, this guy has no idea what he's talking about as far as chart patterns. But it looks like it's kind of basing out a little bit at these lows.
Yeah.
And the potential to continue.
Okay, so Hoag, IB low was at 765.50, right, for the NQ?
Correct. Right.
Okay. So you were saying since we're below that and we can't get above it, then it's short still, right?
For the most part, yeah.
Right.
MGI, market generated information, yes. Just put in a new low in the S&Ps.
New low in the S&Ps. While we're planning that out, I just want to give a shout out really quick to our traders that were called up to live funded accounts. Got a big old certificate today for Kingway. $125,000 starting balance. As we'll see when we
Nice.
go over to the list, he also took out $125,000 in payouts. Professor X, Xavier, $50,000. He's Mr. All or Nothing. He's taking it all over to the live account. Take out a payout, my man, when you get a chance. Rustam, Derek, Julia, all starting in the live funded account. These are the call-ups from the 25th. We'll have more of these when we get back next week. Probably a big old list.
Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray!
3 hips
Nice.
for Kingway.
Well done. All right. So I got short at the 709.50. I'm playing a tiny little pattern here to see if I can just grab that.
Yeah.
Will it hold? Will it get me anything?
Got 100 lots at 2,700. Come gobble that up.
690 more added down at 690.
Bids in the ladder are very thin compared to the offers in the NQ right now.
S&P actually presenting as weaker than the NASDAQ this morning, or at least at this time.
Mr. 100 lot holding for now.
Should have probably bailed on that little pop down.
Well, there's still time. We have about 10 minutes left in fast markets. Real quick, we need to get those hot streaks in. Even without the Lesh, the game rolls on. JD, what do you got for us?
The game never stops. We still miss you, Delesh. Hurry back. All right. Here are your Fun to Trader hot streaks from yesterday. We got VJ up top. VJ made another $5. Trading the MNQ, now sitting at 49 days. We're at $3,622. Ali. Ali's actually in a pair of accounts. Ali called into us wondering why we're not showing both accounts. We do it by user, not by number of accounts. But Ali actually has 2 accounts that should be on the hot streaks list, so we'll give Ali a shout out. Lead account, 46 days, worth $4,818. And there's a second account that's on a 41-day hot streak, worth $6,689. So big shout out to Ali there. Maybe we'll restructure this a little bit and go by account rather than user, but keep you guys posted on that. Then we've got
Boom.
Bridget.
100 lot got gobbled up.
Oh, that was nasty pop.
All right, go ahead, JD.
Going ahead. Bridget, 39 days worth 4,188. Nerjus, 34 days worth 10,760. And David, and 32 days worth $17,989. There are your funded trader hot streaks for.
Yay!
Thanks, Eddie. All right, guys, get back to it.
All right, thank you, JD. You'll see more of JD later today. Andre is en route to Mexico. Running from what? We're not sure yet.
Good for Andre. Needs a little break.
Man, I respect all you guys who are doing it every day. It's a lot of energy to expend.
Yeah. Hey, you won't be able to like the show here for the next 2 days, so make sure you like it today. Looks like we're about 1,000. Let's get it to 2,000. I know I'm not Mo.
That was good, Hoag. Don't save your likes.
Don't
Can't
save
take
your
it with you.
likes. Yes, that's right.
That is
Like
good
that.
karma. We got a few more hours here. We're going till 3 p.m. Central today. Coming up at 11. Well, first, we have the morning recap with Hoag. He will go through everything we've done so far today. Then Bobby T is joining the show for the first time. So give your warmest welcome to Bobby T. He's trading in 2 express funded accounts, and he's going to tell us all about it. 7-Eleven.
That 700 area keeps absorbing sellers. Another big pop of selling that we saw there. Jack, you said that 100 lot. Someone's trying to defend that. Let's see if they're able to hold it up. It's the second time we've seen 100 lots filled there. So, how many times does someone knock before you open the door, right? That's 2 tests. On the third one, we could see a flush if we get back down there.
We'll keep a close eye on that. But since it is the Thanksgiving season and we are all in appreciative mood, maybe we can get started a little bit early with the appreciations today, starting with my man, Eddie. Are you back there? I know Eddie was having some. Okay. How are those eye drops doing?
So far, okay.
Okay.
But thanks for asking. Appreciative. I'm thankful very much for what I have. The thing is what we have, we should all be very thankful, because there are people out there that would be happy with half or a quarter of what we have. So I'm very appreciative that I have the opportunity to be here on Topstep TV, to talk to people and hopefully put a smile on their face. And thank you, Jack. Jack, I really appreciate you too. You step up a lot. You're always filling in spots, and you're like our den mother. You're asking me how the eye drops were, and okay, Mom.
Wow.
I'm good. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Eddie. I'm like the utility player. With that, Jared, thanks so much for joining today. Always a pleasure to have you on, man. What are you thankful for?
Yeah, for all the parents and children that went before me through armed services. And I'm getting a taste of it myself today. So very thankful for what they went through.
Awesome stuff there, Jared. Jay, what about you?
I'm thankful for family. Like I said, I have my niece and my nephew, niece and nephews here. You can hear them. You can hear the dog barking up there. So excited to spend some time with family over the next couple of days. Nice to get off the charts and kind of be thankful for what we have and what we work so hard for.
Thank you, Jay. And last but not least, Hoag.
Well, as always, my God, my family, and my country. This Thanksgiving tomorrow, I'm going to be thankful for, of course, my family. We're going to spend some time together over the next few days, which is always wonderful. Also thankful for my Top Step family for all the opportunities that we have here. And a big thank you to all of you who remember to pray for peace every day. Blessings, everyone.
Thank you, Hoag. I will echo that. I'm appreciative to everybody. Yes, all of you in the chat, all of you liking it, all of you watching it, everybody producing, all the family, friends, military, everything. I'm in a thankful mood. And with that, we just have a minute or two left. Got through the appreciations a little early. We'll see if anything crazy happens. And then I'll do my Andre sign off. Still hanging out. Lower 700.
Yeah, we still got orders down there at 705 down to 697. That's kind of fly in the ointment.
Let's beat the
Delta
buzzer here.
negative 1400 on the NQ, negative 25,000 on the ES.
Reminder, everyone, later today, we got Dakota and David Green are here for Power Hour. You won't want to miss that. We also got David Green here for group coaching. We have it up right now. Some questions for David Green. They can be Thanksgiving related or trading related, life related.
Hoag, did anybody ever just bring food into the floor to celebrate the holiday for everybody?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, food and champagne and booze. You had to sneak it on. Well, I mean, you could sneak it into the break room, but you'd have to sneak it onto the trading floor. Usually like New Year's Eve, there'd be cases of champagne rolling around, and brokers would buy lunch for all the people on the phones that send them orders, and it got a little bit lax around the holidays, I guess, a little bit for that. But you also had to feed the security guards.
My broker sends me a gift basket every Christmas. Thank you for all your liquidity that you provide us.
Yeah.
And those
that
commissions.
paperweight is always good for all those commissions. But thankful for
Johnny,
the brokers.
Gish once one Thanksgiving actually brought turkey, the works. He had a whole turkey.
Wow.
Yeah. Snuck a whole turkey, stuffing, mashed potatoes, corn, everything, and just had plates. Nobody said nothing. But I wanted to say something real quick here. Tomorrow, Bears versus Lions, Giants versus Cowboys, Dolphins versus Packers. We got football all day long tomorrow. It's going to be a great day tomorrow. And I'm going to hand it back to Jack.
Bears lose, but beat the spread. You heard it from me. They've been doing that lately. Give me
Spread is
those
10.
draft picks. 10? Oh, Bears all day. Give me the Bears.
Okay.
Mortal lock. Once again,
Over and under
don't have to show the
48.5.
disclaimer. If you don't follow our trades, you shouldn't follow our sports picks either. All right. With that, this is the end of Fast Markets. Thanks so much, Jared J. Always a pleasure. Jay, you're the man. Good to see things are going well with the Lunatics. I hope, I'll see you the rest of the day, but hope everyone has a wonderful Thanksgiving. It's the beginning of the holiday season. I'm grateful for everything, but mostly for this. I'm going to try it. All right. TopstepTV, real money, real traders. Let's do it. Let's go.
Welcome to the morning recap. It's old Hoag here again. Thanks for joining me. So we've been seeing the equities really kind of barreling to the downside. Nasdaq currently down 1.36%. S&P down about 0.5%. The Dow down 0.05%. Dow holding up very well, putting in another all-time trading high today in the futures. What we were looking at here is the PCE numbers earlier, and just kind of looking at them without doing too much reading into it or reading about it, they really came out as expected, and it seems to be a little bit disappointing for investors and traders alike, as we've seen some pretty decent selling come in. Note that the volume is also very low. There are fewer traders to absorb any selling or buying that's coming into these markets as we speak. So you're going to see probably some exacerbated moves. I think we're seeing a little bit of an exacerbated move to the downside so far here today. Jay traded the Russell this morning from the long side and managed to stay positive on the day today. We had Jared on, sniped along right at the low of the NASDAQ and to cover most of his early losses of trying to maybe look for longs. The house account had 2 losses today. Jack had a 10-year trade that didn't work out, and we're going to take a look at the trade that the house account took here in the S&Ps. All of these markets have offered opportunities near the IB lows today. Here's an example. This is the profile for the volume profile for the S&Ps. This is the opening bar. Since the opening bar, well, it took a while for this thing to really try and find some direction to the downside. And as typical, I'm probably looking for longs and in all the wrong places. So we looked below the initial balance low, and we recovered back above it. Now, we did a little bit of a preempting of a failed downside auction. The market held for a long time above the IB low. That IB low, 60-20-50, 6,020.50. Once we had the next 30-minute bar close below that, we cut the trade before it hit the eventual target, which was, I believe, down here around 60.13. So with some reasonable, I mean, almost $1,000 loss on that. Once that next 30-minute bar closed below the initial balance low, we cut that trade down 606. Why did we take that trade? Well, for a number of reasons. The trend was definitely to the downside. We saw a 3-bar reversal off that low that brought price back above the initial balance low. Now, again, we did preempt this opportunity, and here's what I mean by that. So this is the 30-minute chart. So the IB looked below, came back in, and then the next 30-minute bar closed below the initial balance low. That was it for me. I'm out of that trade. Looking for shorts from that point forward. Now, did we see another opportunity at the initial balance high? Yes, we did. We have the S&Ps putting in the low, coming back, testing close to the initial balance high, initial balance low, unable to even trade to it, leaving single TPOs. This was a great spot to look for a short, and we're seeing the market continuing to push to the downside. We just traded down to 6,000, which was really kind of my target for any shorts today. 6,025 within a tick of it. So weekly kickoff high, we thought might be a little bit resistant this week. Now it may lend a degree of support if it gets taken out. Remember, there's a lot of participants that are not available today. There's fewer participants to soak up any selling that's going on. We're seeing nothing but Delta just crumbling in the S&Ps, now currently down 28,000. It's been all sellers all day, but this 3-bar reversal back above the initial balance was a legitimate trade I would probably take 9 out of 10 times. It just didn't work today. Jay liked it. Everybody keyed in on it. So we had an opportunity, just didn't play out. Look at these other markets. Look at the NASDAQ. So here's that level that Jared sniped right on the low here, and he had a nice trade in that. And we were kind of watching and seeing what happened. He stepped away when we were getting up near the initial balance high, or initial balance low, I should say. And he actually ended up making some money on that, recovering most of his early losses. And now we're seeing the market continue to put in new lows almost as we speak. What about the gold? We talked about this a little bit earlier. We have overnight inventory extremely long. Here's the gap close right around 26.59.5. The market opens, looks higher. All of these weaker hands longs decide, oh, we're going to get out of these. So they take us down below the initial balance low. What happens at the initial balance low? Well, we put in the low, we come back to it. Another opportunity for shorts off the initial balance low. This doesn't happen all the time. It just gives you a good opportunity to manage risk management in using market generated information. IB low 26.20.10 in gold, two, maybe three, maybe even four decent shorting opportunities at that level. I'm not sure if we get back to that level that I would go to the well one more time. But again, it does give us the opportunity to limit risk. What about crude oil? What did crude oil do at the IB low today? This is the 30-minute chart. Here's the range. Let me put the profile on here for us. Here's the 8 o'clock bar. There's the range. The IB low was 68.59. We were looking at the market really kind of falling into repair, maybe looking at the upper distribution from the double distribution trend day yesterday. We have a distribution of time and volume, single TPOs, some would call this a fair value gap, and then another accumulation of time and volume there. Well, we traded to the low end of the potential repair day. But what happened at the IB low? Put it on the 5-minute chart. Put in the IB low, we bounce off it a couple of times. Once we break it, we're seeing the market try and continue to push to the downside. Does a return to the IB low offer an opportunity? It offers the opportunity to limit risk. And folks, that's our job, is to limit risk. Thanks for joining me for the morning recap. We'll see you in a little while. Trade well. And we are looking forward to seeing Bobby T joining the Trade with Topstep for the very first time, trading in 2 Express accounts. Bobby has had great wins in his account since receiving them, with nearly each trading day being a 4-figure winning day. Bobby is going to be joined by JD, Robert, and Coach Jay. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
And we are back. Welcome, friends and traders. It is time to trade with Topstep. We got a special guest today, Bobby T, joining us from Southampton, UK. Bobby's been in the live funded account. He's got a couple XFAs right now. He's really crushing it at the funded level. Bobby, what's happening, my man?
Hey, how's
Introduce
it going?
yourself. Say hello.
Yeah, hey, so yeah, my name is Bobby. Calling all the way from the United Kingdom. Um, Love to everyone in the chat from America. I hope you're trading well. Hope you're doing well, and yeah, things are going well for me at the moment since I found Topstep, and yeah, this XFA is in a good place.
Very good. Yeah, I was just taking a look at your trade reports. 4 days in
Yeah.
these XFAs, all winners, putting up some decent numbers. 1 day away from getting that payout, or from being eligible for that payout. We always love to see traders pay themselves. We talk about that quite a bit. And working our way back into the live funded account. Hey, Mick, take a look at Bobby if you're listening. I think he's ready. Anyway, Bobby's got a trade on in the Russell right now. Long one at 24.40 half in the Russell currently. Take us through your process a little bit, Bobby. What are you looking for when you're putting a trade on? What kind of setups are you scouting out?
Yeah, so usually I take the information I got from David Green using the RSI. So usually on the 5 minute, I trade from the 5 minute all the time. So I look for bottoms in the 5 minute. I'm trying to give you an example here. So if we go here, for example, on the 26th of November, I would look for the 20 to start going below the 200 and VWAP. So if I don't, can you see that well? Yeah.
Yep, we got it.
Yeah. So this is the position here I usually look for. So if this is starting to set up, then I start to get ready and cue the position, and then I would take usually a 1 micro on whatever I'm trading, and then I would scalp the trend, if that makes sense, with a mini. So I would get a 1 micro here as a runner, and then I would literally scalp this with 2-3 minis. It's an aggressive strategy, but that's what I would usually do. So
Mm-hmm.
that's my sort of strategy. And with the RSI, you can it gives you indicators here where you can test the bottoms. So you can see here on the RSI, you can see that we start to get this starts to go. If this starts to trend upwards, then your position could start taking shape. And obviously some days are better than others. I mean, this is RTY. I usually trade MNQ.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more simple to work to show you on MNQ. But I took this RTY position today simply because of the dump we've had in the Nasdaq, and it's a wishful thinking trade. I've set my take profit at sort of $172, which is 37 points away. But it's last trade of the day, I think, unless we get bounced in MNQ. So this trade was basically taking off the 20 going below VWAP, and
Okay.
I literally saw, and since then it's gone below the 200. So I'm hoping for a downward move into sort of this area. So yeah,
Gotcha.
it's
I apologize. I did mistakenly say you were long the Russell. You are short the Russell, though.
short, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, short the Russell. If I show you on the MNQ,
Mm-hmm.
hopefully it loads. It's not going to load. Can you see this screen now?
We can see your
M2K.
Russell chart. Yeah. Yep.
I'm still in the M2K. Is it okay? I'm trying to change it right there.
So it's Bobby, let me give you a little tip there. Just click anywhere on the chart, okay? Just somewhere you're not indicator. Just start typing instead of the search. Just click somewhere in the black background of the chart. Just start typing RTY.
Or MNQ.
Or MNQ, if that's what you're looking for.
Type in MNQ.
Just start typing it instead of going to the search, just as an option. There you go. You see, I can just start typing it. It's a little bit of a shortcut for you.
Robert knows all the
Okay.
Topstep X shortcuts. He's quite the guru.
So it makes it easy, quick. Yeah, it just saves you a
See if
couple
that-
clicks.
See if that loads.
While we're waiting for that to load, Coach Jay, you are also in a trade at the moment. Long a micro S&P from 6006. Am I correct? Are we
Yep,
still in that trade? How's it looking?
Long 3 micro S&Ps, 6,005, and the orders. My stop is at 91.5. The reason I'm in this long, and again, you can hear the kids in the background, but the 30-minute chart, we talked about the target to the downside being this white line, 200 moving average. I saw a volume event there, kind of some selling getting absorbed right around that area. So decided to get in long to see if we see some shorts start to cover in this. Looking for 60,020 as my target, and I'll try to trail if the market gives me any favorable price action in my favor above 60.10.
Very good. Very good. Coach Robert, we have the house account up. Is that correct?
That we do. We have the house count up. We are preloaded for RTY and preloaded for NQ and, of course, MNQ as well. But we're going to be taking the minis along with the micros. We do have the keys. So if you see something, Coach Jay or Bobby, just yell it out. I'd be happy to take these trades with you. Got a couple of great traders here. Funded, taking payouts. Got a whole bunch of XFAs going, a bunch of combines going. So we are going to back you. If you see something, call it off. We'll be happy to place that trade for you.
We are
ready to rock and roll.
We're about 2.5 points from Coach Jay's entry on the ES. Do you think it's running away? Are we chasing it at this point? If we were to get in and follow this trade, I think it's run too far away from us.
Not yet. Not yet, because I haven't even thought about trailing yet above 60,010. I'm going to trail, so I don't think you're too far away. Above 60,010, I think it's too late.
Yeah, we're there right now.
We get in this long?
Well, we just printed 10. We just printed 10, so maybe we should hold off and see if we get a little dip. I would definitely feel better buying a dip, getting a little bit of a better trade location, because your entry price, Coach Jay's entry price was 6,005 in the orders, so 0575, 4 points away from that right now. So,
gotcha.
I would consider this a chase if we were to just jump in right now. So let's see if we get a little pullback. Yeah, maybe we get a better entry price. How are we looking, Bobby? We get that NQ chart up?
Yeah, so I've got it up. Yeah, so this is basically what I was trying to explain on RTY, but on MNQ. You can see here the candle wicks are going past VWAP, the 20's going down, and we're going past the 200. And then you can see on the RSI, we've got this staggered move down. So it's a 3-stage process. And what I do at the end of the day, these circles are just points at the end of the day. So at the end of the trading session, I can see sort of what trend the market's going. So here it sort of went up. Here it went sideways. Here it went up. And then there's a regression line here of the market trending upwards. But then today it's just fell off a cliff. I don't think anyone expected this today. I thought we expected a Santa rally, but
we did have quite a bit of news out this morning on the economic front. We had personal consumption, expenditures, GDP, jobless claims. There was a lot of information coming out real early this morning, and they don't look like the market liked what it saw very much. But I hope you guys are paying attention to what Bobby's saying going through his process. He has made it as high as number 244 on the big board. So this guy does know what he's talking about, folks. Speaking of the big board, we have our data guys working on it, hammering out some kinks, cleaning up that data. We should have the big board back. I saw some people mention it in the chat earlier. Sometime next week, we should be ready to go to show the big board again. And we got some more special stuff coming out that we're going to be rolling out for the first of the year, some competition style stuff. So we'll have more announcements on that next week.
The big board. We always like to see the big board. This is the de facto standard now across the net, isn't it, JD? Get yourself up on
I
the big
believe
board.
it is. What's the Robbins Cup? You want to be on the Topstep big board. That's it.
What's the who? The what? Old school, man. Big board's where it's
Forget
at.
about the Robbins Cup. It's the big board now.
Or none. Yeah. Or none. How are we looking on the NQ, Jay? Should we jump in this here, or what's going on? Looks like we're broken over the point of control now. Got a little push to the upside. Looks like the DI plus, DI minus is pushing higher as well. What's your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, so I just took the risk off of this ES trade. I trailed my stop up to 6,006.5. It looks like a potential bottom. I think if we were, looking at an NQ trade instead of ES, I think you could still take a long, risk lows of the day. But I wouldn't be, for the ES personally, I wouldn't be adding or getting into a position here. Not yet.
Okay, Bobby, how about that NQ? And your RTY you're already in still, but you were also looking at NQ. We were talking about point of control a moment ago. It looks like we broke out of there.
Yeah, I think we've almost found a bottom in the MNQ. I'm just looking at levels to find out where's our next level we're going to, and it looks like it's stopped on 2724. The next, correct me if I'm wrong, but the next level down, guys, I've got is the 600s. I mean, we could go to the 600s today, or we could, where the market's so thin, we could just get a late spike into the afternoon. So it's a tricky one. But if I did go long here, I would cover really tight and hope for the best. The problem is you've got the trend is in, right? 1.3% down. I mean, unless you get serious volume or serious news coming through the wire, it's going to be difficult to see where this is going to go. So I'm going to stick to the short side today, and look for shorts.
Very good. Very good.
All right.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm at.
I do have.
Go ahead, Jay. What's up?
No, I do have to say, JD, we were talking in the green room, and I know Bobby a little bit. I do have to say, Bobby is one of the best short traders that I've seen, and I think most of the profits in your accounts probably come from shorts, and that's how you got on the big board. Bobby hangs out in the Coach J chat in Discord, so if you're not in Discord, make sure you're in there. And we were able to talk when we did some one-on-one coaching. Really good trader. So if he's saying he's seeing something to the short side, I like it. I like it.
Yeah, we had some fun in that Discord. I used to, when I first started Topstep, I used to put memes in there constantly.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And what did I say? I said I was the final boss, Jay, didn't I?
Final boss. Yeah. Anytime the market is selling off, Bobby is posting a big short meme in the chat. Whatever it is, you see the market's really well to the short side. So great trading, man.
Yeah, no, thanks for the 1-to-1 at the time, Jay. It really helped. I remember Coach Jay once said, he said every time you put a position on, it's a monetary decision. So think about it. Don't just chuck the position on. Just think about it. And that stuck in my mind, and I still tell people today and use it today. Don't
How about
just
that, guys?
don't just throw a position on. Just think about it, and then think, okay, what will this do to my potential bank account? Treat it like that, and then your combine then becomes something that you use and you extract money from, rather than just throwing 15 lots on.
Very true.
So,
very
yeah,
true.
Wise
I did
words.
suck at one point.
And besides that, what a nice ringing endorsement for Topstep Discord. Also, all of our coaches are in there for a good portion of the day, just talking to traders. We hit 100,000 Discord users the other day. So jump in there. You're going to find, if you're looking for a trading buddy, you're going to find whatever you're looking for in that Topstep Discord. So go follow Coach Jay, Coach Vince, Coach Robert. Get in there, start talking to other traders, and give it a shot. See what happens.
It's such a great area, JD. Glad you brought that up, and Coach Jay's talking about that channel and Bobby being in there as well. It really is something because you're going to get a whole bunch of different let's call them, opinions and just different personalities. You may jump into my channel and I'm like, hey, I don't have an answer for you. And maybe you don't like my personality or trading style. Cool. Jay is the guy for you. Maybe you don't like that. Maybe you want to follow Coach Dakota on the slow market overnight. Nobody's got an attitude. Nobody's got an ego. We're going to put you what we feel is the best place, regardless of who it is. It's a whole channel of them. Coach Jack is in there, Paul, Vince, you name it. And it really is a great place to be. I'm glad I was off a few days, but I'm glad to see we just pushed over the 100,000 mark. So kudos to that. And Trenton is in there as well, and he's been doing a super job managing it.
Awesome.
Wow.
Hey, let's check back in on the markets real quick. We got the S&P 59% long in the tilt. NQ 63% long in the tilt. Crude oil 57% short, and gold 54% short. So Coach Jay isn't a long trade. Bobby likes it from the short side. What does this mean for the house account, folks? Let's start talking these trades out. Coach Jay, are you still confident in this long position you got in the micro ES?
I still like it. My exit is at 4.25, so I'll lose $22 if this is wrong. But I still kind of like how this is basing out. I have a VWAP attached to the low of the day currently, and that's acting as a support. So as long as we hold above that, I still like this. I'm thinking of ways to add into this. If you saw Dakota, how he was trading yesterday on the house account, adding to the position, but not increasing the amount that you're risking on the trade. Where initially on this trade, I was okay with risking $200. I'm risking 22 now. So I'm thinking, can I add to this position? I still like it and maybe not risk the whole 200, but maybe add to this for more potential to the upside as the market's doing what I kind of want it to do here.
Very good, very good. So we got the little bit of a pullback. We pulled off at the 10 level. We're trading down to 08 again. Coach Robert, this is what I like to call a nice cheap trade. And once if it's invalidated, I'm going to say this now. So Coach Jay likes it from the long side. Bobby likes it from the short side. Right now we can get to a cheap long, and if it becomes invalidated, we can jump right in on the short side if that opportunity presents itself. What do you think about getting in on this trade for the house now right now? Looking at the ES,
let's ask the crew if you're. Yeah, my personal opinion is let me look at. It's not my opinion, but just what I'm looking at. We're just still a consolidation area, but I'm going to follow these guys. I'm going to listen to Jay. I'm going to listen to Bobby. I'm going to follow along with the house account. So give me the numbers. I'd be happy to place a trade.
Let's do it. Let's put in an 08 bid. And Jay, you said your stop was it 04? Did you say?
Yeah, 04 quarter right now.
04 quarter. Okay. So house count working a 6,008 bid with a 04 quarter stop. If we get to the point where this trade is invalidated, then we'll lock on to Bobby's analysis and take one from the short side.
We are in long.
All right.
Nice. What you trading a mini?
I am in one ES mini contract. Entry is 6,008. I have a stop at 6,004 quarter. We can talk that one out. It's just a single contract. We have a profit target in mind on this.
Jay, like you mentioned the 20 area. Is that correct?
Yeah. First one is going to be 14, and then above that 20. So
14 to 20.
What I would do is, conservative price target 14. If I don't like the price action around there, then I'm going to take it off. We will see.
All right, I am in. We just moved our target. We moved our stop. We are good to go. Let's see if this holds up these 6s and 5s, and we get our stop at 4.25. What do you think of this, Bobby?
Yeah, that's exactly how I would do it. It's nice and tight. You're not going to take a big hit on it. Yeah, it's perfect. The counter trend it's stabilized around that area now for about 15-20 minutes. Actually, it's stabilized around the area for about an hour now. So maybe it's got some legs to go up now, and then go back to a sort of half percentage day.
All right.
Sometimes where you've got no news, sometimes the market just pulls up, or it just goes violently down. So it's a tricky one because you're sort of you don't want to short in the hole, as you guys say. But yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, I think it's not a bad position.
Excellent. We are in. We're just kind of hovering around there. I did switch over to a 500 tick chart. I was on NQ a moment ago. That was a 100 tick chart. Just wanted to see the movement a little bit better. But the ES on a 100 tick chart, you can kind of get a little gaps and a little choppy. So I switched it to a 500 tick that you see in the top. In the very bottom, you really can't see it that well. And actually, I'm just going to move it. That's a 5,000 tick. We're not concerned about the big picture at this point. So here we have it. We have the full day volume profile on the right. Our point of control is way up on 6,030 is our point of control. So we do have some room. Hopefully we're at the bottom, and we'll just see if this thing goes up. But we are in one long.
Yep. I am seeing some signals, some signs. I'm looking at a 3-minute chart on the NQ right now. We do have sort of a rounding bottom happening here and a possible inverse head and shoulders also. So if this plays out, maybe we'll get some follow-through momentum on the ES side. Eddie, I see you waving your hands back there. What is going on, my man?
Just checking that my camera's on. That's all.
Oh, yes, your camera is on. Good job.
So is your microphone.
Oh yeah. Wow.
I thought you were trying to get our attention.
Oh no.
That was
Same
funny.
here. Bobby, you're in this short trade. Tell us what you're seeing from the short side. I know you're in a different market, but what's your target on this Russell short?
I think my target was about 40 points away from where it is. So,
okay.
Look, I'll be happy to manually take $100 out of the trade on these two accounts. But at the moment, I'm probably going to close it down when I get off this call. To be fair, because we need some more movement, right? We need some more volume.
Right.
But yeah, I always you can maximize micros really well in this liquid market. So I'm trying to get as much as I can out of the micros with the correct positioning, like almost like the long that Robert was just talking about. It looks like it's starting to take shape. So yeah, you get bang for buck when you trade micros sometimes, right? So yeah, it's
sure.
I'm not really looking for an exit there, Jay. It's just literally a trade where I can think, okay, let's see how this gets on. Let's see if there's more movement. But I might break even on it.
Makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
It's one thing
we need.
One thing I like
volume.
about this trade there, Bobby, is I would like to use this thing called DI plus and DI minus at the bottom of the chart, and that just shows you what's the strength of the buyers coming in and sellers coming in, and then the yellow line has the ADX, that's the average directional index. And what I'm seeing here is it was red, which means it's there. The green is starting to pick up, but also the ADX is dropping off. That means the strength on both directions is kind of fading off. That's what you like to see. You see the sellers in there with the red on the bottom, with the ADX being yellow going down. It means the sellers are slowing. And we can just barely start to see some of the buyers coming in, and hopefully, we're all speculators here, but hopefully we see a couple more green coming up. I'll make it a little wider so we can see it. We'll see some more buyers coming in, and hopefully we'll see the ADX curl up, which means we have buyers coming in, and the strength of them coming in is increasing, and that's exactly what we'd be looking for, and hopefully push us right up through the 6014 target, right? What Jay was talking about.
All right, guys, we got the house count long. Coach Jay is long. Bobby is short the Russell. And we got Eddie in the back. Ready?
Oh, in the back. Yes.
For some on
in the
this
trunk.
day. What happened? What happened on this day, Eddie?
Oh, on this day, November 27th, 2005, in exchange for a multi-dollar fee, Steven Tyler, Joe Perry of Aerosmith, rapper 50 Cent, took the stage at New York City's famous Rainbow Room in the early morning hours as headline performers at check this out, a $10 million bat mitzvah for Long Island 13-year-old Elizabeth Brooks. According to the ensuing coverage of the event in New York Daily News, the Brooks bat mitzvah began their celebration unaware what lay ahead. They did also have Kenny G was there. Also, they did have Don Henley, Stevie Nicks, and Tom Petty all graced the stage in the Rainbow Room. One hell of a bat mitzvah. But here, check this out. I did a little digging. Over a decade later, her dad, who footed the bill, would end up in prison. In what was either an exciting or a bizarre surprise, depending on your perspective, 13-year-old Lizard Brooks' father, David Brooks, paid a series of stars to grace the stage. Guests who were unaware of the party they were going to, they each received $1,000 gift bag full of personal electronics because those bags included digital cameras, phones, and whatever. One of the things here was reason that Mr. Brooks was put in jail. His defense contracting firm DHB Industries was doing well with body armor for the U.S. military, but then it was selling. They were accused of selling deficient equipment. 2007, he was charged with federal government with tax evasion, using company funds for personal gains, maybe that party, including paying for, yes, that bat mitzvah. So, yes, great party. Thanks, Dad. I'll see you in 20 years. Back to you, JD.
Why don't we ever get invited to parties like that? A $10 million bat mitzvah. That's pure clout chasing right
be
there.
Happy. Wonder what they had for food. Could have been like a nice spread, huh? Wow. Wow.
All right, guys. What are we thinking about the markets right now? It's really cooled off. Volatility has dropped. Volume's dipping. Let's talk through our trades one more time. What are we thinking about the trades that we're in? We still like them? Are our minds changing at all about anything? Bobby, what's happening with your Russell trade? Oh, go ahead, Jay. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Russell trade. Yeah, the Russell trade's going well. It's we're looking to get some turkey on this one.
Nice, very nice.
Yeah, we're at $40 now. So on 2 accounts, that's $80. So it's doing exactly what I want it to do. You know, we need to get out of this range. As soon as we're out of this range, then it's hopefully a free fall. But yeah, the ES trade. How's the ES trade going? Is that going well, Robert? Or
pretty flat. House count,
ES,
we're
yeah.
I think we're down a half a point right now.
I think Bitcoin,
yeah, it's fluctuating up and down. Up and down by a point. Nothing to write home about. ADX is way down, so the strength of any type of movement is not really there. Just bouncing back and forth. I would expect this to happen, at this time. So, I think we really need to get up over, 608, 609 before we push to 614. And if we get stopped out, I think if we break 605 or so, we'll just get tagged right there. But it's a cheap trade. It's $187 that we're risking. And then our first potential stop target would be 6014, which is 300. So you're relatively close to 3-1. And hopefully the sellers come in, we get a push up and see some coming in now. But it's just going to go back and forth. We'll hang on. We got another 15 minutes. We'll see what happens. If not, we'll just carry it across.
Hey Jay, where do you like to add on to this trade at? Do you like to add on to this trade?
Kind of right where we were. So initially when I put this trade on, the exit was my stop was 2 ATRs on the 30-minute chart, which was down at 59.91, which on a one lot would be about $700. That's where I think the stop should really go, but I did trail once the market gave me some favorable price action. So what I'm thinking right now is, did I trail a little bit too early? So 4.25 is where I'm going to leave it. But the initial stop should have been down at 91.5. So if I was going to add, it'd be right in this area, kind of right where we are right now. That low of day VWAP is still holding as a support. We can see it, this red line on my chart here, still holding as a support. And yeah, as long as we keep holding the high of this candle, 6,006 and the orders, I like this trade.
Okay.
Did I just hear
All right,
ad?
Coach Robert.
Did I just hear ad?
Yes, keep your finger on the trigger. We might be putting another one on.
It's in.
Yeah, my
You're in too.
RTY is fading.
We're in? We're in 2? House count is long 2.
House count is long 2. I'm going to update I'll update it right now. Average price, 6,008. 0.75. 6,008. 0.75. Our stop and our target are both the exact same prices.
Yeah, big push in RTY. So that correlates with the Nasdaq, right, Coach Jay?
Yeah, right. We saw the Nasdaq kind of break above that 730 area. It's hard to call anything a big push right now because there's no volume behind any of these moves. It's just very empty price action. It feels like we're trading against each other. that's
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
right? From a price perspective, I like this trade. From a volume perspective, in order to get a move anywhere out of this range to the low or the high, we're going to need to see some volume step in.
I'm
Yeah, I
not
think
seeing
I think
much.
Bitcoin was the one today.
Yeah, it was. It was.
I've started to trade Bitcoin a little bit more now. Soon as the talk was going to the hundreds, I think I'm going to add it to what I'm trading now because it's going to fly, isn't it? I can only see it going higher and higher and higher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not a market I
Coach
want to be
Jay,
short for a
question.
long time.
Yeah, Coach Jay, question for
Yeah,
you here on the ES. I just happened to pull over the DOM to glance over the DOM, and we have a lot of bids coming in here. 236 at 6,004, 400 at 6,004. They're really stacking up. Should we? This is just as a question for the group. Should we bring our stop slightly below that to let those get absorbed before it has to go through? Because we are right smack in the same spot.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea, Coach Robert. Like I said, ideally, right, you want to give the market the room to test those orders if it's going to. So what I really like to start, what I've adopted, Coach Paul, to ATR stop. My stop's so far out of the way that if I'm wrong, I can cut it before it even gets there. Right? If we try to go a tick below an order that we see, the market is not that perfect, right? So it may go through that level, stop us out before it goes. If we're 14 points lower than where the market's trading right now, if we see a sell-off, then we can just say, "Hey, cut the trade." So yeah, I don't agree. I don't disagree with moving it below those orders. It's just do we get ticked out if we go and test those if we're that close?
Sure, I have no problem
Checking
doing
in
that.
on
What
the
about Bobby? What do you think? What do you think, Bobby?
checking
Should
on the
we?
tilt
I
real
just
quick,
happened to
guys.
glance over at the DOM. Yeah.
We got
I kind of agree
81%
with
long in
Jay.
the NQ tilt right now, guys. 81% long
Kind of,
NQ tilt.
Wow. Wow.
yeah, I
Okay.
kind of agree with Jay. I think as long as you keep the top tight at a tight stop, especially when you're trading the ES there with that contract with that sort of size, as long as you keep it tight, because we've seen the last couple of days how much liquidity the market's had, where you're getting these whipsaws constantly up and down. So markets like it could happen any second at this time of year, right? We just get the big whips.
Right.
And yeah, I'll definitely keep it tight. It's not so bad with micros. With micros, you can sort of allow enough wiggle room. When you check the ATR, you can see it. If the ATR is 30, then you're gonna maybe have a 40-point stop loss, and then factor that in with
Exactly.
your day. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I would keep things tight, especially at this time of year. Conditions change, right? In January, it's going to be completely different. It's going to be this is a completely different market, and you'll get the old sort of market back where it moves slower and to one trend rather than these big whips.
Mm-hmm. Here we have the
So
DI
yeah,
plus pushing up. We got the green DIs pushing up. We have ADX curling up too. So it's not only telling us the buyers were stepping in, but they were stepping in with a little bit more gusto. And we'll see what happens. We got a little short, little dip in the volume profile on the side between 10 and 12. So if it breaks there, it should go a little higher quicker, which it just did as we're talking here. Just kind of popped up a little bit. So I like
a
it.
big
I
order,
still like this. I like the trade. Yeah.
big order on time and sales, 211 a lot, on the Nasdaq. I've just seen
Are you looking at micros or minis?
minis. You see that, Coach Jay?
Yeah, I do see that. I got filled at 30, right around 36 to 40. That kind
Yeah,
of range
yeah,
there. Yep.
huge. I don't know whether that's moved it a lot. Have a look.
So the conservative target on this was 14, 6,014. Robert, do you have an order there or?
I have our target at 6,014 on two
Okay,
ES. We have two ES, the trade we're in
gotcha.
right now. Unrealized is $300, and we're looking forward to pushing
Okay.
up a bit more. See if we can break that.
Do you still use their time and sales, Coach Jay?
I do. Yeah. Yeah.
Same.
I use it a
Yeah,
lot.
Question.
I do. it's the way I read order flow. I know there's a bunch of different ways to use it.
Yeah.
Some people use bookmap. Time and sales is just to me, the simplest way to do it. You just filter it out and kind of look for bigger orders. I don't try to make sense of every single print, just like you wouldn't on bookmap. But yeah, I do still
Yeah.
use it.
We got the tilt grown in the ES now, 73% long in the ES, 77% long in the NASDAQ. Rounded bottom that I
Wow.
was looking at is really starting to play out in the NQ right now.
JD, what time frame was that on? That rounded bottom?
I'm looking at a 3-minute chart. You can switch over to me real quick. So yeah, textbook sort of rounded bottom pattern here. Potential inverse head and shoulders here also, which would lead to a higher direction. But it looks like it's playing out fairly well from a technical standpoint right now. So if we got follow through on the ES side from what I'm looking at in the NQ, this could turn into a pretty lucrative trade. Jay, would you ever
One
put
more
any
line on that
more
chart,
on?
it's gonna look like yeah. One more line on that
Say
chart, it's
again?
gonna look like Hoag's mustache. Put one more line on that chart, just like you did, it's gonna look like Hoag's mustache.
Would I add
Hey,
to
we're
this,
trying to be
JD?
light on today. Go ahead.
How much
What
more?
are we?
Which add
What are
more?
we risking right now with the two contracts?
What are we risking?
Risking about 400.
300, right around 400. I was
ES
going to say
risk.
350.
Yep,
Yeah,
450. 450 is the ES
450.
risk right now at 6,004 quarter.
Yeah, if we don't move the stop, I'd say you can add to it anywhere above 6,005, right? 6,006. If we get a dip, you can add there. The one thing I am looking at on my charts here is when we were talking about a short earlier, JD, when we were doing the VIP segment, there's a candle. You're looking at a 3-minute chart on the ES. There's a candle at 948. I have a VWAP attached to that, and why I have it there is because that was the heaviest negative delta that we saw on a 3-minute bar for the day. VWAP attached to that, we just rejected at it. It's at 6,012. So the way I'm reading that is, a big seller came in there and they're holding price lower than that average. So a little bit of a rejection there.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I think you could add here. It's really no
That
direction
ES
right
trade,
now.
Jay, you're
Let's
talking
kinda
about
dive out.
adding a long. Are you talking about adding a long on the ES right now? Or did you want to wait for 6,006 as a working order?
Wait for 6,006.
Wait for 6,006.
All right, I'll put the order in. We now have a working limit buy 6,006. One contract ES. Should we keep our stop at 6,004, or do you want to put it right below those big orders?
Put it below the orders.
Okay, I'm going to scroll up on the DOM. I will locate them again. They are stacking up between 5,995 and 5,998. So 6,000.
I like it.
I hate whole number stops.
I know, me too.
All right, guys, we got
Bobby,
about
what do you
one.
think? We also have a gap.
Yep.
We also have a gap down there. Hold on 1 second. We have a whole bunch of orders between pending bids on the DOM ES from 95 to 98. Then it's thin, and then we have 300, which is the highest amount at 93. Bobby, what do you think of that?
Yeah, personally, I wouldn't add until you get anywhere near VWAP. So, or maybe in between where the 20 is on my charts, or the in between VWAP. But it looks like the trend's happening. I wouldn't add any more. I'd be risk averse. But yeah, it's looking like it's looking in a good position. So,
Okay, so as far as our stop goes, right now it's at 6,004 and a quarter on ES, but we do have a bunch of bids stacked up. They're between 95 and 98. Let's call it that, 95 to 98. There's a bunch of bids there. I think if we move below there, we have a lot of thinness until we get to 93, and that's our largest set right now. Our largest we only have is 240, and then at 93 we have 305 sitting there waiting. In your feeling, should we move our stop below that 93 let that get absorbed so we don't get stopped out, as Jay was saying.
I wouldn't. No, I'd keep it where it is.
Okay, it's at 6,004 quarter. We're currently 2 contracts
Yeah,
long,
yeah,
300
I'll
unrealized. Great.
Yeah, that's an 11-point difference right there. That's a pretty deep spread. Well, guys, we're going to keep checking in with Coach Robert. We got a trade on in the house count. House count is long 2, average price of 6,008 in the order, 6,875. Coach Jay is long the MES at 6,005 in the orders. Bobby is short the Russell. He's in the market. It looks like he's going to get that 5th day of $200 plus profits, getting him that eligibility for a payout. Bobby, we got 1 minute left. Anything you want to say to everybody? Thanks for joining us, by the way. This has been great. Nice training with you. It was great to learn your process. Great to hear about your strategies. I learned a lot. I hope everybody else did also. Anything you want to say to everybody, Bobby?
Yeah, I just want to say have a good Thanksgiving, everyone in America. Thank you, MP. Thank you, Coach Jay. Thank you, everyone in the chat, Robert, the Discord. Press the like button. And all I want to say is I sucked at trading at first, but if you've got someone that believes in you, whether it be your girlfriend, whether it be your mentor, whether it be a coach, that's all you need, right? So yeah, big shout out to my girlfriend Laura, and yeah, a happy Thanksgiving, guys, and have a good one. Thanks for letting me come on.
You got it, my man. Yep, and that is the goal, to just try and suck a little bit less every single day. That's what we're here to do. All right, guys. With that, we're gonna push it aside now. We got the shoulder tap coming up with Ben and Jack in just a minute, and then we got David Green here for group coaching. He's gonna be joined by me. After that, in the 1 o'clock hour, Britt B's gonna be here for Back to the Futures. That's it. Almost lost that one. But stick around. We got plenty more tradertainment coming your way. Shoulder tap. Ben and Jack's coming up next. Let's go.
I like the idea, and I'm biased because this is how I did it myself. I like the idea of having a full-time job and a full-time career while I'm learning trading and while I'm developing my trading skills. It takes so much pressure off. It also gives you a fallback, if the trading doesn't work out, and it takes the pressure off. If you go through a period where you're not making money in trading, it's not all of a sudden like your family doesn't have money. So I think there is some wisdom in what the questioner is asking, to have a secure base and then use that secure base to work on the trading over time.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the last shoulder tap before we get to Thanksgiving. I'm Jack, joined by Ben. Ben, you look comfy cozy in that seat. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, Jack. I'm happy the holidays are here, and looking forward to Thanksgiving tomorrow and wrapping the day up. It's been a wild ride in the in the markets thus far. Particularly watching our live traders, try to ride that horse. We've seen. I was speaking with Brett, one of our other risk managers, earlier today. He noticed kind of the same thing. There have been periods today in equity markets where I would probably attribute it to lighter liquidity. People taking the early day off for the Thanksgiving holiday, but volume hasn't been tremendous in the equity markets in particular, and seeing a lot of kind of whipping around moments where we vaporize like 10 or 15 points in some cases, in a matter of a minute or two. And that has, in a couple of cases, we try to help all of our live traders lock in as much profit as they can, especially once they get into that 5, 10, $15,000 area code. You want to be able to take something away, or at a bare minimum, not let the day go red on you. But unfortunately, we've had that happen a handful of times, particularly around the 8:30 New York Open. There were a few people who, live traders who were up, a couple $1,000s in overnight trading, which is, nothing to sneeze at. Ultimately, to hit their daily loss limit in a matter of 30 to 60 seconds, kind of at the market open. So
Open. Yeah.
that's tough. That's tough to catch. I should say regular trading hours open at 8:30 a.m. Central, but that's difficult to catch. From the risk team to reach out to people when it happens that quickly for obvious reasons. But it's tough, and that's one of those things. Hopefully, you can learn from going forward. We've seen that happen a good amount, but we've also had people who locked in considerable profits today. I've spoken to a few of them, on the phone, via email, and yeah, we're happy with performances from some individuals, but there's a few that were up $8 or even $10,000 that let it get away from them today. So give you a quick rundown of some of the big numbers here. House account looks like we're blended down 877, so nothing crazy there. Few DLLs from some of the more notable names that trade with us. Alex M was up. He was someone who was up 10 grand and ended up taking the daily loss limit. So that was tough to watch. But we do have Renato up 7,500. I spoke with him. He's locking that in for the duration. So up $7,500. Good to see. Kirlos is up 13,000, locked for the day. Shiftan up 8 grand, locked in as well for the day. Prince up 7,900 and Scott K up 4,800. So there's certainly some solid performances today. Again, the volatility has created some opportunities for day traders, but it's all about when you if you're able to capitalize on it, and if you walk away when you're green, ultimately. So quite the interesting day. A lot more action than I was anticipating.
Yes. And the house account right now is still long, from 6008 in the ES. That trade's looking decent right now. A little bit of a rounded bottom forming here. And yeah, once the market opened, all hell broke loose in the NQ. Watch out for those low liquidity days. With that, Ben, as long as I have you here, you're a risk manager. I've seen some questions. What is the trading schedule like tomorrow with Thanksgiving?
Yeah, so that's a good question. For all of everyone in our program, you should have checked your email, because you should have received an email from us detailing those market hours specifically, as it relates to the platform, because some brokerages follow the CME protocol and some do not. But check your email for the specifics. The general rule is that they, when the hours actually operate versus how your trade reports fill, I should say, is the distinction. Live traders are going to stop trading at 11:30 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning, and all trading will stop at 12 p.m. right at noon tomorrow. So it's abbreviated hours. Regular open at 5 p.m. today. Close is at noon tomorrow, and then there will also be a half day on Friday where reopen at 5 p.m. on Thanksgiving Day, Normal session open at 5 p.m. and then closure at noon on Friday. So those are Central Time. Again, check your email for the specifics. You should have gotten an email from us if you're in our program. So yeah, back-to-back half days, if you want to call it that, Jack, with the abbreviated hours. So we are anticipating even lower liquidity than what you've seen today. Probably not going to be a ton of volatility or a ton of liquidity to actually trade against. Please be careful during those conditions. Of course, anything can happen if there's some type of a global event or whatever the case may be. Thanksgiving is a U.S. holiday, but be aware of those things and just trade very conservatively or not at all. I think it's good to take time on the holidays away from screens. So that's what we on the risk team have been recommending when we've been asked. So that's your PSA.
Yeah, and there could be volatility. What there will not be is liquidity, or not much of it at least. So with that, Ben, thank you for offering that. We are flat that house account trade that was made 519 on that trade. Robert has informed me. Good job. And with that, we got a couple of cards today, Ben. What do you want to
we
start
do.
with?
I know this will be our last broadcast here for the week, and just wanted to end on a positive note. We're going into Thanksgiving, so I figured we'd feature two traders who I'm very thankful for. They're great additions to the program. Let's start with someone who's very familiar to our regular viewers, Faye. Let's get the trading card for Faye up on the screen. Faye has been trading incredibly well, probably one of the very, very top performers over the last couple of months. She had a killer October, I think, posting a net P&L in October of $45,000. We are not at that same level for the month of November. So still opportunity. There's still a little bit of time left in November, but for mostly November is cooked, right? That book is finished. And so she hasn't performed as well in November. That's okay. That's part of trading, right? You're going to have really good months. You're going to have break-even months. You're going to have red months. But what I like so much is the longevity and the consistency. We have featured Faye on a trading card, once every week to week and a half for a couple of months now, Jack. And I've gone through and looked at some of those previous cards that we've printed. Obviously, as we go across time, those statistics will change a little bit. Winning day percentage, board, those sorts of things. They fluctuate to a degree, but generally speaking, they are right around the same that they were 60 days ago. So that tells me that Faye is continuing to stay the course, trading, the way that has gotten her to the dance, so to speak, in this live account. She's in a 50K live account and only trades GC, only trades the gold contract. So I love the focus there and the consistency in these statistics across time with very little deviation is fantastic. Faye has some recent updates, taken a very large payout as recently as 26th, took a $21,700 payout. So in total, she has paid herself $66,120 from this live account. That is sensational, and the average daily P&L number there at the top of your screen really tells the whole story. She's been in the account for 73 days and has an average daily P&L of $1,300. That is pro ball, as we've been saying, and really, really impressive amongst all of our top live traders at the time. So love what she's doing. One note of caution, after that large payout on the 26th, she has the account balance is lower than it has been in quite some time. And even though she has, a smaller daily loss limit in the 50K account, we do, want to make sure that, you're not exposed to multiple losing days in a row and potentially losing that live account. This has been a real cash cow for Faye, and we'd love to see her, keep that. So similar to, I think we discussed that with Rafa, having taken a large payout, brought the account balance down, and then after a couple of losing days, really was in jeopardy of maybe losing the account. So be aware of that, be a little bit cautious, but ultimately she's got, a good thing going. Jack, the last time you and I dug deep into her trading, we were looking at, the potential for a bias, when you were trading for large sections of this year, gold has been just ripping higher. And, the kind of thing where if you buy it at the session open and close your eyes and, liquidate 8 hours later, you're going to make a lot of money. I don't want to oversimplify what Faye's done because there's a lot of analysis and good work that goes into it. But she's had some days like that where, she's in a gold trade for 5+ hours, and walks away with, on the 22nd of November, $19,000. So she's traded gold, she's traded it well. And when you have a strong, trend, whether that's, across months or, in this case, for most of the year, it really, I think, can help. There's a reason the trend is your friend is a common saying in trading, because if you can really find a market leader, a strong trending market and be on the correct side of it, it's going to help you out a lot. So Faye has done that. I would just say, check that directional bias periodically. You got to make sure that just because it's made you all this money, that you're not, now married to it and unable to see the bear argument or the bull argument, depending on which side you're on. So that's all I have on that, Jack. What do you see from Faye's trading card and most recent updates that you want to give some input on?
What more is there to say about Faye? I've talked the last couple of days about people that seem a little fidgety or that they need to click buttons. Faye is not that. One product, only the GC. She's been in here for 73 days, never been tempted. Trade any other stuff. Also, you look through, same sizing every day, same number of trades, 1 or 2 trades on like 80-90% of these days. Holds them for hours. Faye knows exactly what she's doing. The one thing that I will add is that you're right about the account balance. Now, she has a lower balance right now because, as you can see, she's taken $66,000 in payouts. We've expanded her risk to, though this is a 50K account, she has a 2K daily loss limit. Now, where she's at, I would say it's great to take payouts. We have to adjust using that full 2K. You have it, you earned it, but with payouts comes responsibility. I would probably cut that back to $1,000 for now, just to make sure you don't hit a cold streak and impair this account. She's also at 26 winning days total. What happens at 30, Ben? When you get 30 winning days in a live account?
So at 30 winning days, you are unlocked for up to a 100% payout. So you can take payouts as frequently and to whatever site. Basically, you move past that 50% cap of the account balance, and that 50% mark is generally in place to make sure that you are not, due to experience or otherwise, putting yourself in a position where you could lose that account just because you took a large payout. I'm on here every single week, Jack, banging the table about paying yourself. You should do that and do it aggressively, but you also have to appreciate the bankroll management also. So Faye has actually, in combination with some winning days that she had from the XFAs that were transferred into this account, she's passed that 30-day threshold already, even though there's a 26-day count in the live account. So she's doing just that. Actually, she's paying herself often when she sees fit. I love that it came, pretty much right after a big winning day. She posted almost $20,000 of profit, took a big, almost a similar size payout, right after within a few days. So love that she's doing that. And again, I wouldn't turn the dial of one direction or the other in any meaningful way. Faye is crushing it. She's on track to finish the year very nicely. And what else is there to say? I mean, she's in a 50K account, Jack, and she's taken home $66,000 in profits over the last 73 trading days. Really just fantastic.
Awesome stuff. Well, let's keep the love parade going. We have Renato next.
Renato is next. So this is a most likely a lesser known name for some of our regular viewers. I believe he's only been featured on Shoulder Tap once, but I've been in pretty consistent communication with Renato about a variety of topics over the last couple of weeks. And Jack, I really like this guy. I think he's in a good spot. He's certainly trading well. Let's not bury the lead. The trading has been fantastic. There's not a deep history on this trade report. So you're looking at 16 trading days completed. The statistics here do not include his $7,500 winning day today. So you can consider the average daily P&L, some of these other numbers to be higher, after today's out. Spoke with him earlier. He said he's locked up for the day at plus 7,500. So the average daily P&L will be a little bit higher, next week. But I think, even $1,600 is fantastic thus far. We saw similar behavior in the XFA. This is a classic example of someone trading well in the XFA, making a good amount of money. We identify it, move them to a live account, and continue trading the exact same way in live, and are now in an environment where they really have uncapped earning potential and are taking the most advantage of it. One of the primary reasons I wanted to talk about this card, Jack, and feel free to comment on this element here. Renato had spoken with me about, the concept of trading, the same size in one account as opposed to copy traded across, multiple accounts. We allow for 5 XFAs. That's some very common feedback that we've gotten, particularly around some, recent program changes. And he said that, psychologically, sort of visually, it's a little bit easier to stomach, 3 contracts across 5 accounts as opposed to 15 contracts in one account, just from a unease standpoint. How well do you manage those emotions when looking at your trade? So again, very common feedback that we've gotten, and I was really happy with the conversation that he and I had, because trading to make tens of thousands of dollars, heck, hundreds of thousands of dollars in a given year. That's a really big prospect, particularly for people who, are just your everyday, citizen. If you don't come from money, if you don't come from, a background where you're used to seeing those decimals fly around, when you get to a point and capitalize on the type of opportunity that Topstep enables, it can be very unsettling when you see, your P&L moving by thousands or tens of thousands of dollars at a time in a minute, or 5 minutes, or whatever the case may be. So Renato's on board. We talked about ways to scale up responsibly his size and his trading, because obviously he wants to be able to continue to post numbers similar to what he would do across 5 XFAs, but he understands the need to be live, and the desire to grow emotionally and from a an account management standpoint into trading 5, 10, 15 contracts at a time. I told him that right now there's really no need to push that. I don't believe he is posting $1,600 a day in average daily P&L, and that's a big deal for him. So let's get comfortable with that. Let's rep that out for weeks or months if need be, and then add 1 contract, on average at a time. And if we see that average, daily contracts start to very minimally tick up over time, and he continues doing the exact same type of trading that he's doing, sky's the limit, right? This is scalable to not an infinite level, but for the retail trader, and all intents and purposes, pretty close to it, right? So he could increase size considerably, but a lot of traders, Jack, we talk about it every week, try to go from 2 contracts at a time to 15 contracts at a time. They get vertigo, they get nauseous, they end up blowing out the account. And I was really happy to hear from Renato that he wants to do it progressively, responsibly, to the point where he's comfortable with a 10 lot on, trading exactly the way he's trading now, with 2 to 3 lots at a time.
Yeah, that's really good stuff. This is a great card right here. Once again, he only trades the NQ and micro NQ. His pretty consistent with the number of contracts that he trades a day. It's small. Once again, these are longer holds, hour, couple hours, 4 hours. Yeah, I think it'd be just fine. And 16.25 a day is really friggin' good. I've said before, I don't fully understand. I think ultimately, if you're going to take the next step as like professional or whatever else, you kind of got to get over that. Whenever I hear about the mind games of having 5 XFAs or something versus trading it together, I always think, that's probably something we got to get over at some point. But um, I mean, what to say? This is really good. Sometime, Ben, I'll go into the story. Is I kind of came into the business in like an opposite way, where when I started and I was working on nights, we actually traded all the positions for say 10, 12 traders through one central desk and then divvied out the positions using an like a aggregating system. So it would be like it was almost the opposite of the 5 XFA thing, where you started off like trading way more size than you ever would and then giving it out to other people. Trading's all about mind tricks. I don't know. This is a discussion for another time. We're running out of time here, Ben. But
Yeah.
I guess what I really want to say is, Ronald, you're doing great, man. Like, this is awesome. I'm glad you're taking payouts. Keep doing what you're doing. Be thankful. And yeah, I think that's all we got for today, Ben. Any final words?
No, that's all I got. Appreciate you, Jack. Loving doing these segments with you, and I hope you and the family have a great Thanksgiving.
To you as well, Ben. Stick around, everyone else. Guess what? We got David Green coming up next. Group coaching with John Doherty, the man who knows, Ben, maybe you aren't watching today, grew up with a pair of goofy twins that were sucking the Freon out of air conditioning units in his home neighborhood of Chicago. Maybe we'll hear more about that. I want to hear what David Green thinks about that. But have a great Thanksgiving. David Green just popped in and he's laughing back. Anyway, stick around. We got group coaching with JD and David Green coming up next. TopstepTV.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. Thanks for sticking around for my favorite time of day. I hope it's yours too. We got David Green here to answer your questions. We've also got well, we had a form pinned in the chat. It is no longer pinned in the chat. We got the dashboard link pinned in the chat. But we've got your questions. I'm going to read them off to David. He's going to answer them. David, what is happening today? David from Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Forgot to mention that. But we were just talking to the green room. You put on 3 good trades today. Maybe we could start off by talking through those. What were you seeing in the markets, and how did it end up?
Well, we had the PCE come out today at 10 o'clock, and you can see a little earlier than that we started this massive downtrend that we had. But the numbers that came out at 10 o'clock, whether they were good or bad, it doesn't really matter, but kind of accelerated everything to the downside. You had Tesla making lows this morning, NVIDIA making lows this morning, Meta, the Mag 7 were just completely dragging down the NQs. A couple of setups that we had, and you guys know, for those of you who have watched us before, one of my favorites is the old far from moving average trade, we call it. This was the only time today that we got below a 20 RSI. And we just did for a couple of seconds here. So when we see this setup, we were really stretched out. When we see this setup, I'll switch to my 1-minute chart. So if I'll walk you guys through this. If we go to the 1-minute chart at 10:30, check this out. I want to show you guys how we execute this trade. Let's go to 10:30. Today, there it was.
While we're digging through this, just want to give an update on the house account. The house account is now flat. Profit target hit at 6,014 in the ES. Made just over $500 on that trade. Coach Robert was executing, and we took the trade off of Coach Jay's recommendation. So nice little winner for the house account.
Excellent. Excellent. So what I'm looking for when we get that little 20 RSI on a 5-minute chart is this first green bar. This first green bar is telling me that we have a changing in a guard, and we probably gone down enough. I'm going to start to bounce up. That was around 207.30, and we went up, what is that, like 35, 40 points after that. That was the first little setup that we had today. And we go back to the 5-minute. Now we were in a beautiful trend, downtrend, and we came up and hit our 9 and 15 EMA. Those are the 2 moving averages I use to enter into a trend trade. That was about 207.53, and we were able to take some nice profits out of that on the way down. And this is another one of my favorite trades, the momentum trade. Coach Jay talks about this a lot, the 3-bar reversal, kind of the same exact thing. We got above this little 30 EMA here at 207.44. We were off to the races. And now, to me, I'm trying to get long now on a pullback because I don't think. My charts are telling me that I think we could start breaking out to the upside here. Here's my little 65 EMA, which is a little resistance. Not going to short because I just like this pattern to the long side. So what I'm looking for now is maybe a pullback to my 9 or 15 to get long this trend now. So complete reversal from this morning to now. And you can see it in almost every single stock that's setting up. So a little trade here, little trade here, little trade here. I did, let me see. I'll show you guys. I think I qualified 2 combines today. Let's take a look. Where are we?
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
So here's my thingamajiggy. So qualified a combine by $4.
That's a win.
Qualified a combine by $18.
That's a win.
Now I'm working on a couple of the regular combines now, $700 in this one, and my leader followed for $672. So into the combines now, we'll mess around with those for the rest of the day and see what the market gives us. Like I said, go ahead, Jay.
Are you in active XFAs right now also? Or are you just
no?
We're passing through combines. Okay, gotcha.
Generally speaking, I don't have a lot of time to concentrate. I spend most of my time in the live trading room and teaching and walking people through everything that we're doing. Occasionally, I get to go in there and do a little stuff, but my concentration is always on teaching and mentoring our students and helping them. Whether I make money or not, it's not really that important.
Yeah, excellent. We'll talk more about Wall Street Global Trading Academy in a few minutes too. David Green and Peter Tuchman always have they're always giving away free stuff, free webinars, free access to their trading rooms and whatnot. They're really great.
Absolutely. Only for Topstep, though, not for anybody else.
Just for you guys.
It's true. Yeah, it's true.
All right, we got a couple good questions. What do you say we run through them?
Let's
First
do it.
one is from JD, not me, JD. There's another JD in the chat. Actually, I'll field this one. It's about opening range. Why do you use an opening range of 1 hour? I like a 15-minute opening range, and it's painful to force myself to wait for it to form. Seems like a large period for intraday trading. Just curious to the reasoning. Well, I don't want you to get confused about the initial balance and the opening range. When Hoag puts on an opening range trade, he uses a 1 minute opening range, the very first minute of regular trading hours. In equities, 8:30 a.m. Central Time to 8:31 a.m. Central Time. The first hour of trading is referred to as the initial balance. That's if you're trading equities, the ES, the NQ, that would be 8:30 a.m. Central Time to 9:30 a.m. Central Time. The initial balance and the opening range are two separate things, and they're used for two separate trading styles. David, do you look at an opening range? Do you have an
I do
opening range
sometimes.
trade in your repertoire? Yeah.
Yeah, and if you look at this morning, right, right when the market opened, we vacillated a little bit, but look what happened when we broke. And this is 9:31 basically, right? So we broke this little opening range, we can call it, right? This is from 9 to 9:30, but when the bell rang, we broke this little range here, and we just went straight down. So yeah, I do use it sometimes. I kind of call it a momentum trade, same thing. But I'm always looking early in the day to see which direction we're going to go and try to get on the same side of that, especially the early trade. I mean, this paid what, 40 points in a minute, something like that. So yeah, it's definitely something to keep an eye on, and I always do. Yes.
Yeah, and Hoag talks about this pretty much, I won't say every day, but a couple times a week at least. When that high of the opening range, if the high or the low of the opening range holds through the initial balance, the first hour, there's a very good chance that it's going to hold for the rest of the day too. So keep that in mind. And
yeah, I mean, look what happened right from the opening. Oh, just kept going in the same direction.
All
what
right,
I will
let's
say
move
is,
on. Oh yeah,
what I will say is, when you see this break here, right? And I could hear accounts blowing up all day long down here, just trying to pick the bottom of this thing. When you see this opening range happen here and we break through it, I'm not in a hurry to buy anything, all right, unless we get stretched out where we get down to our 20 RSI, which didn't happen until all the way down here. None of this down movement was oversold until we got all the way down here, and then we had a 50-point rally off that. So generally, try to get in the same direction of it, and don't try. There's probably little spots here where you could have got long for a little trade, but generally speaking, when we see something like this and the momentum is that strong to the downside, either think short or wait until we get really oversold to the bounce.
Yep. And I see JD, not me, JD, the other JD in the chat. He says thank you for the answer. He was referring to what Hoag was talking about. Excellent.
Yeah,
Glad we could help,
so
JD.
If we look right now, guys and girls, again, push it against our 65 EMA. We're hanging out right there now. So if we can stay above this stuff, looks like we can get another move up from here. My thinking is to try to buy this if we pull back to one of the trend line. And if something sets up, we'll talk about it.
Excellent. We'll keep an eye on that in the next few minutes. We got 20 minutes left here. Maybe we'll have a trade on. All right. Next question comes from CL Trader. I can only assume that is a crude oil trader. But CL Trader wants to know, what do you suggest for adding to a position and moving your stops once you're into a trade? You don't really subscribe to that school, do you? You like to go kind of all in, all out, don't you, David?
For the most part, sometimes if I'm looking for the far from moving average trade in the NQs, I'll start with a little feeler order. But when I get that signal, I'm going to be in with my full amount and start taking profits right away when it starts going. Look, I use my technical analysis. When something hits one of my levels, I'm usually going to do a fair amount of my shares, of my contracts when it hits that level. What I don't mind is, and I'll show you an example of it, because I did this a little bit today too. When I'm looking for this breakout above here, right? And the breakout was like 46, whatever it was, 40, let's call it 46. I put a little feeler order on, and then it's somewhere in this green bar right here, I'll add some size to it. And then just keep a nice tight stop on it. So look, it depends on the situation. If I see a really good momentum trade setting up, I don't have a problem adding, but I'm going to add right away. I'm not going to add after we're up 15. I got to add as close to my initial level as I get into the trade. Then I do not mind adding. I'll tell you when I will never add is when something's going against. That I will not do. I don't average into
Mhm.
trades. I think that that's just a recipe for disaster. And, you know, that being said, if you have enough room to do enough contracts, you can probably get out of most any situation if you're starting at the right spot anyway. But I that's not something that's not in the school of David Green trading.
Yeah. There is a significant difference between scaling into a position. If you're looking at a zone and you're scaling into a position and your risk is predefined and you know you're getting out, there's a big difference between that and just pulling out the cannon and adding to losing positions arbitrarily for no reason just because you think you're right and the market's going to come back. The market will prove you wrong time and time again. So when the market
Could not have
speaks to
said
you,
that better
listen to it.
myself. Yeah, exactly right. We are not bigger than the market. The market does not give two you know whats about our position in anything at any time.
Yep. The market
And I
will
try
let you
not
know
to
that you're
think.
wrong.
In a minute.
Listen to it when the market speaks to you. The market doesn't lie. All right. Samo wants to know about the initial balance high and low. We already discussed that. So I will add a little context to that, Samo. The question is, how do I identify initial balance high low? So it depends on what market you're looking at. We talked about equities already. So initial balance is the first hour of regular trading hours. I'm going to talk about this in Central Time Zone. So if you're trading equities, so the S&P, the Nasdaq, opening bell is at 8:30 a.m. Central Time. So 8:30 a.m. Central Time to 9:30 a.m. Central Time is your initial balance. If you're trading crude oil regular trading hours start at 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. So your initial balance is 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Central Time. If you are a gold or a fixed income, meaning bonds and notes, or currency trader, regular trading hours open at 7:20 a.m. Central Time. So your initial balance will be 7:20 a.m. to 8:20 a.m. So there are some differences involved depending on what market you are tracking. So make sure you are aware of when regular trading hours open or the market that you're looking at so you know when to start tracking the initial balance. All right. Next up, we have Isabel. Isabel's curious about volume. Isabel asks, what are some effective ways to utilize volume in trading beyond the standard volume indicators? Should all traders study volume profile and auction market theory? Well, we see your volume bars up on the screen right now, David. How much
Yes.
importance do you put on volume and how do you use it when you're looking for trade opportunities?
It depends on what kind of trade I'm looking for. For the most part, if I'm looking for one of my regular moving averages or a trend trade, I'm not that concerned with volume. But if I'm looking for these breakout trades, like we had right here, like we might be having again now, right? I'm looking for a little more than normal volume. And you can see when we got above this little level right here, look at the volume started to pick up. 1, 2, 3. Those 3 volume bars brought us up, like 25 or 30 points there. So I do look at it when I'm looking for a momentum trade, when I'm looking for something that's tested the level a few times. I want to have some volume because it's going to make it easier for it to move in that direction if we have volume. But normally for my regular trading, or if I'm looking for trend trades or when things hit my pivot point, not that concerned. And generally speaking, guys and girls, your volume chart is going to look like this every day. It's going to start out in the first, hour, hour and a half, having gigantic volume, and it's going to slowly dissipate for the rest of the day. Especially now, we're in a holiday week, but it doesn't matter what chart I put up, you're going to see this in every single chart that we're looking at. It's just the same. You're going to get that big volume in the first hour, hour and a half, and then it's just going to tail off. So if I'm strictly looking at volume, I need a lot of volume.
Very good, yeah. And if you're looking at daily charts or weekly charts, volume is good for looking for potential reversals. It's typical to see a reversal in price when you see volume either peaking or troughing. Volume highs and volume lows, you'll start to see changes in direction in the market. So keep that in mind also. There's a lot of, David, I think we lost your volume.
That's down there. Oh, me here? Hold on.
Oh, there you go. There you go. You're back.
Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3.
Yep, you're good.
Yeah, I mean,
Gotcha.
look at a chart of Bitcoin, right? When we had these big stretches up here, okay, we had some of the biggest volume days when we stretched all the way up here. So you want to talk about exhaustion? Look back here, nothing. And we started getting a big volume. And then for 4 days in a row, this 5 or 6 days in a row, we had huge volume historically. And like you just said, exhaustion, right? We went down 9,000 points from the high if we had those big exhaustion bars right there. So that's just a good example on a longer term time frame of looking for that volume. Perfect example.
There you have it. Thank you. Yeah, there's plenty of information about there on doing volume analysis on the markets. You can do a simple web search, Google search, whatever, and you'll find plenty of information, helpful information on how to use volume in your daily day trading activities.
And look,
All right.
I'm sorry, JD. Not one thing is better than the other. Okay, nobody has the holy grail of technical analysis, no matter what you're using. You find what works for you and you put it into play. I'm doing this for a long, long time. What worked 20 years ago certainly doesn't work now. And sometimes what worked 2 weeks ago doesn't work now. So there's no ego. You should not have an ego. Always be willing to learn. If you find something that works for you, you put it into play. It's that simple. Or even helps you. That's all.
Everything works until it doesn't, right? That's it.
That we know.
All right. Next up, we got a question. I don't know about this handle. It's from a guy called Disgusted Trader. Wrote quite a tome here, but I'm just going to skip to the last part of the question. Disgusted Trader wants to know, what can I do to become a professional and submit to the process? Maybe I need to take a break and go make some money somewhere else and trade on the side. But if you're looking to professionalize your trading, what's a trick? What's a tip? What's the best way to do it? Should you have that side income coming in?
Yeah, first of all, I don't ever recommend people trying to take care of their family and paying bills by doing this. That doesn't work out for very many people. It's a very small percent. Talk about that right out of the gate. But if you're disgusted and disgruntled, what you're doing is not working, right? So there's a few things to do. Yeah, take a break, walk away for a little bit, or guys, you're in the right place with Topstep, but you have to listen to what people are telling you, and be willing to listen. And I just mentioned it a couple of minutes ago. Forget about your ego, right? Succumb to the higher power, and say to yourself, "What I'm doing is not working. I got to change something." And then learn as much as you can from as many people as you can until you find the system that works for you on a consistent basis. Journal every single trade that you do. I know that people are lazy about that because it's work. But if you're journaling every single trade that you do and you're writing down what price I'm getting into this trade, why I'm getting into this trade, what's my profit target on this trade, what's my stop order on this trade, and I will never push a button ever unless my charts tell me to push a button. I spent more time this week telling jokes and singing in the trading room than we have trading by far. Because there are times to push the buttons and there are times not to push the buttons. So, if it's something that you really, really, really want to do, right? And I recommend going back and starting very, very small. Make $25 a day. Make $50 a day. It doesn't matter. The money's not important. It's learning a process that's going to work for you. And you have to just give it up to that higher power and say, okay, I'm ready to do this now. And it's work, too. That's what a lot of people don't understand. This is work, right? We see all the things out there on TikTok and on Twitter and all the other things about how much money everybody's making. 99% of that is nonsense, okay? You see people on Topstep that are putting in the work, and you see the numbers up there because they're putting in the work. Nobody's making those kind of numbers without having some kind of system, sticking to that system, having absolute patience and discipline every time you get into a trade, and sticking to that system. That's the bottom line. And it's not easy. It's hard. We know that. It's a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah. If any of you guys in the chat here were here earlier when we went over payout numbers, we paid out $1.8 million in payouts yesterday alone. and almost 60% of those payouts came from traders that had 3 or more payouts previously. So there's a veteran traders that have been doing this a long time, and they're taking multiple payouts. And I mean, this isn't
not an
peanuts either.
accident. Yeah.
Monday
It's not.
Monday we paid out over $2 million for the first time ever. We paid out over $2 million in payouts, and more than 50% of those were also traders that have taken 3 or more payouts at Topstep. So, I mean, the numbers just keep getting bigger, and just like David said, it doesn't happen overnight. You got to put some work into it.
Right. But it doesn't happen by accident either.
Yeah,
these people
doesn't happen by accident.
They have a plan, and they're sticking to their plan. Period.
Mm-hmm. And
I'm sorry. Just got a little momentum again above our 65 EMA. Again, that's a little trade that we look for. So we broke out above, let's call it 27.95. Here we go again. So again, for the rest of the day, I am looking to buy a pullback.
Not in trade though. You didn't get a trigger for
not in the trade.
No trigger for an exclusion.
Okay. Since we've been on, we haven't had really any pullback. Not even close to any of our trend lines. We're just kind of crawling up. So no, I'm not going to chase anything. I let it come to me, and if it doesn't, I'm on to the next trade. Next idea. That's it.
Yep. Chasing trades is a dangerous game, folks. Try not to get into that. With that, Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Yeah, we only got like a minute or two left. But typically, the traders that you guys are mentoring in your trading room, what do you tell them about trading around holidays like this? Are you telling people to take Friday off, take tomorrow off, don't even bother coming in?
I took a consensus, and they want to come in Friday, so I'll be here for a little bit with them.
Yeah.
It could be wild and woolly and all over the place, and we'll hang out for an hour and see if anything happens. But generally speaking, during this week, my message to everybody was, let's just be patient. Let's be disciplined. We don't have to be involved in every single move that the market does. It's going to be very volatile, and just be patient and wait for setups. That's it. Like I said, we spent a lot of time doing absolutely nothing this week, which is okay. The 2 or 3 setups that we had today, they worked very well. So, if I get another trade today, great. If I don't, it's not the end of the world.
Yep. I see Coach Jay there in the chat. We were talking about this just a little bit during his our VIP drop-in earlier. Coach Jay is the captain of the Lunatics, one of the VIP teams here at Topstep. And we were talking about the same exact thing, trading around holidays, trading on Friday, Thanksgiving Friday. And maybe it is best to just take the day off. There's going to be very
100%.
low participation in the markets. Volume is going to be light. Volatility will likely spike. It is not the type of day to be risking your accounts. It's not the day to blow up an account when nobody else is there.
I agree with that. 1,000%. Just one thing before I go. If anyone wants to hang out in our trading room for a week, dgreen927@yahoo.com. Shoot me an email.
Oh yeah,
have you guys
in.
Have you guys in? We can hang out next week a little bit. Teach and trade. There we go.
I'm typing that in chat right now. It was dgreen. Say one more time.
dgreen927@yahoo.com.
Got it.
Doesn't cost anything, guys and girls. We're not looking to take any money from everybody.
There you got it. David Green's email is in the chat, dgreen927@yahoo.com. Go ahead and check out Wall Street Global Trading Academy. They have a trading room. They're in there. David Green and Peter Tuchman, and they talk technical analysis. They teach technical analysis. They trade live all day long. Very interesting stuff. These guys do a great job, and I think we're all lucky to have them here with us.
I feel lucky to be here with you guys. I have learned so much from you guys that I have put like Oda and Jay and Rips, and just always be willing to learn, guys and girls. Take your ego and throw it out the door when you walk in here. Period.
Never stop learning. And if you want some more of David Green today, he's going to be back for Power Hour, 2:00 with Dakota. Coach Dakota and David Green are turning into the dynamic duo, power trading couple right there. So we're going to see, we're going to get more David Green later this afternoon. Stick around, though. We've got Back to the Futures coming up. Britt B is joining us. We're going to talk a little bit about his journey to funding. Hoag's going to be there, and so will I. We're going to take a short break. We got more tradertainment coming your way. Back in a few minutes. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Thanks, JD.
Thank you, David. welcome back, friends and traders. Welcome back to the futures. That's the name of the segment. Pretty clever, if you ask me. We got a great guest here. We got Britt B coming to us live from Kansas City, Missouri, trading a couple trading combines. He's been doing this for a long time, too. Quite a few decades in the trading business. We were just talking in the green room, and it turns out that all three of us, Britt, Hoag, and myself, all got our start in the business in the very same place, just a couple years apart, though. But hey, Britt, how are you doing? What's happening? Tell us everything. No
I'm
trades
doing
on
great.
at the
First of all,
moment. Excellent, excellent.
yeah, I was going to say, doing awesome. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. So we turn into the holiday side of things, and the just been trying to grind it out. You know, it's had a couple of combines going for several months. Came across Topstep. Oh gosh, just before I guess last spring, and my background was a pit trader. Started out like JD said over at the Chicago Board of Trade. Started as a runner, and made my way over to ARB clerk, and then ended up getting married. Moved to Kansas City and bought a membership at the Board of Trade here, and traded natural gas. Traded ISDEX, which was one of the first internet futures contracts out there, and traded Value Line and our week contracts. So. That's kind of it in a nutshell. Tried to make the transition back in, I think, 2005 to Globex. One of the first people to get a Globex machine. We ended up, a group of us put the Globex machines down on the trading floor at Kansas City. The markets were starting to dry up for us, and tried to make a run at it. And man, I'll tell you, I went from making a lot of money to barely making $1,000 a month and cover my Globex fees. And I thought, you know what, the industry has left me behind, and you know, it's a different way of trading. So at this point in my career, I got away from the floor, started a few businesses, and then kind of remade myself and became a firefighter paramedic here in the Kansas City area, and been doing that for the last 15 years. So I stepped away for a long time, and it wasn't until this last year that made the decision. I came across Topstep, and I knew that, you know, all your faces were pretty familiar, especially Hoag. And I was like, you know what? I like what these guys are doing. And I've been watching ever since. And really, it's just, you know, educating myself day in, day out. I think my background from the pit side of it is, you know, when I'm trading and I'm trying to relearn this, right? Because this is so foreign for me. And I'm always amazed at some of these young kids that come in and just start killing it. And I'm like, guys, this is a hard business, you know. But as I kind of put my trading plan together, guys, I wanted to make sure that I did a couple of stupid things right in the very beginning, blew out a couple of combines. But then I was like, you know what, I'm going to trade this and protect it like it's like it's real money. And if I can keep my accounts here and I can keep grinding it out and develop a system that's mine, not somebody else's, that's got good return, you know, for the risk that I'm trading, that's going to serve me long term. And that was kind of the point of that. So that's been my journey so far, and it's been a process, I'll tell you.
It is a process. And, you know, Britt, I got to say, I love it when we have old floor guys on here, because it's something that not only something Hoag and I can relate to, but I love asking the question of guys who would transition from floor trading to screen trading to prop trading, going from managing personal brokerage accounts and trading your own personal funds. What kind of value do you see in a company like Topstep? Is this?
Oh my gosh. Listen, you know, the first thing I did was I opened up my own account, put my money in there, and gave away $1,000 in the first week. And I thought, this is ridiculous. You know, this wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be. The liquidity was there. I love liquidity. But, you know, as a floor trader, and I know, Hoag, you'll know this, like I pretty much spent the day trying to figure out where the paper was, right? And on the floor that I didn't have somebody I was leaning on. And that was my risk management aspect of it. And I was a big trader. I was probably the largest trader in the natural gas pit. I'd trade up to 500 contracts, and I'd do strip trades, and I'd lay off Waha to Henry Hub. And I would scalp through the day when we had some liquidity. I also had a brokerage company, and you'll find this kind of interesting. In Kansas City, you can be a broker and trade for yourself. that was interesting because my clients back then were Enron, KN, One Oak, Cargill, and I'd get phone calls and said these guys would be like, "Show me all the offers." Well, of course I'm an offer. I'd start buying everything I could. So that was the fun part. But unlike and I'll answer and trying to answer your question, JD. That was the risk management side of it. And so coming onto the screen, I was the guy setting off stops, and now all of a sudden I was getting my stop set off and on the screen. And so having Topstep and a nominal fee to really hone my craft and become a legitimate trader and get back into the full-time gig without the risk of the money that I made. I saved a good part of that. I went through a nasty divorce and lost a good chunk of my change, but in the process of it, I felt like, I was a huge winner in the market. And now I didn't want to be the loser. Topstep allowed me the foundation to put a plan together that wasn't necessarily, it didn't put a whole lot of stress on me. In essence, I said to myself, look, I'm going to give myself a year, really take the time, protect accounts, and put together a winning formula that I can do this forever. And without Topstep, there's no way. And I don't, what a blessing that is to this industry as a whole. And I looked at some of the other stuff, and I've been in forums with other people, and not to I won't name the names, but how many times I've heard people that can't get payouts, right? That the rules change not for the better, but for the worse. And yet I've watched Topstep over the months here, almost a year now, that I've watched almost every day. If there's something going on with you guys, you cover us, right? All our bad trades go away. All of our good trades stay. And that's an amazing thing. It's there's nothing like Topstep, honestly. And I appreciate you guys just for the opportunity to do what I'm doing.
If you asked a broker 20 years ago to DK all your bad trades, what do you think he would have said to you?
Right. Well, Hoag, I don't know if you remember back, I think it was about 93 or 94. There was a guest that came on the bond floor and placed a 1,000-lot order and told the clerk, the phone clerk that was working there, to go ahead and buy it at the market. And everybody knew it was illegal. And that I watched somebody have a heart attack on that floor in the middle of the pit. I watched that market go up and down. Guys that had limit, they couldn't trade more than 20 lots were trading 100 lots. And that market was flying all over the place. It took out a clearing firm when that happened. And
Stern.
They took the money away from the guys that traded over their size, right? They took all their winnings away and paid it to the clearing firm, trying to save and salvage that clearing firm. And that was the brotherhood back then. Everybody was chipping in, all the other clearing firms helping bail out this one clearing firm. But it was one of the wildest afternoons, probably an hour and a half of just pure chaos.
Yeah, whoever was on the floor was like masqueraded or disguised as somebody else, and they put in that order, and it was Lee Stern's clearing firm that pretty much got busted out.
Yep, that was exactly it. Hell of a day.
What year did this happen? You remember what year
Lee
this
Stern
was?
owned the Chicago Sting, the professional soccer team.
Oh, I did not know that. That's interesting. Yeah, what was that, 93 or 94?
I was back at the Merc by then, but I remember I think my brother was in the bonds at the time, and he was telling me about it, that like one or two guys like disguised as other people and then started putting in orders.
Yeah, and everybody picked up on it. I mean, everybody knew. They all turned around and all hell broke loose.
It's kind of something that people don't know about the trading floor is, your clearing firm is they're of course behind you. They want you trading. They want your commissions. But if they do trade you, see you trading bigger than they allow you to, and you take a big windfall profit on it, they can take that from you. They can. Well, I don't know if they could do it now because nobody's going to be over leveraging because everybody has limits on, but they could take that from you. There was a guy in the S&P pit Louis, not Louis B. This is a different Louis, but
Okay.
he was a big trader, and he just got whacked over a period of time. And his clearing firm said, "Hey, we want you only trading a maximum of 5 contracts." So what's he do? He goes into the pit, buys a 50 lot, and writes down 10 5 lots.
Yes, that sounds exactly how these guys would do it.
100%.
Well, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, the floor was just an amazing era that unfortunately is over. So that kind of leads me to my question I wanted to ask you, Brett. You were a floor trader. You tried to transfer to screen trader, and you said, "Man, this is just nuts. I don't know what I'm doing. I can't do this." So you left for a while. When you came back to trading, were you still kind of yearning for the things that you were leaning on in the pit to trade with and against, which you are no longer able to see because now you're on screen? And what was your unlearning and learning process like?
That's a great question.
Yeah, great question. That's exactly why it was so difficult. And as I stated before, it was going through that process was becoming the people that I used to stop out. I was the guy getting stopped out, and there was nothing to lean on, and I was flying blind. And I realized, that's why we paid the membership fees that we did. We had a tremendous edge in the pit. And now all of a sudden it's every man for himself. You got just the same amount of opportunity as somebody else. There's nobody that has any more leverage over you than you do over them. And so that's the process. I think also just learning what's going on, learning how these algos are trading, time frames that they seem to come in. I don't know if I'm sure you guys have picked it up, but it seems like when there's liquidity in the markets trading, not during a holiday type of trading like today, but those 10-minute increments before and after the hour, they tend to pop on and run liquidity. And so I started spotting those things, which was helping me a little bit. I'm a scalper by nature, and so
most floor guys were.
Yeah, and so it's a 1-to-1 risk ratio, and I was doing fairly well when I first got into it. But there was nothing more frustrating than scalping for 4 or 5 ticks and watching a 30 handle move go. And so I was like, you know what, I'm working way too hard, and I'm not making enough money. And I was making $500 to $1,000 a day when I first started doing it, but I also would lose $1,000 in a heartbeat if I was on the wrong side of it. Take 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. And I was like, I've got to come up with a better system in the process of what I'm doing at that point in time. So I've kind of totally gotten away from scalping. It's the most natural thing, of course, for me. And I tend to get myself in trouble because when I get bored, I'll go back to scalping. So the discipline aspect of it has been a process as well, if that makes sense. So.
Well, of course, it's any transformation like that is going to be a process. Let me ask you for a friend here. Coach Jay is asking, do you use volume in your trading now, whether it's volume profile or volume bars at the bottom, delta volume, anything like that?
Yeah, so great question from Coach Jay, and I would love to sit down at some point and pick his brain because I know he's tremendously good at volume. The only time I'm looking at volume is when I see a market that's capitulating in one way or another, and I'm looking for that big blowout. I do use order flow cumulative delta as a tool just to kind of get a basis of which direction these buyers are selling, sellers are coming in. Is there going to be a short squeeze, or who's it really in control? So that's been very helpful. So that's the delta aspect of it. And I'm always listening to you, Hoag. When delta gets crazy, minus 28,000 or something, and we're starting to tick away from those bottoms and they're all negative, you kind of have a sense of, what's coming, right? And trying to plan for that. So for me, it's my goal is to be unconsciously mechanical. And so as I started developing my own trading philosophy or system itself, and it really just based around a whole bunch of research looking at, I found about 6 signals that were the highest probability signals. Maybe it's EMAs when it's trending trading the 21 on a 1 minute EMA has a 60 to 70% probability to go your way. I just started using anchored VWAP, and that's been very helpful. Choosing those swing lows and highs, making some adjustments off of that as well. So I just started incorporating that. But I'm really just focused on, I know the trades I want to take. Now it's about execution. And I would say if I had anything that I've gravitated towards, it's price action. I did study ICT for a little bit. It was funny because you guys were talking about it this morning, and I was fascinated with it, and I think I've taken a couple of things away from it, but I don't really understand what the hell he's actually trying to tell us to do. It's fascinating to watch him if it's for real, but I do look at the fair value gaps. I do look at those imbalance zones. I keep those on my chart just because the market tends to go knock those imbalance zones out. And it becomes a target. So I don't necessarily trade like he does, but I do look at the fair value gap as far as if we've made a bottom, a double bottom, and we're starting to find some buyers coming in the market. If off that double bottom we're starting to move up and a fair value gap does appear, that is a high probability trade. I mean, I've done the data on it. It's about a 75% opportunity for you. So I want to make sure I take that. But in the middle of the trading range, it does nothing for me. I don't see what he sees. Chasing after or looking for those liquidity runs was helpful from ICT. The kind of looking where those algos might actually target. That was a good takeaway for me to give me a little bit of directional focus. But most of all, I think the biggest thing I've worked on with price action is learning how to take a higher time frame. And the simplest way to put it is like a 5 minute, and then take a 1 minute chart and look at those 5 candles to determine whether or not that it's a trigger to go with, or maybe perhaps go with the trend, or maybe it's a trend type of reversal type of candle. So I've been super fascinated with that, but I think Jay's right. I should probably incorporate that volume with it. And I think that's where I kind of get in trouble. Sometimes I'll mistime it and do it, take a trade on the 1 minute right before the 5 minute closes. And guess what? The 5 minute doesn't close the way it was looking like it was going to set up. And then I end up getting, clobbered. But it's every day I learn something. And along that same line, it's marginal gains is how I'm approaching this. If you're familiar with that at all, just trying to improve 1% a day, right? And I'll get exponential improvement over time, but not put a huge goal right in front of me, right? I'm not worried about that. I want to be here for 10 years from now, right? So I started, matter of fact, when we did the little auditions, I ended up getting Loom, and I love Loom because I do all my journaling at the end of the day. I do it during the day, right? I journal on my iPhone whenever I take a trade, but at the end of the day, I will recap the entire day on Loom, and I save that. And so in the morning, I'll turn what, the previous day's journaling on, and I'll go through those because I'm really studying what those candles are doing, the market reaction and such. And so, that's kind of my focus, and I would say risk management, having to learn that is been the hardest thing for me, but the most eye-opening. It was, I think last week I had a day where I had like 1 out of 4 trades, and I actually was positive. And I was like, that's good risk management. And so that changed things for me because I started looking at my day saying, you know what, I'm going to have bad days, but can I limit my bad day and look at those trades and say, you know what, I'm down $300, but I only won on 2 trades and took 9. That's a pretty good risk management day for me. And so, I think the hardest part for any trader is probably thinking you can just wing this thing on a daily basis. So I'm big into data analytics, which is, I love Topstep. I wish I could, my first account I've got on NinjaTrader, so I don't get that data. So I have to manually do that every day. Right. But, if you track that data, I'm a golf instructor, a golf coach. I've I've had clients on the Corn Ferry. I've worked with PGA Tour players, and data analytics
Really?
is everything. Yeah, that is everything we did. Was what part of their game is their short game, their putting, their driving, are they hitting their fairways? All the practice that we would set up. Maybe it's a yardage. We knew every yardage shot that they took and whether they hit their target or not. And when you start to extrapolate the data, right, all of a sudden now you've got something to work on. And that's kind of how I'm approaching trading is, hey, I'm not going to worry about where I am today. I'm going to worry about that down the road. But how can I improve that 1% every single day? And I think if I was going to give anybody a tip, get into the data. Don't make a decision without knowing exactly what you're doing, and knowing that before 8:30 I suck at trading. It's absolutely point. I lose 80% of the time if I make a trade before the morning, and it's crazy. And sometimes I'm like, the market's going to go here, but I get FOMO, and then I buy it, and then of course I get stopped out, and then it goes to where I want,
and then it goes.
And then it goes, like everybody else. Yeah. And I just decided, you know what? I'll use that as a warm up, my tune up time. Maybe trade sim because, Hoag, how many times did you walk into the pit and say, buy or sell one, and somebody will say, take it. Now I know which way the market's going,
Right.
As soon as everybody wants to grab it, it was like, I paid the VIG to get in, but then all of a sudden it was like, okay, I'll take a $50 loss here, but now I want to be a buyer,
Yeah. You're paying for information.
Yeah. And I kind of look at sim the same way. It's a great way rather than spending the money, do it on sim. Because if the market, responds immediately, you got a pretty good idea of what that direction is probably going to be, at least for the next time period.
Well, Britt, it sounds like you're really doing a lot of the hard work and the homework. And I mean, you're obviously very serious about that. And I got mad respect for you and for that. And, I think you're well on your way to becoming that unconscious competent that you're trying to be.
Yeah. Thank you very much. It's a lot of work, man. I'll tell you. So interestingly enough, as a firefighter, I work at a station that's not very busy. I used to work in a really busy station, and I've since moved. And everybody sits around when we're not doing anything. They play Xbox. So I sit here, watch Topstep, and trade, and I get to do that every day that I'm at work. We work a 48-96 schedule, so I'm there for 2 days straight. And most of the time, I get the entire market. So it's nice having that base, financially. My insurance is taken care of, my salary is taken care of, but the end goal is, hey, can I retire from that in 2 years and have this thing, to where I want it to be?
Mm-hmm. Quick question, Brett. Is it true? Is this a fact? If it's your day to cook at the firehouse, you don't have to go out on calls. Is this true or not? I've heard this.
It depends on what we're making. So somewhat true. And it depends on how many guys are there. We burn a lot of food over the years, for sure, and eating a lot of meals. But
I have quite a few cousins with the Chicago Fire Department, and I've heard these stories, but I never believed it. So I like an outside opinion. I'll be seeing them tomorrow. So I'm going to talk about this.
It's just like the guys you hang out with in the trading pitch. They're all comical. They all got their own stories and their own way of doing things, and you see some horrendous stuff, but man, you have to have a crazy sense of humor to do what we do.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it.
It's funny, Brett. I asked my dad one time, after being on the trading floor for a while, my dad was a grain trader on the board of trade for 40 years. I asked him, Dad, why are there so many characters? Why is everybody so funny on the trading floor? You know what he told me, Britt? He said, because hard times breed character. Yes. It ain't easy. It ain't easy. So the trading floor was a tough place, man. You had to have a good sense of humor if you were going to survive. Oh, and thick skin too.
And thick skin.
Absolutely.
You had to have thick skin.
Yeah. I remember having bad days, and one of the guys that was kind of my mentor had walked up and he said, "Hey, man, get after it tomorrow." He goes, "But I'll give you one bit of advice." And I said, "What's that?" He goes, "Go out and buy something expensive." And I said, "Well, I just got my ass kicked." And he's like, "Yeah, why would I do that?" He goes, "Because you can, and you'll make it back tomorrow." And I was like, "You know what? That's great advice." Okay. I did. I went out and bought something stupid expensive. And sure enough, I will tell you, if I've got time, JD, do I have the time to tell a quick story?
Absolutely. Knock yourself out.
So speaking of nightmares in trading, there's always a point in time, especially when you're one of the largest traders in the pit, that you think you control the pit, right? The market itself, and it's always the time where you're going to get hit. That's when it's coming. And I had a sizable position on. It was October. It
God
never
complex.
snows in October. What's that?
We called that the God complex.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, and I had it. So I was short the natural gas market. It never snowed in October, and I think it was like October 13th, 1996. Yeah, 1996. I'm getting ready to have my first child, and he was born in November, and I got caught short. We were limit up for 5 straight days for an entire week. It was $100,000 a day that I was getting hit, and I could not get out. And I remember looking out. I knew when I came in that Monday I was in trouble because the snow started coming down, and I looked out the window and I was like, "Oh my God, this is horrible." And I couldn't get out. And there were several other traders that were pretty large traders. The clearing firms liquidated them. They just said, "You're done. Get off the floor." They took their badge away, and the guy that owned the clearing firm came up and he goes, "You're a good trader. We're going to back you. Just trade out of it. Be careful." And by November, I had broken even. By December, I had my best year ever.
Wow.
But I got, talk about humble pie. And that was about the closest, honestly. And until you experience something like that, I never thought of mentally being in the worst possible place of my life and thinking, how the hell am I going to get myself out of this? My education, I'm going to be working at McDonald's for 1,000 years trying to pay this bill off, and it was rally time. It was do or die. And they were very kind to me, and it was a hell of a turnaround, but that was the life we lived, and I enjoyed every minute of it.
When you knew who you were doing business with.
Yes.
In your clearing firm, they saw you were a good trader. You got stuck. Let's work your way out of this, because I think they'd rather have you do that than paying them off $100 a week trading at McDonald's.
Yeah, absolutely. It was humble pie if there ever was one. And I learned a lot about myself in that process.
And those guys that got their badges ripped off, did anybody ever see them again? They were just gone?
Nope. They were gone.
That was it.
They drove their Porsches off the lot and never saw them again.
No one else would take them back. Yeah. That was the thing. Hey, we got
Let me ask you.
Eddie threw a poll in the chat real quick, Hoag. Eddie threw a poll in the chat. If you had the chance, would you like to trade on the floor of the CME? You can answer yes, no, or can I just watch? And he just took the poll down as I said it. Okay.
There you go.
Let's keep going.
When you were stuck and, you're short natural gas, it's limit up 1 day, 2 day. Did they expand the limits after that?
They did. It got worse. It didn't get better for me.
Oh,
yeah, I was covering everything I could. I was on the wrong side of my spreads. I was on the wrong side of the front market. I was buying everything I could in the back markets just to try to help with my margins, right? And try to cover some of it. And they would go up, maybe 5 or 6 cents. And meanwhile, it was 25 cents the next day. And they just keep expanding and expanding. And we just kept going limit up, limit up, limit up. And there was nothing to buy. I mean, the problem is somebody might come in and offer a 1 lot. Well, hell, I needed 300.
Right.
It was 1 lot wasn't going to do anything for me. But it was something else.
That's a great lesson in liquidity. I hope everybody in chat's listening to this lesson, this story. Great lesson in liquidity and the difference between trading on sim and trading in a live market, by the way. It's all about liquidity. For every buyer, there needs to be a seller. And if there isn't a seller, who are you gonna buy it from? And that's how price can.
That's it. And JD, I know a lot of people complain that they can't hold their positions overnight. Well, I'll tell you a quick story. I was short yen, had a $40,000 winner. I went to bed. I woke up at 4 a.m. and I was 60K upside down because they repatriated the yen, right? And that's why we don't keep anything overnight, right? It's like you don't want that risk. You just never know.
Do you ever
It's great when it
you
goes
ever have
your
any
way.
bad out trades?
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I love those. Walk in the morning and somebody says, "Hey, I got 10 lots," and it was actually in the S&Ps. Went up to, apparently somebody thought that I went up to a phone clerk and bought a 10 lot in the S&Ps, and the market was down 50 points the next day. And I said, listen, I have no idea what you're talking about. And they're like, well, we got your account number on it, and there's no recording when you're doing it by, with the phone clerk on the floor. And I'm like, so we argued about it, and I was like, all right, well, I'll take it. And interestingly enough, 2 weeks later, somehow I did it again, but I was on the right side, got all the money back plus $1,500. So it was
wow. Well, that's kind of weird. It
crazy.
almost seems like somebody was like trying to trade using your account, and then if it was a loser, they were going to give it to you, and if it was a winner, they were going to give it to their buddy.
Yeah, almost like that, I don't know. It was weird, but yeah, no, we'd have out trades, but we finished up because it was such a small place. It would go up to the clearing firm, and 10 minutes later, somebody be down. Hey, I've got you net short 50 contracts here, and you don't have it on your card. And I'd be like, oh crap, okay, start working out of that. But anyway,
what was your badge? Do you still have one? Do you still have the badge?
You know what? They took our badges. Interestingly enough, I've got both of my jackets. I'll grab it. One of my jackets here. I've got right here. I wore a race car jacket or race cars on my jacket, and I've got both of my jackets hung up on my wall.
I'm gonna grab mine too.
But they took our badges.
Yeah, they
I'll turn my camera off for a second.
tried that. They tried that with me. I only gave one of them back. I gave them my mid-am badge back. But every other badge I seemingly lost that day. I don't know how that happened, but they never really went after me like, hey, bring it in tomorrow or anything like that. They just figured people wanted to keep them.
Right. Yeah, no, I would have loved to have had that.
I just pulled mine down too. Oh, you can't see with the green screen.
It's green.
Oh yeah.
Pink and yellow.
There you go. I like it.
Here's one
We should have a day where we all wear our old training coats.
Yeah, I love it. I wish I could have kept mine. Mine was real simple. It was BB.
BB.
The Hoag. The goat.
BB. I put it in the chat today. You were talking about your chicken bones, and this is one of the reasons I love you so much, Hoag, because I was on a bad streak one month and not having a great month, and I went home and I was like, I'd try anything. I'll do anything. So I grabbed chicken bones, I grabbed a silver bullet, and I snipped some hair from my son and put it in a boiling water. Then I took it out, I dried it all off, and I used to keep it in the pocket of my trading jacket. And you know what? It worked. It worked.
How about a little eye of newt?
Right.
Tongue of frog.
Yeah, no. If I could have, I would have. If that would have came to mind, I was willing to try anything. But
That's pretty funny.
anyway,
I had to go off
no,
camera for a second. Sorry, guys. My camera got
okay,
blurry.
JD?
Yeah, all set. Back to normal. I just saw in
So
chat my camera was blurry.
Yeah, I enjoyed living in Chicago. That was one of the best times. 5 years, absolutely insane. I played rugby with the Chicago Lions for those 5 years, and had the best time of my life.
That's awesome. Where in Chicago did you live when you were here? What neighborhood were you
When
in?
I first moved, I lived in Wrigleyville. And, interestingly enough, back then the Cubs sucked. So we'd get off the floor and we'd catch the last 3 innings of the baseball game. We used to be able to just walk in, and I'd sit first base line and watch the ball game, end of the ball game, and then I'd walk back to my apartment. I lived in Old Town for a while, and then I lived at the Chicago Lions rugby house. We had apartments there, and that was pure chaos and insane.
Yep.
Did you play rugby?
I did.
You did?
Oh, yeah.
Donated blood, huh?
I donated my share of blood. At the end of the day, my name is up on the wall at the Chicago Lions rugby house on a plaque, and it wasn't for my stellar rugby play. It was for my partying.
Nice. We got to get this guy
You
back
spent
to
a lot of time
Chicago.
at the Red Lion.
Right.
And it's no mystery. The Cubs
rugby
still
bar.
kind of suck, you know.
Yeah.
My dad actually used to tell me stories. My dad's uncle, my grandfather's brother, was a fireman at the firehouse right across the street from Wrigley Field. And my dad and his brothers and cousins would go there and clean the firehouse, and they'd give them free tickets to the Cubs game. But they would just go out in front and scalp the tickets and take the Halstead bus down to Comiskey Park and go to the White Sox game instead. That's what they did.
Oh, you gotta love it.
Very nice.
All right, let's take a quick peek at the markets, folks. We haven't talked about the markets in a minute. We got the S&P 64% long and the tilt NASDAQ 66% long. We just been barcoding for the last half hour, 40 minutes or so. So we really didn't miss much. I don't see any really,
Although,
no real
Right,
trade
we've got-
opportunities popping up here.
we've got anchored VWAP off the opening 5-minute bar, kind of showing a little bit of resistance here in the S&Ps, which are still below the initial balance low. NASDAQ gave back the initial balance low. It's above that now, but a little bit of resistance here at that anchored VWAP. You mentioned you've been looking at anchored VWAP.
Yep.
Right there, right now.
Seem to be hugging the midnight anchored VWAP as well. I do keep that up on the chart. We're just kind of trading back and forth on that. And
Well, guys, we got about 1 minute, 2 minutes left here. Britt, I'm scrolling through the chat, looking at some of the comments. You are a new fan favorite. People want to see you come back. Loving these stories. Just a great conversation. We didn't look too much at the markets, but I think the conversation in general was just excellent. People love hearing these kinds of stories.
I sure appreciate you guys.
We appreciate you. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for being part of the community. Yeah, we got about another minute. Hoag's going to come on for his afternoon recap. Hoag, anything you want to say? You want to take us out? You want to take us out of here? You want to hit it home?
Well, Britt, it's always a pleasure to run into the floor guys, even some of them that I probably didn't particularly like at the time. But you're one of the guys I like. Just getting to meet you now, but it's always good to have a chance to kind of reminisce a little bit about the old days. And boy, you've got some good stories. We'll be looking forward to hearing more of those. Happy Thanksgiving to you, your family, and all your loved ones. And don't forget to pray for peace.
Yeah, right back at you, Hoag. Appreciate you, JD.
Thank you.
Eddie,
Appreciate you
as
too, Britt.
well. Happy Thanksgiving.
All right, folks, we're going to take a short break. Hoag's going to be right back with the afternoon recap. Then we're going to scoot into Power Hour, the final Power Hour of the week. David Green and Coach Dakota are both here. The new dynamic duo, the day trading power couple, Dakota and David Green. These guys are great. Stick around. More tradertainment coming your way. TopstepTV. Let's go.
Hey, thanks for joining me for the afternoon recap, everybody. Well, we had a bit of a recovery here in the house account a little while ago during trade with Topstep. If you remember, we looked for a long near the IB low after a 3-bar reversal. That one didn't trade out. We were talking about potential downside targets for the S&Ps today. And I said, well, 6,000. It's the weekly kickoff high. What was resistance may become support. And where do we put in that low? Right at that level. So the traders during the trade with Topstep were looking for an opportunity for a long off of that. They got a nice long here at around 6,875. The stop was initially put at 6,004 quarter, I believe, was the actual stop level. The market kind of played around a little bit, gave them a nice little pullback at one point where they were able to add another contract. The target was 6014, and they were able to take that profit for a little over 500, I believe. So that was a really good trade. Now, what has the market done since then? Well, the S&Ps are still holding below IB low. We were just talking to Britt about anchored VWAP, and if you anchored VWAP on the opening bar here, the 830 bar, and you're looking at it now, the market has come back to it and is seeming to be using that as resistance. If that breaks and we get above the IB low, maybe there's some more opportunity perhaps to the upside. But for now, we would probably be looking for shorts against the anchored VWAP off that opening 5-minute bar. The NASDAQ and the S&Ps seem to have switched places. Now, the NASDAQ is actually presenting as the stronger of the two. Taking a look here at NVIDIA, it's come off its lows. It's still down a little bit on the day, but still off of its lows. Well, what happens with NVIDIA happens with the NASDAQ. Yesterday, NVIDIA was like a wet towel or a wet blanket on the NASDAQ. Seems to have changed. What was the major change? Well, after we put in this low here, we came back above the initial balance low. Well, coming back above the initial balance low and spending time above that creates what was resistance became support. The market has continued to push through the anchored VWAP at the 830 bar here in the NASDAQ and continues to try and push to the upside. So when we were talking earlier this morning about, well, where do we buy it? Maybe we were a little too aggressive too early, but again, we had a nice recovery on that trade during the trade with Topstep. What happened with gold? Gold just kind of fell asleep on us here. Here again, the market opens, breaks below the initial balance low, finds resistance, finds resistance, finds resistance. Now it seems to be continuing to push to the downside, but for all intents and purposes, gold is basically closed, although we are seeing a little bit of volume coming off this low here. This looks interesting as well. Crude oil. Same kind of, to the NASDAQ. We set the initial balance low, a decent short on the initial balance low. We have a rounded bottom here. We have a cup and handle beginning to form. Is there possibly more upside in the crude oil, which again is, for all intents and purposes, closed for the day? We're going to see what happens as the day goes on. So, all in all, I think it was a good day. There were some good trades taken, even if they did not give us what we were looking for. These were trades that I think our traders would have taken 10 out of 10 times. I would have taken 10 out of 10 times. And that's all we can ask for. I'm really looking forward to the Thanksgiving holiday tomorrow for those of you that celebrate or in the U.S. or whatever it is. Again, thank you very much for joining me. We have a special jab coming up here. Eddie, let's get it on here. Let's see what people are talking about.
All right, thanks, Johnny. Well, you know what? We talk about this jab, and I'm watching the chat probably all day here, trying to pick and choose and find good things that people are actually taking those small steps for the big goal. These are called jabs. And we'll get into it right now. In this corner, logging in the Topstep every weekday, the trader who does the work strives to be successful and keeps on jabbing. When opportunity calls, this can be you. And in the other corner, wearing the Bears jersey and the Packer Crocs, never using a game plan or a stop like a damn fool, author of the book Trade the Top Step Combine at 3:11 p.m. Central Time, Bluto, Sweet Cheeks Buffoon. All right, let's take a look and see what traders who are making those jabs count. Now, this was from yesterday late. I put this on here. Didn't want to miss these traders here, but Cyvent said 6 out of 7 on my winning trade days today, up 3K. It's a good day. Scott said no trades for me today. I got funded during slow markets with Dakota last night, so I had to sit out until settlement today. Congratulations, Scott. Dr. Raman, good morning, guys. I'm down for the very first time in my XFA account this month. Feels alive. Feels humbled. Keep jabbing. Doctor, we appreciate you coming in here and giving us this view that, you know what, you're not giving up. You are still in the game. You are jabbing, and you keep jabbing, sir. So get that XFA account back to where you want it. Wheels. Talked about Wheels a little earlier today with a couple of small wins last night. I'm 265 away from passing my first combine. I'm so hesitant to lose progress in the market that looks like this. Well, you know what? I tell you, today's market really didn't give us much to feed off of. And the thing is, if you don't feel like trading, if you're hesitant, if you got that question mark, don't force a trade. Another thing you can do is, if you want to trade the day, trade the micros, right? If you have a bad trade, it's not going to dig the hole too deep. Dave Allen made the daily $200 profit target in my XFA last night. Gonna keep that objective until I get 5 green days, no trades today. See, now there's somebody trading that's very smart. Very smart on this one, because he has got a $200 a day profit target, right? Personal profit target. It's just like the personal loss limit, right? Give yourself these personal rules where you can follow. Great job, David. Keep that up. I'm hoping to see you with 5 days green. No desk. I'm $16 away from beating my step 2 challenge. I know this could go from need 16 to need 100. Right, $16 away. Once again, hit those micros. Right, if you need to inch up to that XFA, right, be wise. You tell you don't be greedy. A lot of people. This is where most of us fail, when we're knocking on the door, and the thing is, we're trading too much. We're looking to get there too fast, and you know what? Nobody answers the door. And our good friend Carl Hungus. Carl, once again, talking about the jab, up 500 in 2 combines, $1,000 total by 7 a.m. It was early, Carl. Carl, our good buddy here. Happy Thanksgiving, TSTV gang. And of course, to you, Carl. And of course, happy Thanksgiving for all of our community and everyone here that is part of the Top Step TV crew. Well, that is going to be it. And the thing is, we are going to go to a break. And coming up next here, we've got our Power Hour. And this is going to be good. David Green in the room, just waiting to go. And we got Dakota ready to go also. So don't run away. Don't walk away. Don't fall out of your chair. Buckle up, because this is going to be fun. Power Hour coming up next.
Hello, everybody who's hiding out from their family right now at 2 p.m. the day before Thanksgiving. We are here. It's Power Hour. Myself and Hoag are joined by Coach Dakota and David Green. Dakota, you locked it up yesterday. How you been today?
Same thing. I mean, it's Friday technically, right? We don't have trading.
Yeah.
I mean, the trading's not tonight. It's going to be a nice long weekend. If you're not done, maybe you should consider just being done for the day. We only have 1 hour left, and I mean, a lot of people end up losing money the last hour, and then they going into the weekend with a very negative mindset. So even if you're flat or green, probably the best thing to do is to lock it up.
What are we going
That's
to
a
talk
ringing
Yeah,
about?
the last thing we
endorsement.
want to do is get biffed before the
The
holiday.
last hour of entertainment here. David was here for group coaching earlier today. You're back, locked and loaded. You ready to do this, David?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it. I just had a little bit out in the NQs, 207.92, but we bounced. We didn't get close. We bounced a little bit off that. Now we're kind of just sitting here in noise land. Had a little bit down on my 30 EMA. Maybe Dakota
Right
will
on.
get the same kind of setup that we had. I don't think we're going to get a 100-point banger, but they're holding on to some gains here.
It's always possible in the NQ. Before I get to Hoag, Dakota, you've locked yourself out, but you know who's never done trading is the Topstep account. So let us carry the bags too heavy
Okay.
for yourself. So
There you go.
Okay.
Hoag
all
will be
right.
executing today. Hoag, welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah. That sounds good to me. I mean, with the power of hindsight, if we look at the hourly chart on the NASDAQ, it was buy the dip type of a day. I mean, that we got the average pullback. We got the pullback. I mean, that's what we've been seeing the past few weeks, right? Where after that major sell-off on that Friday, ever since we've been in this kind of range or this channel going up and to the right. Any of these sell-offs have been kind of similar. Like we have this sell off, we have a panic, and then it just gets bought up, and then we were right back up, making higher highs. And so I think this is very well just be one of them. We had a nice panic sell this morning, give the buyers some opportunities to buy this dip, and this is a solid trend line. And I think we're going to continue to do that until we break through this trend line, or we decide to just rally and start a very bullish trend. So until then, I mean, it's same normal buy the dip. We're slowly going up and to the right.
Well, during fast markets today, I spent most of it going, okay, where do we buy it?
Yeah. I could see that. I don't know. What do we do for power hour? We're kind of right in the middle, and
No.
We just missed a nice little
In
pullback.
between.
Didn't quite pull back enough, and now looks like we could be off to the races again. And we'll see.
down to 802s.
I had out 91s, and we got to like 801. Now we're pushing against this pivot point for the third time, right around the 25s, 26s, right here.
We could buy ES. We could buy the ES because ES hasn't has not moved back up
that's
above
just
6.
Dead flat.
20s.
Right?
Yeah. ES, all of a sudden it's opposite from yesterday. ES is the weaker of the two. Nasdaq is the stronger. S&Ps haven't taken out the IB low, and the Nasdaq left the IB low at the low here a long time ago.
I
You
actually
guys
like
on
a
the
long
vid-
on the ES.
I do.
You
I
do.
like. I like
Okay.
the I like the NQs better, but I can give it a shot. I mean,
Okay.
the NQs are NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA is up now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Four points from its lows. I'm sure Tesla
Yeah,
bounced
either or.
from its lows.
I mean, I'm fine with either. ES didn't sell off as much as the NQ though. Looking on the hourly
no.
chart, and this looks like a simple buy the dip on the ES as well. Like every one
It
of
went
these
right
dips.
to weekly kickoff high in the mini S&Ps 6,000.
I'm not opposed. ES looks fine.
All right. Sounds like you're in to buy some ES.
Yes.
Where are we
NQ,
buying?
buy it all.
Yeah.
Buy 'em
I
all.
put one on here if we're going to do it.
We buy 50. Hey, we're
Jump
long
in
one.
the water.
At 20,
Jump in the water's fine.
16.
you're referring to
50,
ES, right?
long one.
You're
Yes,
long one
yes.
on ES. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, let's build a position going into the close. I'm fine with that. Put on our
Let's do it.
Snuffle Platypus says,
What
you guys
price-
seem lethargic? Hell no. Just got in button ES.
We're full of
What price?
tryptophan.
Right here, 1650. Right.
Yeah, 1650. Right. That's long one.
We'll go down together, baby.
We'll go down together.
All right.
Really
House
hate
accounts
people.
long one ES.
What price did we get?
16 half. 1650.
Oh man, already in the profit. Close it and call it a day.
I hate it when that happens.
That's funny.
This is like no heat.
Need to clear like 19s to get going a little.
Yes, yeah,
Yes.
yep, 19s, 19
100%.
quarter.
You may even add there.
Yeah. Wow, look how thin this book is.
Yeah, it is.
I have not
There's
seen
no
the ES this thin for a very long time.
There's nobody here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the NQ. That's why.
That would make a big difference.
I was like, wow, I'm seeing like 10s and 20s on the ES, but I forgot to link my charts. It's Friday. Come on, it's
Yeah, it is.
basically Friday.
Thanksgiving.
There we
NQ's
go.
pushing
There you
this,
go.
pushing the pivot point for the fourth time.
CYA is at 611, 611 and a quarter.
It is now.
What's the total risk? Like a couple $100.
$262.50.
$262. Yeah, let's. I'm fine for building a position for a breakout to the long side. So
Add another one.
Yeah, we could add some at the bid.
We already did. We're long at 17 now.
Long 2 ES.
Long 2.
So our risk is what, 400 now?
562.
Okay.
I have to close my phantom door open. 1 second.
It's got ghosts.
PS.
Yeah, we got a poll up here. The Power Hour Dynamic Duo. Who gets your vote? David Green, Dakota, Andre and Dolby Time, Ken and Barbie.
I'm still standing. We need a little freaking volume here.
We sure
Yo.
do.
A lot of nothing. A whole lot of nothing. Yeah, how would we build a position in this? Because we don't want to just keep buying it right in the middle of this range. We could either buy it if we get buy more if we get back down to the bottom of this range and put on our range bound trader hat, or we could
13
buy
and
it
a half.
as we start to break out. Yeah, like 14 to
13 and a half.
15s. Yeah, 13s to 15s, that zone, the lower zone. So that's one way to do it. The other way is going to be buying it as we start to break out through pivots, like 18 and quarter, 19 quarter. So I'm fine with both. Obviously, the lower the risk is going to be when we are down on this lower side of this consolidation.
Got to been at 13 and a half for another one.
Now we're talking.
Now you talk.
Now we're talking.
Someone's talking.
This is very Wednesday before Thanksgiving. All right.
You got a buy stop to add at 19 also.
Both sides. Love it.
I am doing a mirror image, guys. Putting out 1350. I'm still standing. Yeah.
You get the feeling we're going to be still sitting here at this price at 3 o'clock?
Yeah, it's
very possible.
That's the feeling. That's definitely the feeling. Could we put a buy order in at 14 halves as well?
Yeah.
14 halves, 13 halves.
11 halves, 10 halves,
we're working.
9 halves. 8 halves. Yeah.
6,000s.
CYA is still at 11 even.
11 quarter right now.
Okay, yeah, 11 quarter is fine.
As a reminder again, we are not on the air tomorrow or Friday. Dakota, you are on tonight though, right?
Yeah, tonight's my last night. We're just kind of do a talk about strategy, talk about trading, maybe do some stat reviews, and then call it a night. It's not going to be a very long one or in depth because the markets are going to be closed.
Long 3 now.
Okay, what's the average price?
16.
16 candles.
16 even.
16.
16 even for 3.
Total risk is what, 700 maybe?
Yep, 725.
Okay, house count long 3 yes from 16. I'm gonna look at the NQ chart just to feel something. Yeah,
NASDAQ is
that
still
thing's always moving.
buoyant.
It's always moving.
NASDAQ is buoyant.
Dead. I want him dead. I want his whole family dead.
Only Google is up on the day from the Mag 7. Apple about break even. Tesla, the laggard. Nvidia showing some life after being down quite a bit.
I'm still standing. Get back above 1650 here.
This is worse
10-year
than watching
yield,
paint dry.
4.25. Yeah, this is when I started reading quotes, Dakota. Oh, but Bitcoin, our new favorite product just to talk about, 5.86% up today. I'm looking at the cash market, 97, 150. I don't
Yeah, that's the
believe,
market we
Dakota,
should
tell
be
me if I'm
trading.
wrong, is we never traded 100K in the cash market, like in the spot Bitcoin, did we?
No.
I don't think so. We
No, we
did in the
did.
futures, but not.
Yes, we definitely did in the futures. I have a
That's
high
the
of
market we've been trading.
100,170 is what I show for the high intraday.
Some
Yeah, that's definitely the market we
innovators
should have
up
been trading.
there.
As we've been talking, it's broke out, and it's moving to the long side.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, if we want to trade some smoke, you got the microsystem or whatever.
Well, you could trade the MBTs, right? Isn't that the mini Bitcoin futures?
We could trade. I think the micros, Bitcoin.
Micros, right? MBT.
You got to trade a bunch of
10 of
them.
them.
Yeah.
I'm still standing.
Doing
Missed
it.
the trade at $338 yesterday. 390 today.
Nice.
Reversal challenge would be good now today.
Yeah.
What
Buy
it?
bid, sell out.
I think this be a big day for grays.
560 on the offer at 15 half. Oh, it just
Yeah, they're
moved down
chasing
to
that down.
475.
Yeah, they chased it
Just moved
down.
it down.
I seen that.
Yeah.
I was
They
trying
want
to
us
get
to
it
get
to go
filled.
lower. Yep.
127 on our bid. 13 half for 120.
They're at 14 3/4.
So we wanted to bring them down to our level, get hit, and then bounce. Do it.
Part of it got filled.
Yeah, I seen that.
Adam says, "Easy short. We shall see. I suppose."
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
He's at 14 3/4.
Where was our last ad?
14 and a half.
Yeah.
There's a
AJ, I
13.50.
am conveniently ignoring. Ask us on shoulder tap sometime. I don't make the rules here. I don't know.
Long 4. CYA is 837.
That's still reasonable. In this slow market, this is slower than slow markets.
Mm-hmm.
This is paint drying slow.
Where is the stop? 11 something?
11 quarter.
11
Okay.
quarter, yeah.
Don't tell anybody.
I'm for continuing to add down here at the bottom of this range. However, you guys see
Let's
fit.
see.
Even with the stop right there?
Keeping the stop the same. Yep, stop does not
Okay.
move. This is
12
kind of
is
just
12 is the recent low, like a half hour ago, at around 12.
if we break back above 14. We'd be risking what, 2 handles? 3 handles right here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you want me to
So
buy
what
another
we-
one here?
Sure.
Join the bid.
Yeah, I'm fine with buying at the bid.
Join the bid.
What? We need to hold the 12s.
Working 30 for one or 13 for one. Long 5.
Long 5.
Do we get ice cream now?
I'm joining you with that. Long 5.
Oh no!
Here we go.
This is a big spot right here. Let's hold these 12s.
Yeah, this is an important spot. If we break down, we go down. If not, we take the loss.
Traded 11.5.
Yes, it did.
RCYA is at 11 quarter, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Well, let's hope that was the low. Come on now.
Thanksgiving miracle.
Hold, baby, hold.
Seems to happen a
I mean,
lot.
back above the 14s would be positive if we can do that.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
All right.
There we go. How's that for a CYA so far? Wow. Wow. Let's see if we can hold.
Yeah, that's the thing. Need to push through these 14s to the 15s and 16s.
This happened to us before, right? We're back in the profit.
Yes. Yeah. After being
Close,
one tick from
anyway,
stopped
close.
out.
I want to see us get momentum, go back into that range.
15 we need to get over now.
That's our
Yes.
That's our break even right there, 15.
Right at 15.
All right. Back to not moving much. We still got MOC at 250, even though it's the day before Thanksgiving.
Yesterday was out of the box. 3 billion.
Here we go, right back down.
And with the S&P MOC. Crazy.
3 billion.
3 bill. 3 large.
A big day, MOC. Really didn't do anything, though. Didn't
No,
help
it
us
didn't.
at all.
It sold off, actually, right? It sold off a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It did.
Right back towards our 12, sitting in the 12s.
Now, since we're not playing the reverse challenge, we highly suggest that you just sit on your hands at this time. Don't do anything.
Yeah.
Let our experienced stunt traders trade.
Was that a Thanksgiving branded hands on butts? I love it.
How about that?
The turkey.
Hands on your thighs.
Yeah, this is where it's like, we could put a wager on. Does it go? It touches our stop, and then it goes right back up.
Want me to move it a little bit further away?
Mine's, I mean, that's a decent stop, Hoag. I like the stop area.
Uh-huh.
The only other way I see it trading is that if we were not already in a position, and if we're getting long down here, then obviously you're going to have more room for a stop where you're buying the bottom of this consolidation, and then your stop's going to be somewhere at like 608. But that's just too much risk for us, right? because it's always cheaper to get back in if there's a setup rather than to keep widening our stop loss.
Mm-hmm.
But it does feel like it's gonna hit our stop and then turn around. It's just one of those markets.
Burns my giblets.
Yeah, we are just riding the razor's edge here.
$11.75, 11.75.
Halves
So close.
again. And
And
that's
we're out.
it.
We're out.
And we're out.
Time to buy them.
All right, buy them back.
Quick, it's set up again.
Dakota, the first thing you said when you came on was, "Don't trade for the rest of the day if you're not doing anything, right?"
Yep. I'm gonna throw the position back on my on this combine and see how it, because this is exactly what I was thinking was gonna happen. We went down, we hit 11.25, and we're finding buyers right back in this zone.
Well, Dakota, while you're firing up your
there's
combine, we do have, this will be appointment viewing. We do have some hashtag Power Hour content when ready. James, are you back there?
I am indeed back here.
You want to go back in on this, Dakota?
No.
It's still a valid trade. And
come on, you know you want to.
Come on. You know you want to.
We're all smoking cigarettes behind the school, kid. Come on.
It'd be the same trade. It's the same trade. I mean, essentially, this is probably where our entry should have been. Just sitting here waiting, being patient.
It's still all right unless you break like the 11s.
The house account's down $350. Oh, 1,500 even.
Yeah.
What was the exact low? 11.
11 even.
11 even.
Great stuff. Great stuff.
That was the exact freaking low.
That was the exact low.
James' voice with the "come on" reminds me. When I was at the Onion, they used to have. Go ahead. If you're getting into something, let us know.
Yeah, Hoag, I think it's still a valid setup. I think if we want, we could get back down into these 13s and look for us to return back into this range up here in the 16, 17s.
So you're saying to buy a couple.
So you're saying there's a chance.
We're back in.
I'm just saying it's a valid trade. It's not anything where it's like, we're just wishing. Like, this is a valid trade. This is the trade that we're looking for. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a valid trade. It's not just throwing on and hoping or wishing. I mean, it's a trade setup where this is a consolidating zone between 6,019 down to 6,011, and we went to the bottom of the range.
13 for 2.
Okay, and yeah, the thing is with range bound trades, if we get to the bottom of the range, is that the bottom? Is this the exact bottom? There's no exact level. I mean, when you are trading range bound, we could go a little bit lower than the range and then turn around and go back.
You like the
consolidation.
CYA?
We could almost get there. Yeah, I have mine at 09s.
We are long 213s. CYA at 09.
Where are we? 3:30.
Mm-hmm.
Still got time. Still got time.
Where's the VWAP at?
Mm. 5 o'clock VWAP is 6,021. VWAP from the 8:30 5 o'clock bar is 6018.5.
I got exactly.
And that session VWAP really was some pretty decent resistance.
That makes
in the
sense.
S&Ps, not so much in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, went down and touched 11s again.
To the penny.
Yep. There's a lot of orders sitting there right at 16s, 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 15s.
I think those might be the spread bros.
Yeah, I think you're right. Actually, there's the same over
Yeah,
there,
there
sitting
you
at
go.
608.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You just kind of follow price around. Delta's negative 26,000. So let's see how off the exchange was with open interest. Minus plus 32,000. Not that bad. We did add 29,008 yesterday in open interest in the S&Ps. So a little better guess on that one.
Sitting in this little range.
Yep.
We can get above the 14s. Something here.
We were green for a
We're long
second.
too, right? Yeah, we're
Yes.
long too at 613. Okay.
13. Yep.
Can we build that position again?
13 for 2. Pardon?
Can we build that position again?
Yeah. Yeah. We can do anything.
Okay. Yeah, I like building that position again, and we could continue to add. And now it's given us
Long
really
3
good.
now.
Yeah, this has given us a really good point of reference now. That 611, where if we do start to see bullish market structure and a higher low, we could add, and then we can move, for example, our CYA up to like say 610, and then we're going to be risking a lot less. And it gives us that point of reference to add to a winner, build a position, and have a nice tight CYA.
Well, we already built. We're long 3 now.
Okay.
Hey guys, Miss Eddie is asking, who are these spread bros?
Well, you're in luck. I was a spread bro. I was born a spread bro. Basically, if you see about 4 or 5 points off the market in ES, there's these 300 plus lots that will move around as the bid and ask. And that looks a lot like what I used to do in bonds, which means that they are likely one leg of a spread that is trading against something else looking to get hit. If I had to guess, since they're always pretty far off market, like those aren't really in danger of getting hit before the machine pulls them, is that they're probably spreading against something significantly more illiquid. Could be like a calendar spread way out there looking to get hit on something in a far out month. It could be a different product, but that's what we mean by spread bros. They're not necessarily bros. They could be broettes. But it means that something is one leg of a spread. It is a little weird you would put that much size, especially to the downside. The problem with these spreads is if you get hit real quick on a block order or something like that, well, then you got to get hedged somewhere else. and you're not going to get filled in a normal course of day like this. So I don't know what they're doing, but they're trading 300 ES, so they probably know something.
Okay, I'm here for adding Hoag, adding right here. We just made a higher low. If we could, let's see, can we add with a buy stop maybe? Buy as it's going in our favor at like say 13.5 or 14.
You said add,
evens.
I bought it already.
Okay, let's
Long
we use a
forward.
Now you
buy
can
stop
put-
for the next one.
Now you can put a buy stop in.
Yeah, buy stop at
Where's
say
the
14 evens.
buy stop in at 14 even?
There we go. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, if we could gain some momentum, and if we do start to break, as soon as that buy stop fills, then the CYA for me would move to like 10.5.
Okay. It's kind of fun.
So that way
swinging 5 lots on day before Thanksgiving.
we're adding, and we can even though our position size is increasing, we can lower our risk by
Lower
moving the
risk.
stop loss.
Yep.
Yeah.
We can corner the market right now, Hoag. It's the day before Thanksgiving. This is our chance.
What are they doing in there? They're selling what I'm up.
Randolph? Mortimer?
What, your brother's had a heart attack.
F him.
I wait till you get to about 64, then I'd buy.
Thank you.
Mr. Valentine has set the market.
Yeah. Mr. Valentine has set the price.
This isn't monopoly money we're playing with.
So Hoag, what I was gonna say earlier as we're adding is when James said like the come on when you were like putting something on, is they used to have in the Onion office, they had these whiteboards where they had permanently up a bunch of headlines that for whatever reason they didn't run or that like they thought could be ran in the future. For instance, you'd spend whole days writing headlines about the deaths of old celebrities that had not died yet, so they were ready to go, stuff like that.
Oh, right.
And one of them that was on the board forever that they had to take down was an op-ed by Charles Manson that just said, "Come on, let me out for one day." Which I always thought was what's the worst that could happen?
What's the worst thing?
The Onion was the Onion's the best. So funny.
These 14s now. What time is it? 3:39. We got time. Got time for the market on closes.
It's kind of funny how our stop loss was at 11.25, huh? That's where it was.
Mm-hmm.
Really good so far. Besides
Yeah,
the fact that we
yeah,
had
so-
it in there. Yeah.
That's the thing about stop losses. You just never know exactly where to put them.
They seem
Yeah.
to find they seem to find them wherever we put them.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes.
If you're always
Yeah,
right, you don't need stops.
True. Who needs stop anyway?
If only.
If only. Yeah. You're always going to have trades where you question where you're putting your stop losses.
Oh, 100%.
Always. There's been times where we were correct by a few ticks. There's been times where we were wrong by a few ticks. And there's somewhere it just blows through your stop loss and you were definitely wrong. And this could be like that was one of them, right? Where it came down, it touched it twice by a tick. And then if it did rally, we were like, dang, why didn't we have our stop loss at a different place? You could always make that decision. You can always, always second guess yourself on almost every trade on anything that you do. So it's just following the same process consistently. That buy stop now, Hoag, can we put it at 612? 012?
Really? Okay. Get in a little better.
Yeah, and if it stops us out, then it's over. Yeah, flat.
We're
Yep,
stopped.
it's flat. Yep. Cancel everything.
Everything's out. Working nothing.
Yep,
Ho, ho,
nothing.
ho.
That was nothing. We broke through that support, so it's everything's invalid.
I'll sell 5 now.
Then we could
Just-
rally.
just-
That goes
Just
right
kidding.
to 14.
Yeah.
No, that was the trade. It's no longer a trade. Like that was this
Mhm.
trade where we're finding support right there at 611, this zone, and we just broke through it. So it's all invalid, and we only have 16 minutes left of the day.
Have some support around 6,000 and 59.91 if we really get. I will be a buyer at 59.91 if something stupid happens.
Well, I'm up. I can peel off the $1,000 in the combine. I've been short 10 ZN all day,
Nice.
which you can see how much these things move. Not a lot.
What is that, the 10-year treasury? Is he at?
Yeah, just put this on this morning in a combine. I just got to remember to take it off. You don't want them to puke it for you. I'll leave that in there because I know it won't move much and go back to the live account.
The spread's a third of the profit.
Yeah, it is.
That's the game. You gotta be legging them.
Gotta get hit on a bid.
We're
You
seeing
remember
movement now in the
even though-
market.
Yep.
Coin's pulling back a bit.
Six minutes and change until the last MOC before this break from TopstepTV for a couple days.
Anything fun planned over the weekend? The 4-day weekend?
Oh, for me? Oh,
Yeah, any of you guys.
not a whole lot. I am playing in the Turkey Bowl tomorrow morning. I think I've brought this up before. We've lost I don't know, 15 straight years or something like that. It's become it's become a thing. Yeah, we're every year we're due. Like a touch football game.
Oh, okay.
They got football in Utah, I think.
We don't have a football team.
You got the Utes.
My college.
Utes?
College. Yeah, Utes and BYU.
Is that why you picked the Packers, or do you have like a closer relationship to Wisconsin somehow?
No, I picked the Packers when I was a little kid. I watched them beat my stepdad's team, and they were the Dolphins. And this is when Brett Favre was at his peak. This was 25 years ago, 26 years ago.
All around great guy,
Now it's
Brett
long.
Favre.
Right down to value low.
We did. I'm looking at this market through green goggles and always looking at this being very bullish. So I'm just not going to say anything. This
Green
no
goggles.
trade. Green goggles, because I'm colorblind.
I mean-
and I'm bullish.
Are you really colorblind?
Yeah, I'm really colorblind.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're kidding around.
Green looks red to me, David.
Wow.
I found that out a few months ago.
Oh, really?
I've been trading my entire life, and I just these red candlesticks are darker red, and these other ones are, a a little less red, so those must be bullish.
Dakota, what are the odds, do you think, that like Jordan Love turns into a really weird guy too?
I don't know.
It's like a
man.
curse. It's like a curse the Packers have, where they're gonna have nothing but Hall of Fame quarterbacks. They're just
That
gonna
are
do weird
weirdos?
things. They're just
But they're weird.
weirdos. Just-
Hey, I'm okay if they could be as weird as they want, as long as they could perform.
Oh, I agree. I would tick picks and all. I would take the reincarnation of Brett Favre and Medicare fraud or whatever else he's doing for the Bears if it got him a Super Bowl.
It's something up there in the food. I don't know.
Cheese.
It's all the cheese, all that cold weather, and those. I can't even say it. The football hits.
Beer.
Brats.
You got a really good beer up there, Spotted Cow. Really good. You can only buy it in Wisconsin. And a case of it's like $35.
Wow.
See, this has been the story of my week. Right idea, right direction. Usually just timing.
Poor timing. Poor timing. Yep.
Yeah. This is what happened to me Tuesday, David, and here we are again.
Exactly what expected.
All right. Minute and a half until MOC. Eddie will be there with that.
MOC.
Well, to be honest,
MOC.
I'm not seeing any setup for that yet. Huh. We got one today. I think we should. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we could take over these
Should,
20s.
yeah.
I could see 6,020s come into play for MOC. Why not? That's kind of what we were targeting.
Yep.
Targeting
16.
6023. 6023
16.
was that area.
16s is a
16
little resistance that they need to bust through if they're going to keep going higher.
Come on, Juice. Where are you?
24s and then the upper end of this range. So that last trade, if just for some reason if we were still in it, then the 618s were going to be my first target, and then these 623s to 24s would be my second target.
I exactly had my 200 EMA at 24, so there you go.
There we go.
There you go.
Yeah, now we watch this thing run. Scott Martin, has anyone back tested a 3-bar reversal? My entire life. It works. It just depends which one and where.
You're like forward testing, right? They don't all work.
Yeah. Nope. But if the market's going to reverse, you must have a 3-bar reversal first.
I am not showing an MOC.
Huh.
Damn.
Maybe they didn't think anybody was watching.
Maybe not. Yeah, probably.
Wah, wah, wah.
Swing and a miss. Days like this.
Bring me my BC headache powder and a glass of water.
Please.
What is a 3-bar reversal? There is
What
a
is a
beautiful
3-bar
example.
reversal?
Yes.
Oh.
This is a beautiful example of what a 3-bar reversal is. Right there. Right here. As soon as we crossed above the high of the previous bar, is the 3-bar reversal right there. See,
What
bar
time
input,
frame
like
is that,
have a
Dakota?
downtrend. This is a 5-minute, and it doesn't 5-minute, but it applies over any time frame because the market's fractal. So like higher, like lower low, lower low, low or lower high. We're making lower highs, and then the 3-bar reversal is right there, right at 6:012. So yeah, you know what? In hindsight, you could easily say that we should have never placed any trades until we got that 3-bar reversal. It would have worked out. But being preemptive, looking and buying a range bound market, we were getting in early. No 3-bar reversal happened until that candlestick.
Yeah.
So this is a picture perfect example of a 3-bar reversal.
We got ZB and Nathan putting up our MOCs for today. Appreciate that. I know where you got them, and I didn't.
Buy side.
What do you know on the inside, huh?
I've got them.
Got them?
Yeah. Eddie, you don't have them?
No.
Really?
I've got them written. I've got them written here, but I don't have.
You're gonna roll.
Yeah.
S&P 1 billion to the buy side.
Graph. No, moving graph. Just I've got the prices here.
Oh, okay.
S&P 1 billion buy side, Nasdaq 525 million buy side. Now 65 million buy side, Meg 710 million buy side.
All right. Well, we got the MOC out of the way, which means we got to finish hashtag Power Hour for all you X heads out there.
That's right. I
James,
can't
are
have you
you
come after
there?
me later on Twitter. I'm here, and here is your Power Hour content from Nomo,
Man,
Topstep
you know you
TV.
are.
Topstep still grinding. Look at all that green on the board.
Nomo.
You love to see it.
That's better than grinding there, buddy. That's some
Yeah.
good stuff.
You are building that house, building it up. Coming up from Pine Tree Trader, next step 50K. 2021, 0 payouts. 2022, 0 payouts. 2023, 0 payouts. 2024, 60,000 in payouts.
Boom.
Read the next word.
Best for
Never
last.
give up. Watch me trade
No.
live on YouTube. Or how about you come on
Give up.
Topstep TV and we can all trade live together. But congrats, there's your 5K hat and pin.
Never surrender.
From Me Love You Long Ticks. I flushed this down the toilet today. It stung a little, but at the end of the day, I'm thankful to even exist. I did take a $1,500 payout from it last week. Happy Thanksgiving, y'all. She posts her wins and her losses, which we more than respect here at Topstep.
Very
So
nice.
shout out to you.
That, ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner.
You can
She's
definitely
so nice. Every time that name comes up, I just kind of like turn my head real quick. Like, what? All right.
A few more. Terry, I had the short idea and entered toward the HOD and overnight closed it so I could sleep and re-entered early this morning. You always wish you kept it the entire time, but sleep is important. Funded accounts locked out for the day. Good work, Terry. And to the guy, to the creep in the Twitter comments, why don't talk to people like that?
You know who you are.
You know who you are. I'm not going to out you or say what you say, but you know who you are. Checkmate Trades. 1620 today on the brand new 5-pack of combines. Good start. Hope everybody has a nice long weekend time. Take the time off. We all need it. See you Monday. And finally, our last piece of Power Hour content from Maxed Trader Rick. We are up over 4.2K on the Topstep X eval. We caught a 49 plus point play with M&Q in the live session and caught some quick scalps at work. So congrats to you, Rick. Congrats to everybody.
Nice.
Thank you to everybody who submitted. Enjoy your long weekend. We'll see you all on Monday. Back to you, Jack.
Thank you, James. Final minutes. Final show of this week. Good stuff all around. Well, we didn't miss the mega squeeze.
We didn't miss much of anything. We're right where we started the session, the Power Hour session.
Didn't I say that earlier? We're going to be right where we are right now.
You did.
Yeah,
First came on.
exactly. Up a little,
Just had to
down a
take the
little.
long road.
Everybody
Yes.
have a safe and happy holiday. Enjoy your families.
You know what I liked about that one Twitter post is where they said 2022 0, 2023 0, and or I think it was like 2000. Like you go through these years of not making any money, and then finally you found something. That one right there. Yeah, what was it? 2021 0 payouts. 2022, 2023 0 payouts. Then 2024 60K in profits. Tell traders all the time. It's just like college, right? When you go to college, you're not going to be doing brain surgery when you're in the middle of college. You have to graduate first, and then after you graduate, then you can start working on the profession that you went to school for. So I always tell traders look at it something similar. It's more about learning the process, and then eventually, traders can find it. Maybe it's only going to take you a year. Maybe it takes you 5 years. Maybe it takes you 10. Hopefully it's not 10, but you get the idea.
You want to do brain surgery? It is around 10 years or so, at least. David, you already kind of gave your Thanksgiving well wishes. Anything you want to say here right before the close?
Oh, this is just enjoy your families, guys and girls. This a minute takes forever, and 10 years goes by in a blink. So enjoy your family. Spend as much time as you can with them. That's what my thoughts for everybody.
That is, great advice there. My son just turned 3 a little while back, and I was like, oh man, he's not a baby. So
Yep.
keep it going.
Enjoy every moment of that. Mine just turned 33.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait for that. Hoag, what do you got for us?
Well, thankful for all of you. Thankful for all of you watching. Have a great time tomorrow. Enjoy the family. Enjoy some turkey, some ham, some potatoes, 2 kinds, some green bean casserole, some rolls, and have a Kentucky snow cone for me. Have a great time.
I think everyone will. Thank you for hanging out with us this week. We're off the next 2 days. We're going to be back. Well, first, check in with Dakota tonight to hang out. He's still got one more slow market session. Going to be a short and sweet and casual one. Make it your Friendsgiving tonight. Then next week, starting Monday, MP is going to be back. It's going to take on a whole different character in the show. MP is going to be back, along with Andre. Presumably, Dolby will make it back from wherever he is. And it should be a great week. So we'll see you then. Do we try and stretch this to the bell, Hoag? What do we got? 30
Do we
seconds.
know if we've got at the buzzer today?
It's on
Andrew A
the
says, yes,
schedule.
at the buzzer. I didn't see Jay in front of
There
me.
it
Jay
is.
was here earlier. He'll be here at 3:15 Central to do
Taking all my
that.
thunder there, Jack.
Sorry. Anyway, I got to get to the bell, Eddie. Then you can express it. I'm gonna kick it over to Eddie. Okay, you got the bell?
I got. Hey, we're gonna end today with a song for those behind the curtain. End this one with a song, our good friend James Harden. But hey, just remember, upcoming Thanksgiving holiday here in the States. We're going to be off the air Thursday, Friday, but Top Step will be back live Sunday, December 1st. Market kickoff with Nick for a ticket, 445. And before we leave here and before we get to James Harden's song, firstly, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to every member of our Top Step family and, of course, our traders, even though to those who are not here today, your presence adds joy and meaning to this occasion. I'm thankful for every one of you. Thanksgiving is a time for reflection and a time to count our blessings. So now it's time, your time. Go relax, go re-energize, get yourself ready for the holiday 4-day weekend. My God, what are you people going to do? If you're bored, just come on over to my house and we'll find something to do. Stay safe, stay healthy. Yes, as we do say, have a fantastic rest of your day. Those are orders from headquarters. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV.